The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was a wake-up call to the world. 230,000 people killed, $10 billion in damages, almost no early warning systems, EWS, in place. In response, the world established the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. Today, warning centres in the Asia-Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia-Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS, but few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end. Today, warning centres in the Asia-Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia-Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS, but few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end inclusive coverage. Investing in EWS is a cost-effective method of protecting lives. Every US dollar invested in EWS saves up to $13 in disaster response and recovery. Comprehensive EWS can reduce disaster losses by 30 to 50%. Advanced EWS can reduce disaster-related deaths by up to 8-fold. It's not just about warnings, it's about risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, communication, preparedness to respond, anticipatory financing, and early actions. The Secretary General's Early Warnings for All initiative calls for universal coverage. And the Asia Pacific can lead the way by scaling up EWS for all hazard. We know the solutions, now let's invest in them. Together, we can ensure every community is protected from the next disaster. Early warnings for all.
Heat waves certainly lead to health impact like heat stroke and exhaustion, but their broader effects on human health are more profound. Let me highlight a few. First, heat waves can seriously worsen chronic conditions like cardiovascular and respiratory diseases.
If we talk about community-related impact, we should divide it into 7 sectors. One is like a health-related illness, which is also impacted at the community level, and another also food security, that's also impacted at the community level. Another we can say water scarcity, especially in the urban slum area, and also economical strengths, because in the urban slum area, people also lost their livelihood, and also they lost their working hours due to the heat wave. And another also mental health, already my first speaker mentioned about the mental health issue. So due to the income loss and also due to the loss of the working hours, the people who are working in the community level and also in the urban area, mainly the rickshaw puller or van puller or slum people or street hawker who lost their working hours, so they are suffering mental health due to the heat wave seasons. And last one also community resilience and also social inequality. So due to the income loss among the marginalized people and also poor people, so there are some inequality also created within the community level.
This year alone, we witnessed signature events such as gloves. I want to speak of Thame, a tiny lake, hardly the size of a swimming pool. This little pool, which was hardly like 9 kilometers upstream of a picturesque village in Thame, burst its banks, burst its moraine, and then swept away the entire community. Had it been in the middle of a night, we could have lost this entire settlement with people and everyone. We've also in the past have had bilateral discussions and MOUs, say for instance the 9-point MOU signed between our respective governments, between the government of China and government of Nepal, particularly looking at specific areas of, again, transboundary elements such as early warning systems between government of China and government of Nepal, as how could we collaborate further, especially in terms of, again, building up of government-to-government relationship, but also between academicians and science institutions, whereby we could inform about impacts much ahead in time to downstream communities to Nepal. For having led Nepal's NDRMA for nearly 5 years, what I've also seen is, unlike in the past where these incidents were mostly kind of considered to be limited only into the Nepali territory, I'd want to mention by a case that happened in 2021, the Melamchi disaster. This is again another a kind of a glof outburst. It was a prehistoric kind of glof that burst and led to a wiping of a nearly $500 million water transfer project, the headworks of which is under a 24-meter rubble that was very hard to imagine for us. The news and the assessments after the flood events have been carried widely for its damage and impacts that's been brought it down. But if you look into the time trajectory for the last 2 years, what has happened is these nearly 15 million of cubic meters of debris that came down to these mountains didn't stop there. It started flowing downstream to Bihar, to India, which one of those heavily embanked river systems in the world, the Kosi River, that had breached back in 2008. Now what has happened is the sediment and the debris through these glof lakes has now come down to Bihar and thus weakening the embankment systems even in Bihar. We've already witnessed the kind of impacts that it could bring into the floodplains within the Nepal-Bihar territories as well. This way we've been spending quite a huge amount of resources to, again, strengthen and protect this embankment. So what it used to be a localized impacts only into the mountains, this is definitely of a transboundary nature that transcends not only the mountains, but also not only Nepal, but also in Bihar. So this is where the need to all these countries, all the way from China to Bangladesh, at least for the case of for Kosi and for the Ganges River Basin, is become so much pertinent.
Under the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, wherein we all agreed that we have to give importance at all sectors. So during the time that our weather forecast will be provided, there is already a risk assessment wherein they will tell us if flooding will occur. So there is already a pre-evacuation that will be implemented in the affected areas. So we're inside the camp or inside the evacuation center, we have this special place for women and children and even breastfeeding areas. Nutrition is also given importance.
What we found was actually flexibility and adaptability of leaders was at the forefront. Being able to make and pivot decisions quickly on evolving situations. We know that disasters are becoming more complex. There's more political pressure, there's more social pressure to be able to make quick and rapid decisions. And so women at the leadership course that I just conducted felt that flexibility and adaptability of decisions was the most critical to help distinguish between operational or technical decisions.
As a woman leader who believe in inclusivity, so this is a subject matter that is very close to my heart and of course to my organization. So we cannot do the work alone. We need the the participation of everyone to create a safe and resilient communities. In the Philippine Red Cross, what we do, first, we capitalize on communication. Communication is very essential when we want to gain trust of the community.
The Asia Pacific region, which is a home for us, is composed of 21 countries across 11 time zones. In this region, 75% of disaster-affected people live here. That means 3 in every 4 disaster-affected people live here.
We are facing more and more challenges, and we cannot anymore continue business as usual. We have to integrate our approaches from development to humanitarian help in a holistic that takes into consideration all the dimensions from development to preparedness, to disaster risk reductions, to early warning systems, to anticipatory actions, and to recovery after disasters.
Combination of different disasters may create cascading, complex, and systematic disasters that could become catastrophic disasters that are devastating and having long-lasting effect on our society. In today's dynamically changing environment, I believe science, technology, and innovation, STI, has a significant role in identifying and preventing unprecedented disaster risks, and if these disasters would actually occur, STI may help in providing practical solutions for our society.
localized disaster risk reduction approaches have proven to be very vital in enhancing anticipatory action and emergency response. The readiness of the community themselves in terms of quicker response time, as well as the well-capacitated response team, resources, and the emergency plans, which are already in place in our community, are already leading to potentially saving lives and reducing the scale of damages.
Additionally, the involvement of and engagement of the sectoral organizations who are considered the most vulnerable sectors, the community volunteers, including the OPD, the persons with disability, really contributed a lot in the success of the AA and ER implementation.
So the main aim was to close the financial protection gap against natural disasters, provide a rapid cash payout following a natural major disaster, and act as a form of direct budget support to the government to finance the immediate relief needs post-disaster. But not only that, to support national building resilience and climate change adaptation priorities for the economic sectors, SOEs, and NGOs facing losses through the risk of disaster. We are conscious that our services is to ensure that the three A's are delivered to our customer. It is availability, affordability, and accessibility.
behalf of Caritas Philippines, I welcome you also to this side event on moving from the margins to the mainstream, progress and gaps in effective inclusive disaster risk reduction in the Asia-Pacific. Our session aims to highlight different initiatives in including the vulnerable sectors in our respective societies, in the conceptualization, planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of DRR programs. As a region and in our respective countries, we are well aware of the need to blend well a shared framework that is regional and national on the one hand, and an implementation strategy that is localized from region to country, from country to community on the other hand. This is one of our main challenges, which at the same time is also our hope, as it gives us a path for effective implementation in the communities where our vulnerable sectors belong.
complexities of disaster risk, it is essential to recognize that vulnerability is not distributed equally. To build resilient societies, we will explore innovative strategies for integrating gender-responsive and inclusive approaches into disaster risk governance. You may notice some empty chairs on stage. They are for the panel session after the plenary remarks. Now let's get started by watching a short video that shows an overview of our plenary topic today.
We can all contribute to reducing disaster risk. Our diverse experiences, skills, and knowledge can be harnessed to make communities more resilient. When gender equality is prioritized, women, girls, and people of diverse genders are prepared for disasters, and everyone benefits from their contributions and leadership. When persons with disabilities are part of infrastructure design and decision-making, sustainability, resilience, and accessibility grow. When local, indigenous, and traditional knowledge is foregrounded in prevention and mitigation, our environments thrive. When we invest in the untapped potential of children and youth, we usher in a future that's sustainable, equitable, and resilient for all. Governments and other stakeholders have shared responsibility to prevent new risks and reduce existing ones. Inclusive disaster risk governance is indispensable. Our policies, decisions, and financing must reflect this fact. We all have a role to play. What will yours be? Let's protect our future together. Leave no one behind.
To kick off our session, I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker to deliver her plenary remarks. She headed the Philippine delegation to the Disaster World Risk Reduction in Sendai, Japan in 2015. The Honorable Lauren Legarda, Senator of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all the ministers and officials from the Asia Pacific, and of course, our Secretary of National Defense, Gilbert Teodoro, and all the officials of the Philippine government as well, and advocates of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Excellencies, it is an honor to address this session on ensuring that no one is left behind in disaster risk reduction, a goal central to the Sendai framework. And just before this meeting in the holding area, we were wondering, what are we doing post-Sendai in 2030? And I'm sure the UNDRR based in Geneva, regional office in Bangkok, are already planning the post-Sendai framework in 2030, which is just 5 years away. In the Asia-Pacific region, disasters disproportionately affect women, girls, persons with disabilities, even indigenous peoples, 15 million of whom are in the Philippines, and marginalized communities. Women, who make up 70% of the world's poor, are often the hardest hit. Persons with disabilities are up to 4 times more likely to die during disasters. Clearly, inclusivity is not a choice. It is a necessity if we are to build truly resilient societies. Gender-responsive disaster risk governance recognizes that women and girls are not merely victims. We are leaders and agents of change. Globally, 1 in 5 girls is married before the age of 18. Girls are nearly twice as likely to miss out on education as boys. These girls already have a vision for a future where they can thrive. And our role is to ensure that they have the resources, the education, and leadership opportunities to turn that vision into reality. Beyond inclusion, women, girls, and all marginalized groups must harness their creativity and ingenuity, and even use innovation and new technology to lead sustainable solutions to our most pressing development challenges, from achieving a just transition to a low-carbon world, to building safer schools and hospitals, more secure communities, both in cities and in the hinterlands. Their contributions are essential. In the Philippines, we've enshrined gender equality in most, if not all, of our laws. Way back, the Magna Carta of Women. In 2010, the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, which, upon consultation with DND Secretary Sec Teodoro and his team, we hope to amend and revise to make it more up-to-date, since it's a 15-year-old law. These are laws I've championed in my over 25 years in the Senate, the longest senator who's been there, but not the oldest. These are the laws that we have authored for the protection and empowerment of women in disaster contexts. We also have the Climate Change Act way back in 2009, when nobody or very few actually understood and cared about climate change adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk reduction and resilience, which this representation has been advocating since the 1990s. And I am certain that many of you feel the same way in your respective communities, organizations, or institutions. The Climate Change Act, which created a small commission of government, but chaired by no less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. And I believe it was this time when the President of our Republic now, President Marcos, was my colleague in the Senate. And he would be one of the very few who would actually sit and listen intently and agree with me on the importance of climate change, adaptation, mitigation, resilience, and everything I said from more than 15 years ago. And so, eventually, we enacted the Climate Change Act, creating the Climate Change Commission, the lead policy-making body on climate change. And we also included that there must be a woman in the commission, ensuring gender representation at the highest level of decision-making. Just an anecdote, there was a provision called the People's Survival Fund. During debates then, more than 15 years ago, I was then a young senator, and a more senior senator asked that it be excluded. One step backward, two steps forward. I agreed with a heavy heart that the People's Survival Fund provision would be excluded just to pass my pet bill of Climate Change Act into law. This was way back 2007. Compromise. So it was enacted without much funding. But in the next Congress, I and then Senate President Enrile filed the People's Survival Fund, which I sponsored as chair of the Climate Change Committee, enacted into law. And when I was not yet in the Finance Committee, the funding was 50 million. When I chaired the Finance Committee, I made it 1 billion, and that is ensured every year for local government units. At the same time, disability-inclusive governance is equally critical. Persons with disabilities must be included in all stages of disaster risk management, from risk assessment to recovery. We must ensure that early warning systems, evacuation procedures, recovery plans are accessible to everyone, removing each and every barrier that prevents full participation, especially in an archipelago of 110 million Filipinos in the most far-flung islands and the highest mountains, with inland rivers and lakes. It is not easy to cascade the information of early warning systems. While we have the Pag-asa, which is the Weather Bureau, so to speak, and we were able to secure funding from the Green Climate Fund when I was sitting as a member of the board, but then it takes so long, and it is really a challenge to convey the information for preparedness, to reduce risk to each and every island of more than 7,000 islands and the mountains as well, and in communities which are far, far away. Evacuation procedures is another challenge. As we were talking with a team of Sec Teodoro, unless you say, you will die if you don't leave this place, some will take the risk because they say they've been used to that anyway. So I'm diverting from my speech. I will read again. So leaving no one behind must drive the renovation of risk governance. We must take a look at hazards, risks, and vulnerabilities. Women, girls, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, communities, marginalized groups must be at the heart of shaping the post-2030 disaster risk governance framework, post-Sendai, ensuring their leadership in building truly resilient and inclusive systems. Resilience cannot be achieved by working in silos. And this, again, I say in front of government officials, that is sometimes the greatest barrier. Government sometimes are very exclusive to each other and not inclusive. Kanya-kanya, in the Tagalog word, to each his own. And that will spell disaster. Governments, the private sector, civil society, local communities, the education sector, all must collaborate to create inclusive and innovative solutions. Most importantly, local communities who are on the front lines, whether you are in the provincial level, city, municipality, even barangay, purok, and sitio, at the front lines of preparedness and disaster response in the whole scheme of things, but to follow the maps that show no-build zones and to follow DRR laws and procedures up to the local level. And they must be empowered with the resources, with the education, with all the measures to build capacity. In closing, as we surge towards 2030, we must urgently transform risk governance to confront the complex challenges of our time. Amplifying the voices of the neglected and the unheard is key to building a future where everyone is empowered and no one is left behind. Now is a time for bold, inclusive action to forge a safer and more resilient world for all. We must not just build back better, but build right at first sight. Thank you. Isang lunti ang Pilipinas sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Please join me in welcoming our second plenary remarks speaker, Honorable Gilberto C. Teodoro Jr., Secretary, Department of National Defense, Chairperson of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council of the Philippines, and co-chair of the 2024 APMCDRR.
Thank you. The Honorable Senator Loren Legarda, our disaster risk reduction champion in the Senate and in her advocacies. Excellencies, present today and other members of the diplomatic corps, speakers and our moderators, colleagues in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. I would not like to miss the moment, and I would like to move on from the speech of Senator Legarda, if you would permit me to digress a bit, because it highlights something very important in the Philippine experience. What I would like to underscore is the synergy between our policymakers and our legislators and us in the executive branch of government that are supposed to make things happen based on the laws that they pass. What she has underscored, the distinguished senator has underscored, is the value of feedback, constant feedback between our legislators and our action institutions, of which the Office of Civil Defense and the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council are part of. Hence, in this interaction between the legislators and us, it prevents the siloing, because they are a source of important feedback and vice versa. Senator Legarda has underscored that our current disaster risk reduction law was enacted 15 years ago, and it is time for a review. Because of changing circumstances, because of experiences in the field, we have been able to identify some gaps that need to be filled, some streamlining that needs to be done. And this is a constant exercise that should happen in most areas of government, but it is critical that it happens in disaster risk reduction in order to optimize and to focus government efforts in all aspects of the topic. So we thank our Senate partner and champion, Senator Legarda, for her advocacies. Let's give her a big hand. To go on to the meat of what we want to say today, I would like to begin my remarks with a fundamental premise that guides our, perhaps all of us, disaster risk reduction efforts. Hazards do not affect people equally and countries equally. President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. acknowledged this fact in his address at the 77th United Nations General Assembly, where he spoke of the uneven and historically unjust effects of climate change. This is exemplified here in the Philippines, which has the potential to become a net carbon sink, yet remains one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. At the national level, the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010, with its implementing rules and regulations, recognizes, and I quote, vulnerable and marginalized groups, unquote, who have a higher exposure to disaster risk and poverty. These include women, especially those who are with child, the youth, particularly orphans and unaccompanied minors, the elderly, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and families and individuals who live in high-risk areas, danger zones, and other places that are susceptible to industrial, environmental, and health hazards. This is by no means an exhaustive list. What this illustrates, however, is that certain sectors of the Filipino population are definitely more vulnerable than others and require greater support from the government and other key stakeholders. In the face of these realities, we have worked very hard through the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council to create a gender-responsive, data-driven, and inclusive approach and management system for disaster risk reduction. This has been approached in 3 ways. First, we emphasize local resilience to include capacity building for the local units for data collection and vertical and horizontal integration between these local units and the national government for collation and analysis of data for the optimal application of resource management. As the national government builds its data backbone, we will be more able to predict quicker what is needed where and how much. We have to understand too that we have to take into account the specific characteristics of local communities which differ. Sometimes in one local government unit alone, there are several phenomena which affect these communities. We have strengthened our information gathering and analysis capabilities, although the pace of development far outruns our capability development. And therefore, in order to plug this gap, we invite civil society, private organizations, individual supports. We opened recently what we termed the El Niño portal for giving in data, and a secure site in that portal is for the use of the local government units where they can tap national government data for their local planning. We were supposed to convert this into the La Niña portal. However, we have decided in the council to make this a full-time disaster risk reduction portal for a secure site where local government units and other national government agencies can exchange data feedback, and the local governments can have weather data, tidal data, and other data they need, and send messages to us. It has worked quite well in the El Niño. However, we are still encouraging more informed and responsible public involvement with the portal to make it a full convergent site. We have broadened stakeholder engagement. We have encouraged the involvement of civil society representatives and the private sector. Private sector, as you saw yesterday in the session with Arise Foundation and the PDRF, corporate ESG is practiced in the country extensively, and we are not merely trying to build a framework for cooperation with the private sector on the response side, but more importantly on the mitigation and preparation side by way of giving incentives for adequate and resilient infrastructure and a development plan, which will include necessities for disaster risk reduction and taking into account the needs of the youth, women, and those who are disabled. It is also a challenge policy-wise, particularly in old historic communities, to introduce disaster risk reduction efforts in order to make places more accessible and safe. It is a challenge, and therefore we invite the youth in terms of the technological advances that can be made without destroying historic sites, where we can make the places safer for people who need more. We have worked with financial institutions because at the end of the day, what we are talking about reduces itself into how much and where do we get the money. And that is our job in government. So we have been trying to be more creative in raising financing for disaster risk reduction in its various aspects. Of course, the government can incentivize adherence and buy-in through proper incentives. However, it will affect the fiscal bottom line. So we will have to make optimal choices, perhaps. I wouldn't say hard choices, because choices need to be made. And using the adjective hard before choice often leads to no choice at all and empty promises. So we do need to make choices, and we hope that the choices are justified by data. At the regional level, we have collaborated with other governments and international organizations, including the United Nations and ASEAN. And we hope to build extra-regional bridges, because the world is one when we talk or we speak of disaster risk reduction. There should be no borders, neither borders nor boundaries. The Philippines is uniquely situated to have strong ties with the Asia-Pacific region, both Asia and the Pacific Islands, of which we both are part of. We have strong ties with Europe, in keeping with the Filipino tradition of welcoming interaction and cooperation. And in this important aspect of national and world life, we think that it is a great responsibility of government to build bridges in order for us to help each other, not only through exchanges of information, best practices, but actual help in times of need or even before that. The Philippines commits itself to the Sendai framework and sustainable development goals, which we have included in our national DRRM plan 2020 to 2030. We prioritize localization as a key strategy. We are addressing and trying to give resources to raising awareness on the Sendai Gap or the Sendai Gender Action Plan. Likewise, we are trying now to build an initiative of culling our own local experiences to provide a nuance to the various frameworks that we are working with. Because at the end of the day, I believe that it is important to instill, once again, because when we talk of local units, normally we, insofar as I'm concerned and perhaps others are concerned, we have a tendency to view these units as political and democratic entities. But what we need to be building here when we talk of localities is the sense of community, the sense of kinship within a community, familiarity with each other, which we hope will develop conditioned responses when they face one phenomenon. And this is the spirit of community, and probably the spirit of what we call bayanihan, and the spirit of the barangay, that we need to reinstill in some way or another. In the face of rapidly developing areas, commercial establishments, commerce and housing areas rising up, I hope that there is some way where our local leaders can redevelop the community spirit of familiarity and of awareness of each other's well-being in the community. At the end of the day, that is where we all come from. The communities working together within themselves and with one another. And in those paradigms of communities, you will know how to take care of those who are different from you, how you respect and deal with those who are different from you, and then go up through vertical integration, and us in government, we horizontally integrate in order for there to be a whole ecosystem of disaster risk reduction activities and thoughts within the whole national community and the world community. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you had a wonderful conference so far.
Thank you very much, Secretary Teodoro. Now we will transition to the panel discussion. Our moderator for Pillar 2 plenary leads one of the organization's largest divisions that support Pacific countries and territories with special scientific and technical solutions to address some of the region's greatest challenges. It is my pleasure to introduce Rhonda Robinson, Director, Geoscience, Energy, and Maritime Division of Pacific Community.
Excellencies, ministers, senior officials, partners, colleagues, all protocol observed. Nisam Bulavinaka, and good morning. And given the theme of today's plenary, I might want to just do things a little bit differently this morning and ask that each of you turn to the person sitting beside you and say, in whatever language you'd like to use, good morning to each other. Thank you everyone. As we gather here at this second plenary on this critical subject of leaving no one behind, gender-responsive and inclusive disaster risk governance, our discussions today will focus on practical solutions to enhance disaster risk reduction financing, ensuring that that very theme we're talking about of leaving no one behind is achieved. We'll hear from a selection of very distinguished speakers who will share their insights and experiences on how we are collectively working towards achieving this goal. Things such as adaptive social protection related to disaster risk reduction financing, especially in the anticipatory action and pre-agreed financing mechanisms, will be shared. Originally conceived as bringing together social protection, disaster risk reduction, and climate change, adaptive social protection has evolved to adapt to multiple shocks a community might face. I don't want to take too much away from what the panelists will be speaking to, and at this juncture, I do want to invite our panel members up to join me here at the top podium. I assure you, it's not that scary. There are a few people in the room today, and with that, can I please invite our first distinguished panel member, Honorable Diana Kahipe, who is the Undersecretary for the Disaster Response Management Group of the Department of Social Welfare and Development here in the Philippines. Welcome, Diana. Our second panel member is Mr. Pio Smith, who serves as the Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific for the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA. Welcome, Pio. I did ask Pio whether he was from Fiji. Pio is a very common name in Fiji, and he assured me that he isn't. He's from Ireland. Welcome, Pio. Our third distinguished panel member is Caspar Fasala, who is the CEO of People with Disability Forum, Solomon Islands. Welcome, Caspar. Our fourth distinguished panel member is Nayab Ali, and she is the National Technical Program Specialist, Peace and Justice Network, Pakistan. Welcome, Nayab. And our fifth panelist is Ambassador Christian Tilley, who is Australia's Ambassador for Climate Change. Welcome, Christian. Thank you. So we'll just get this going. My first question is going to be directed at you, Diana, who we're asking to please share with us how is the government of Philippines scaling up social protection systems to better respond to disasters and bolster disaster resilience of the highly vulnerable groups. The floor is yours.
The Philippine government has taken significant steps to enhance its social protection systems in response to disasters, particularly under the leadership of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, which serves as the Vice Chair for Response of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. DSWD plays a pivotal role in disaster preparedness, response, and recovery, ensuring that the most vulnerable sectors of society, such as women, children, elderly, and the poor, receive timely and appropriate assistance in times of crisis. Our country's commitment to building resilience is reflected in DSWD's integration of adaptive, shock-responsive social protection systems into our existing programs. This approach not only targets emergency relief, but also proactively supports vulnerable populations to recover and build resilience against future shocks. We have been working towards the horizontal and vertical expansion of our interventions by reviewing targeting mechanisms, capacitating personnel, looking into benefit value, tweaking program designs, and enhancing delivery systems. The project Local Adaptation to Water Access and Breaking Insufficiency through Nutritious Harvest for the Impoverished, or the Project Lawa and Binhi, aims to enhance the capacities of local community members, called partner beneficiaries, through a sustainable and proactive intervention to combat hunger, alleviate codependency, and lower community vulnerability by addressing food insecurity and water scarcity worsened by changing climate patterns that could lead to full-scale disasters. Now implemented nationwide, Project Lawa and Binhi has developed into a sustainable three-stage approach within a targeted yet inclusive climate change and risk mitigation strategy, aiming to benefit partner beneficiaries with long-term solutions for water sufficiency and food security. The implementation of the Building on Social Protection for Anticipatory Action and Response in Emergencies and Disasters, or the Be-Spared pilot project, endeavors at preparing poor agricultural communities ahead of a hazard through livelihood assets protection and anticipatory multi-purpose cash transfers with 3 hazard types, which include agricultural drought, typhoons, and floods. The Be-Spared project has been instrumental in integrating pre-agreed triggers for disaster response using data from our national science-based agencies to activate early actions based on forecasts. Flexible cash enables households to decide on their necessities to prepare for any scenario pre-disaster, thereby providing them with economic empowerment. The Children's Emergency Relief and Protection Act mandates the provision of emergency relief and protection for children before, during, and after disasters and other emergencies. Through this law, the DSWD spearheaded the formulation of the Comprehensive Emergency Program for Children as the basis of government, child-focused civil society organizations, and non-government agencies' roles and responsibilities upon the declaration of a state of calamity in handling disasters and emergencies for children, children with special needs, pregnant and lactating mothers to support their immediate recovery. The DSWD Social Protection Plan 2023 to 2028 includes capacitating child social welfare workforce in the regional and local levels and establishing a standard child-friendly and gender-responsive evacuation centers and transitional shelters nationwide. Likewise, we have conducted the implementation of the UNICEF Central Emergency Response Fund Anticipatory Action, or the UNICEF SURF AA, which is a pilot concept which provided anticipatory cash assistance for children by top-ups from the DSWD's Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program beneficiaries' cash card accounts prior to the impact of a tropical cyclone. Our innovations through consultations and insights from multi-level stakeholders helped us in localization of international frameworks to our national frameworks that fits our country's capacity and context. The enhancement of the predictive analytics for humanitarian response online mapping platform tool was supported by our UN partners from the UN and bolstered with institutional and local capabilities in geographic information systems with robust and pertinent data and data sets to identify communities in need and strategically provide appropriate interventions prior to the onset of disasters. The DSWD Disaster Response Command Center serves as the central hub for coordinating disaster response and recovery efforts using advanced technology and real-time data to allocate resources effectively. This strengthened our capacity for information and database management, especially on disaggregated data, to increase effectiveness, timeliness, and better decision-making. Our mobile command centers are customized vehicles with ICT equipments which bridge communication gaps during emergencies, linking our field operations to regional centers and ensuring continuous telecommunication support. The Buong Bansa Handa program strengthens disaster resilience through a coordinated humanitarian supply chain for food and non-food items. It focuses on prepositioning relief goods in vulnerable areas, ensuring swift distribution during crisis and promoting not just a whole-of-government approach, but a whole-of-society approach to disaster preparedness and response. The initiatives to champion the passing of the Declaration of the State of Imminent Disaster Bill, while also advancing the adoption of shock-responsive social protection in the Philippines, will involve strategically linking anticipatory action interventions with existing social protection programs and technologies to enhance their effectiveness, ensuring a cohesive approach to disaster management and climate change adaptation. To sustain and scale up our initiatives, we have forged strong partnerships with international organizations such as the FAO, the UNICEF, the World Food Programme, International Organization for Migration, United Nations Population Fund, and the World Bank. These collaborations provide technical support, funding, and trainings for our department and to local government units as well. We likewise recognize the importance of community-based disaster risk reduction and management. Filipino communities have ingenious coping mechanisms, resilience, and the bayanihan spirit that we consider as one of our most valuable attributes. The Philippines is continuously making significant strides in enhancing its gender-responsive and disability-inclusive disaster risk governance by strengthening collaboration with local and international partners, integrating anticipatory action mechanisms, using forecast-based financing, and with continued innovations in adaptive, shock-responsive social protection systems to improve our disaster management framework that serves the most vulnerable communities, ensuring that all Filipinos are prepared and supported in times of crisis so that no one is left behind.
Thank you. Can we get a round of applause for Diana? I'd like to just maybe reference a few things in response to your reflections today. And one is the use of these, innovative tools and approaches that we're currently employing in this space. Predictive analytics for humanitarian response, as an example. And the real need to reconcile the use of these tools with the realities of our people on the ground and the vulnerabilities that they really face, and bringing the two together. So thank you for that. And just in response to all of our very honorable speakers from the government of Philippines today is the need to ensure we're taking an all of a society approach and not just an all of government approach. And that's something that's come through quite strongly across the two keynote speakers and yourself, Diana. So thank you. Naka. Caspar, I'd like to turn to you now for the next question and for your reflections. In the midterm review of the Sendai framework, member states have reported that national DRR plans and institutional frameworks are increasingly addressing the specific needs of women, children and youth, persons with disabilities, older persons, indigenous peoples, migrant and displaced persons. However, we know gaps still remain in the implementation of these plans and frameworks. How is your organization involved in planning and designing DRR initiatives in the Solomon Islands? And what barriers still exist for persons with disabilities in leading these efforts? The floor is yours, Caspar.
Thank you. Well, thank you, first of all, and I wish to acknowledge the government and the people of Philippines for the hospitality and invitation to be here, and UNDRR to be with the panel. First of all, I would like to make mention here that the shift of charity and medical models of disability is long gone, and therefore the approach now is social and the human rights approach models that are needed to be considered, and therefore I hope that I will make some reference to that in terms of leave no one behind. But yet the challenges faced by disabilities are noted when looking at the Sendai framework. One is that disabilities are compounded by experiences of poverty and isolation still. The other is they face greater issues accessing to warnings and emergency information. And thirdly, reaching humanitarian support in many of disasters is yet to be addressed by policies and, of course, reality in practical sense on the ground when disaster hits Solomon Islands and any country for that matter, if I may say. Fourthly, the planned relocation to climate change is predicted to increase in Solomon Islands, efforts to adopt in place, but yet I think there is a slow process in putting that to practice in terms of its policies. But again, the processes of relocation is yet to be heard, and the voices of people with disabilities in the process needs to be considered as well. Finally, I would like also to raise as challenges to that is we need to ensure rights-based approaches are considered to ensure affected communities, people with disabilities have a voice in those processes. I would like, in this respect, would like to again address the issue of using languages. There are many policies that use the language of cross-cutting and, of course, use the language of mainstreaming. But taking note that when you look at the twin approach on addressing the needs of disabilities, one need to consider specific needs of people with disabilities, and you can consider mainstreaming and cross-cutting in terms of policies, but when you address those in terms of providing technical support, I think we need not to consider cross-cutting because you can't cut people in half and address the other half. We're all human beings. Let me now share some experiences in moving forward. When you address myself coming in to the platform, you address us as the representing the National Disability Forum, and this is the shift because of the charity model and the medical model that have shifted. We have now changed the name of the organization from Disabled People's Association of Solomon Islands to be now the National Disability Forum, so that we can consider more broadly issues affecting people, not only people with disabilities, but of course caregivers, supporters, and those around them in their families, and acknowledge the two first speakers of the Philippine practical programs that they have given us in the opening speeches. The ideology in the Solomon Islands, if I may say, having caused those changes is that in the past 20 years, the organization has been in the back of the vehicle, not on the vehicle, but at the back of the vehicle, pushing the vehicle in terms of getting the government who drives the vehicle with the passengers of government people sitting at the back of the vehicle, and we are standing at the back of the vehicle to push. And that is the advocacy we took in the past. Now it is a change. When a call for the change of the disability policy to be more inclusive, we have to intervene and to ask the government, can we please come in the vehicle with you? And therefore, with external support, we have managed to support the government in reviewing and changing the policy that now it is not a policy on disability, but it's now a policy that refers to people with disabilities on a broader sense, inclusive development policy, so to speak. That is the first change we have made to ensure that disability is not being just a person, but has needs to be addressed. The second, again, the swift shift that we supported the government because the government was slow in ratifying the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. It took almost 20 years to lobby for that, and that is the lobbying exercise we do in pushing the vehicle. So we lobby for support externally, got support because the government questioned us as to the benefits of ratifying the convention. We justify that by ensuring that there is a benefit analysis taken and to make sure that government ratifies the convention. Thanks Solomon Islands government for ratifying the convention last year on the 22nd of June, 2023. And that's the effort we did in supporting that exercise to make sure rights-based approaches are considered. And that's the ideology we use, not to push the vehicle anymore. And now we are saying to the government, please allow us to sit in front of you, or sometimes we take the front seat with you and to become the driver. And so far, we become the driver now in influencing and advising the government in terms of legislations and policies to make sure that we have inclusive policies, and that I'm happy to say here that there are many policies that the government has reviewed and now inclusive in terms of the policies. But I hope that those policies are tagged with monetary support so that those strategies are meaningful and are supported in terms of implementation of those strategies. It is now the we and not the I anymore. What is the new outlook in terms of addressing these things now is that we have now changed in terms of our units of the organization. We now have a number of units to address specific programs for us. We have the Disaster and Climate Change Unit comprising of 3 staffs. We have a unit of programs that look after our 6 affiliates. Currently, we have 6 affiliates comprising of the blind and vision impaired. We have the Solomon Islands Deaf Association. We have the Disability Women's Empowerment Association. We have the youth and para-athletes. We have another group now in this year, including the psychosocial groupings. And finally, this year as well, we now have brought up the 6th member organization to be called the elders and old people. But when we strike their constitution, they don't want to be called old people, so we changed the name now to Pioneer of the Families. A national dialogue, of course, is going to be happen before end of this year, end of this month with the government. And this is a government commitment to ensure that the shift is meaningful, and therefore that is going to happen in terms of ensuring the government has a commitment to their policies and tag monetary to it to support the budget, which is now at its cycle. Probably finally, I would like just to raise two barriers that sometimes people use, but we use that as not a barrier, but something that will give us strength. Talking to people, they said, of course, the first barrier is attitude, but I think with attitude, it is called for more meaningful dialogue, and of course, for more meaningful planning, and the processes must be, of course, a participatory process and inclusion of people with disabilities. And therefore, attitude is not so much in terms of negativity, but it pushes our organization to see the positive side of it and to unlock that. And therefore, it calls for us now to have more dialogue with the government, with institutions around us that support us, and in order to bring meaningful changes to the programs that we also complement. One of the barriers, again, the second barrier is people use in terms of the disability language is stigma. But I think the wisdom is here that we use stigma as a call for duty of care and responsibility. Because if we care and love people, for sure there should be no stigma. And that is something that we use stigma positively to increase our programs and to call for citizenship responsibility in order for people to ensure that they are called for duty and responsibility. Finally, we want to translate the DRR, the disaster risk reduction. We want to interpret this in terms of disability to make it a call to be a dignified, responsive, resilient program for disabilities and all in Solomon Islands. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Tomas Caspar. And just across the philosophy, the approach, the advocacy, we've seen some real gains in the reflection that you've shared in the risk governance space for Solomon Islands, in policy, in legislation, in strategy, by not only ensuring representation, but real recognition of persons with disabilities in the risk governance space for Solomon Islands. And for that, I think we should commend you and give you another round of applause in collaboration with all the partners and government officials that have got there, NACPA level. I now turn to our next panel member, Pio Smith, for the next question and reflection. In the midterm review of the Sendai framework, most countries acknowledged that gender equality and social inclusion are key priorities to accelerate implementation of the framework. Earlier this year, the Gender Action Plan for the Sendai framework was launched to help member states and other DRR stakeholders increase resource allocations, activities, and impacts of gender-responsive disaster risk reduction and sustainably decrease gender-related disaster risk by 2030. What, in your opinion, needs to shift to support implementation of the Sendai Framework Gender Action Plan? And how is UNFPA in particular supporting this implementation across Asia, the Asia-Pacific region? The floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Rhonda. And firstly, also greetings, everybody. And it's a great honor to be at this conference. I want to pay tribute to the government of the Philippines and also to our colleagues in the office of DRR. And it's great to also share this panel with very passionate and expert speakers. You know, I think the first thing I want to say is that the backdrop, Rhonda, for this discussion, for this conference, for everything actually that we're trying to do these days, the backdrop is that we are living in a world where there is a steady and regressive pushback, rollback on women's rights. It is pervasive. It is not just in Afghanistan or in North Korea. It is not just in Asia Pacific. It is across the globe. And so because of that, when it comes to talking about anything to do with gender, we have to be extremely alert, we have to be very concerted in our efforts, and we have to have a sense of urgency. So I think that's the backdrop that I come to this gathering with, very mindful of. Now, when we're talking about the midterm review of the Sendai framework, there's key objective 9 within the Sendai Gender Action Plan, which focuses on ensuring access to sexual and reproductive health services, and also the prevention and response to gender-based violence in disaster contexts. Every disaster, it is the face of a woman or a girl who disproportionately bears the brunt of that disaster. We all know that. That's what the evidence points to. And so they are even more likely to die in a disaster compared to men. The disruption of essential health services often leads to a lack of access to life-saving sexual and reproductive health services, and the prevalence of gender-based violence often escalates during a disaster moment. So prioritizing these services is not just a policy decision, it's actually life-saving. And we can't use population numbers or distance or costs as excuse on these matters. So UNFPA, we very much welcome the adoption of the Sendai Gender Action Plan, and I want to pay tribute to the UN Office for DRR and UN Women for partnering with us on getting that plan to where it is now. But you ask about a shift. So I think the shift really is to shift our focus to make sure that we have a strategic, comprehensive and effective implementation of that action plan at all levels. And to accelerate the work, there are 3 things that I feel we need to prioritize. The first is we have to ensure that our efforts from the very early onset of crises to resilience building, that they are interconnected and that they're addressing the full spectrum of needs without gaps. So that means we need a very coordinated approach where every mechanism supports the other. And that's why UNFPA applies a multi-layered approach to disaster risk reduction that includes resilience building, early warning systems, and immediate response with life-saving services. So, for example, our pre-positioning, regional pre-positioning initiative in collaboration with the Government of Australia, that ensures that essential sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence response supplies are ready for immediate distribution during emergencies. That shortens the response times. So, for instance, in Indonesia, following the Cianjur earthquake in 2023, dignity kits, which provide essential elements for women and girls, these were distributed within less than 24 hours of the government's request for support. And the birthing tent that we put up in place, that was fully operational within 48 hours after the earthquake. Enhancing early warning systems is also crucial, and at UNFPA we are training community volunteers to disseminate gender-sensitive early warning messages. So, for example, in Bangladesh, our anticipatory action program equips communities with vital risk information, including safe shelter locations and gender-based violence response services. We also recognize that building resilience is equally important. So, for instance, in Fiji, we're providing items in some of the outer islands there, such as sewing machines and brush cutters. These resources enable women and youth to engage in income-generating activities, like producing reusable menstrual pads. And by meeting menstrual health needs with sustainable solutions, these initiatives not only boost livelihoods, but they also enhance that community capacity to adapt to climate impacts and help foster resilience. Secondly, as part of all these efforts, we need to strengthen national capacities. This equips governments and stakeholders to tailor responses to local contexts, enabling effective action without reliance on external support. UNFPA is prioritizing enhancing these capacities, empowering countries and communities to tackle the unique challenges that they face. So we collaborate very closely, for example, with national women's organizations and women-led groups. But it's beyond equality and inclusion, it is also about equity. And so by integrating the grassroots insights and leadership into our strategies, we're able to enhance the disaster risk governance and ensure that we have a more responsive and inclusive approach. And the same goes for people with disabilities, from people with diverse genders. They also need to be consulted and included, but we have to be extremely intentional and we have to be accountable to those communities, because this isn't just about inclusivity. And thirdly, I would say that we have to strengthen our evidence base. UNFPA works very closely with national statistical offices across the globe to collect accurate and disaggregated data on critical factors such as age, sex, income, disability, all of which are very vital in terms of understanding the unique challenges that are faced by various groups. And by leveraging this information, we can customize our strategies to effectively meet needs, but also that data brings a lot of clarity whenever parliamentarians, the executive branch, the Minister for Finance, private sector, when they sit down to look at investments, the data tells its own very factual story about where the needs are and where those targeted investments need to be made. But of course, at UNFPA, we recognize that we can't do any of this alone. And so we really do encourage all stakeholders who are in this room and beyond, but including governments, our members of parliament, our local governments, civil society, the private sector, everyone. Everyone needs to see themselves in this work and to support that implementation of an interconnected approach, strengthening national capacities, enhancing the collection and the good use of data. Collaboration really is essential. I think we need to get back to that, back to good, honest collaboration among stakeholders. Disaster risk reduction actors must also actively engage with gender stakeholders. We heard earlier from one of our esteemed speakers, the need to break down silos and mindsets on a lot of these issues. That's really important if we're going to foster that shared sense of responsibility. And also, let's put it on the table. When we're coming to gender issues, we can't do this without our men and boys. So men need to speak up and men need to step up on a lot of these issues, particularly those with platform or position of power. So I think if we take all of these actions, Rhonda, then we're going to be able to not only safeguard a lot of the past achievements that many of you and all our predecessors have worked very hard to put in place, but also I think that we ensure that no one is going to be left behind in the future responses. When we're working together, I'm really confident that we can create that lasting change and impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pio. And it's consistent with some of the perspectives from the Pacific around this work and the Gender Action Plan itself, in the need for coherence and consistency and alignment with government policies and all of the stuff we're doing. That this takes time. It takes time, and we need to allow for that time. It needs to be contextual. These things are really important when they're more intentional and contextual for the community, for the province, for the island, for the country. And we have to be realistic, including what it costs to make these shifts and changes. We are guided and governed often by project cycles and donor funding that is 5 to 3 years. And so how do we make these lasting shifts beyond those cycles that are more longer viewed, programmatic in nature, that brings all of these threads together? So thank you for that sharing. I'd now like to turn to our next speaker, Nayab Ali. And we've completely blown our time to the organizers, so I'm asking for a little bit of indulgence here. Okay, I got a thumbs up from Gabby, we're all good. I'd like to turn to you, Nayab. Noticeable progress has been made since 2015 on incorporating the voices of diverse women in DRR governance structures. But the contributions they make to building resilience in communities are often overlooked. How are the unique knowledge and perspectives of women in all their diversity, being reflected in DRR planning and initiatives in Pakistan? The floor is yours, Nayab.
Thank you very much. This is a very important question, and you mentioned diverse women. Let me unpack it a little bit more. Like, when you talk about diverse women, it's a spectrum, and it include transgender women, the queer women, indigenous women. So at largely, yes, you're right, like there is a lot of contribution and it's a lot of inclusion of women at large in DRR governance structure. But there is a lot of other factors that are hindering the mainstream inclusion of such vulnerable groups. So, for example, like if I will say Pakistan has redefined the meaning of gender equality. Why I'm saying it, like we have a progressive legislation which provides foundation for gender equality. For example, on the name of Transgender Rights Protection Act, it states that right to self-perceived gender identity, which allows everyone just go to the registration authority and get it registered according to his or her or them self-perceived gender identity. You don't need to go through the medical gatekeeping and all that. So this is the basic foundation of gender equality when we are defining diverse women. And this allows the non-discrimination. This allows further not only exclusion for further marginalization. So this is the basic foundation of the inclusion of diverse women in the mainstream disaster risk response. So let me share some good examples. So as many of you know, back in 2022, Pakistan was, there was a flood that put 33 million Pakistani homeless. And to be homeless, it was really worse experience for us, and it is very challenging for us how to address these issues, and especially when you are a woman and you are wearing another badge of marginalization. You are a transgender woman, or you are a Khwaja woman. So this was little bit, not little bit, but it was quite challenging for us. But at that time, National Disaster Management Authority, Government of Pakistan, and with a lot of collaboration with other organization, which was the community-led organization, we developed a national safety net to protect those vulnerable groups. And in that result, so we see, when we were in the field, and we were witnessing that there was a lot of, the government relief efforts were delayed. But when we reached there and we met the community, and community was saying, can you just drain this flood water from our hometowns? And we just need that because we are much resilient to rehabilitate ourselves. We will rebuild our homes. We will restart our economic earning, or we just want to be more financial self-dependent. So this was a community resilience that we witnessed. So the Pakistani government, and the organization like us, they come up this very community-driven solution. So when you really include diversity and when you really include transgender person and gender diverse women, it really helps. For example, in Sendai framework, I really like the whole of society approach, right? The whole of society approach, but you not often heard these diverse perspective into the policy making. You don't heard such diverse perspective in the governance structure. But to be very honest, when you really include, you see the endorsement of special needs, identification of special perspective, diverse perspective. The DRR governance structure is not one fit for all approach. It shouldn't be, but unfortunately in countries, majority countries, it is driven by this formula, like it's one fit for all. But obviously, women need special protection. Women needs special needs. For example, the diverse women, they require, for example, transgender women, they need to be addressed in a dignified way from my preferred pronouns. So this is the something unique perspective that really need to be incorporated, and I will just relate it to the some indigenous perspective, and I will give you some examples of that. For example, the sister girls in Australia. So they were their indigenous knowledge about wildfire management, and likewise the Pakistani Khwajasara community, their knowledge about ecological preservance and weather forecasting. So, and also the community, the interlinked community aid model that we utilized in our disaster risk governance structure. So it was really helpful. And there's a lot of challenges. I will just conclude it here. But it's a lot of challenges that we are living in the adversity and in the light of global anti-gender movement, when the inclusion of gender diverse women is considered to the threat to the traditional ideology and traditional values. So, but it is very hard to include that. But in Pakistan, we are really striving, and I think Pakistan is the best case study for inclusion of gender diversity to the mainstream DRR response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nayab. And there's so many parallels with that integration between using indigenous knowledge in DRR and leaving no one behind, especially as it relates to the appreciation of women in all their diversity in this space. There's parallels in the Pacific region, there's parallels in the Asian region, and so we thank you for that sharing and those reflections. Our final panel member, Kristen, who's rearing up the team for us today. The midterm review of the Sendai framework found there were insufficient resources available to reduce the disaster risks we face in the context of climate change. At the same time, we know that the gender equality and disability inclusion agenda are also under-resourced. Given the insufficient resources for both disaster risk reduction and gender equality, disability inclusion, what role can partners play in addressing these issues hand in hand? The floor is yours, Kristen.
Thanks very much, Rhonda, and thanks to the Philippines government and to UNDRR for putting on this excellent conversation, and I've learned a lot from the esteemed panellists already, so thank you. Look, Rhonda, I guess I'll answer the question in the context of the conversations and the meetings I go to, which is typically around engaging internationally and with national governments on climate change. Obviously, we all understand the very strong link between climate impacts and the need for effective and broad DRR. But I guess I think about the way you asked the question, which is this real pressing problem of lack of resources. And when you think about the question that way, I guess my answer is less focused on the very important social justice aspect of leaving no one behind. But when you are trying to respond to a significant and growing challenge such as climate change, why would you not want your full team working in the same direction? So why would you not want to try and tackle the problem with all the economic resources, but certainly all the human resources that the full breadth of society brings? So certainly gender in all its diversity, people with disability, First Nations and Indigenous communities, etc. I'll give 2 examples, again, drawing on the conversations and the observations in the international climate space that I've been involved in. So firstly, and this is a little bit of a personal longitudinal study that I've been privileged to be part of, which was when I first was involved in the international climate discussions in 2005, which was my first UN climate COP. Pacific negotiators were not very prominent in the climate discussions, and certainly female Pacific negotiators were almost unseen sitting behind the microphone. Often they were in the back row supporting or taking notes for their senior Pacific men delegates. And there was an initiative at the time that Australia and other countries were pleased to support, which was training female climate negotiators in the region and in the Pacific. Fast forward sort of 15, 17 years when I re-engaged in the international climate negotiations in this role a couple of years ago, and I turned up at my first COP back in this role in 2022, and not only was the Pacific very prominent, very influential, and speaking with such significant moral authority on climate change and the need for stronger global action and more effective responses, but female Pacific delegates and negotiators were often behind the microphone. And that my own personal observation in that sort of 15-year gap was something was working and was working well, and that was having an impact and a real discernible, demonstrable power on driving stronger global action on climate change. If I extrapolate that example to a study I read recently that showed that in parliaments, national parliaments, where there are more women, those governments have more ambitious climate policies. And in our own country, in Australia, where right now our current government and parliament is majority women, and again, having worked in the Australian government on climate change for most of the last 20 years, can personally attest to the fact that our current government has the most ambitious climate policies we've had in history, then I think those are the sorts of evidence and examples that I've observed that when you have much more meaningful participation and inclusion, in this case of women in all their diversity, you are going to have more ambitious and more socially minded public policy responses to climate and DRR that we know are essential. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. And I might share 2 words you shared with me before we took the stage today. I asked each of the panel members that I had the opportunity to talk to, if you were to leave us with 1 or 2 words or thoughts, what would they be? And so Kirsten shared with me, her words were, be brave. And I think that's really resonating, particularly in the first story you talked about with women in the climate negotiation space. I mean, the community that are engaging in those negotiations now are walking in the footsteps of those women who led the way for us in the Pacific region, and I know some of them, so thank you for that, and thank you for that sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the question and answer session for this panel. I do have a few concluding remarks, which I'll try to keep really brief. So if you'll indulge me for a little bit more. We would have loved to have another round of questions with our panel members, but unfortunately time was not on our side today. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just wrap this up for us all. As we conclude this pivotal session on leaving no one behind, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants for their invaluable contributions. We have delved into the importance of inclusive and equitable disaster risk governance, emphasizing that our efforts must encompass the diverse needs and perspectives of all individuals and communities and all of society. We've heard compelling insights on adaptive social protection, integration, and the nuanced challenges faced by our marginalized groups. We've heard perspectives from the government of Philippines, across the keynote speakers and yourself, Diana, about the highlighting your government of Philippines' efforts in scaling up social protection to bolster disaster resilience among your highly vulnerable groups. Pio, you emphasized the importance of gender equality and social inclusion as key priorities to accelerate the implementation of the Sendai framework and the need for strategic, comprehensive, and effective implementation of the Gender Action Plan at all levels. And Caspar, you underscored the challenges faced by people with disabilities during disasters and the importance of including your voice, your perspectives, and your advocacy efforts for policy development and disaster risk reduction initiatives at the country level. As we all move forward, we continue to foster collaboration and partnerships at all levels, and this is really important. We must work together to ensure our policies and strategies are not only inclusive, but actionable and impactful. The integration of local, traditional, and indigenous knowledge, as well as the active participation, intentional active participation of women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups are essential in building our community resilience. This isn't just about inclusivity for inclusivity's sake, but strengthening inclusivity is essential for effectiveness of our collective resilience efforts. Vinaka Vakalevu, thank you for your dedication and your participation, and let's enjoy the rest of the week with each other as we move through the next few sessions. Thank you, everyone.
The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was a wake-up call to the world. 230,000 people killed, $10 billion in damages, almost no early warning systems, EWS, in place. In response, the world established the Indian Ocean tsunami warning system. Today, warning centers in the Asia Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS. But few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises, and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end inclusive coverage. Investing in EWS is a cost-effective method of protecting lives. Every US dollar invested in EWS saves up to $13 US in disaster response and recovery. Comprehensive EWS can reduce disaster losses by 30 to 50%. Advanced EWS can reduce disaster-related deaths by up to 8-fold. It's not just about warnings, it's about risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, communication, preparedness to respond, anticipatory financing, and early actions. The Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative calls for universal coverage. And the Asia Pacific can lead the way by scaling up EWS for all hazard. We know the solutions, now let's invest in them. Together, we can ensure every community is protected from the next disaster. Early warnings for all. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was a wake-up call to the world. 230,000 people killed. $10 billion in damages. Almost no early warning systems, EWS, in place. In response, the world established the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. Today, warning centers in the Asia Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS. But few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises, and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end inclusive coverage. Investing in EWS is a cost-effective method of protecting lives. Every US dollar invested in EWS saves up to $13 US in disaster response and recovery. Comprehensive EWS can reduce disaster losses by 30 to 50%. Advanced EWS can reduce disaster-related deaths by up to 8-fold. It's not just about warnings, it's about risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, communication, preparedness to respond, anticipatory financing, and early actions. The Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative calls for universal coverage. And the Asia Pacific can lead the way by scaling up EWS for all hazard. We know the solutions, now let's invest in them. Together, we can ensure every community is protected from the next disaster. Early warnings for all.
take a look at the work that the DNR has done on mapping our natural resources as part of our exposure and vulnerability analysis in terms of disaster risk reduction and climate change-related risks. The intersecting DNR biodiversity, forestry, and integrated water resource mandates provides opportunities to protect and hopefully increase the population of threatened species, conserve their habitat, and ensure ecological integrity to support the ecosystem services that we all need. This is done through strategic intervention and investment.
Today we move from what to how with the launch of a follow-up report on harnessing development financing for solutions to displacement in the context of disaster and climate change in Asia and the Pacific. Here in Philippines, ADB has provided finance to directly support internally displaced persons through livelihood assistance and maternal and child care services, which is a part of a broader emergency and early recovery program following tropical cyclones.
In Mongolia. She later became Deputy Regional Director for Asia Pacific, overseeing humanitarian efforts across 38 national societies. Returning to the Philippine Red Cross in 2022, Dr. Peng resumed her roles as Secretary General, continuing to enhance the organization impact both locally and across the Asia-Pacific region. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Peng to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. And thank you also, Catherine, for the opening statement or opening message, which set the tone of today's session. Good morning to each and every one of you. As mentioned, I'm Gwen Pang. I'm the Secretary General of the Philippine Red Cross. We have 6 powerful panelists joining us in today's session. So before I start, of course, I would like to warmly welcome our excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This session is on risk communication and role of media and social media in ensuring warning messages that should be inclusive, people-centered, and actionable. This side event, by the way, is co-organized between IFRC, or the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, the GNDR and UNDRR. So this is part of the Regional Early Warning for All Multi-Stakeholders Forum. So as we know, as communication around the world face increasing frequency And of course, same with disasters, no? And the impact of natural hazards and human-made disasters. Effective risk communication has become a cornerstone of disaster preparedness and response. The Early Warning for All initiatives, as what Catherine mentioned earlier, emphasizes on timely, accessible, and actionable warning messages that reach every person at risk, leaving no one behind. Do you know how many thank you, I brought my eyeglasses to make sure that I can read. Thank you. So do you know how many people around the world are using social media? So we have about 5.2 billion people using social media. And 64%, that is, I mean, 64% of the world's population. That is how much people engage in social media. So this is indeed a very powerful tool. If used properly, this can help save lives, prevent unnecessary loss of lives and resources. So, however, the challenges related to ensuring inclusivity, relevance, trust, and accessibility remains. So, diverse population interpret as access information differently due to language barriers, disability, digital literacy gap, and of course, distrust, as what Catherine has mentioned many times earlier, in especially official sources, and the need to be more specific, tailored content. So as I mentioned, we have a powerful, strong panelists today. So I would like to start already to open the floor to the panelists to discuss the importance of inclusive risk communication in disaster management. To open the panel discussion, I would like to invite and introduce first Mr. Hissan Hassan. Mr. Hissan Hassan is the Chief Executive of the National Disaster Management Authority of Maldives. Mr. Hassan will provide key insights on identifying gaps in risk communication and enhancing risk communication strategies to improve disaster preparedness and response that they have implemented in Maldives, and also to ensure better inclusion of vulnerable people in need. So, Mr. Hassan, thank you for being part of today's panelists. To start with the discussion, can you please tell us, based on your experience, your strong experience in Maldives, on implementing the Early Warning for All initiative? By the way, Maldives was the first to have the roadmap for the Early Warning for All initiative. So what gaps in risk communication have you identified? And what actions have you done, no, or can be done by the Maldivian National Disaster Management Authority and your partners in the country to improve the risk communication strategies to ensure timely, inclusive, and actionable early warning messages that we can give to the residents, especially the most vulnerable population?
Thank you, Gwen, for such a beautiful introduction. Am I audible? First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And it's been a pleasure to be engaged in this panel discussion to share the Early Warning for All initiatives and the risk communication practices from Maldives experience. Can you, next? Let me tell you a story about Maldives. Like hundreds of years ago, being a small island nation, there was our own ways of, transferring messages about risks that we've been facing from island to island. So from the pictures you see, the communities that lived in the islands nearby and far away, they used to light a bonfire in the beach so that the light and the smoke could be seen through the neighboring islands, also far away, where the fishermen and other source of, people living in the islands could, see that a danger is being faced by the island. So they just start their trip and then move on to the island that passes the message, and then, they go to help. Also, we used to sound the conch, which is also used in the island communities to alert the communities if there is any sort of danger or risk. So after that, again, Maldives being one of the, as Gwen also has highlighted, that Maldives has, next slide please. Maldives has been one of the first countries to establish the Early Warning for All initiative under the United Nations, Early Warning for All initiative. This roadmap also has been endorsed by the cabinet this year, and NDMA is also being the lead pillar for the risk knowledge and communication. Next. We also have inserted the early warning for all and the risk communication strategies into our 2024-2029 strategy of the NDMA. Our approach is to, this has been at first to understand the current risk perception in the society. For this, we have done an outline study to see how risk was being perceived in the Maldivian society. Next. For this, we actually did a recent survey to look at the risk communication practices being done. The report actually looked at the current risk communication landscapes, limitations, and how NDMA could improve its risk communication. Next, the main finding of this study was that the society perceives risk based on frequency of occurrence and impact. The majority, actually, can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah. The majority of the participants actually stated that they perceived flood and fire as the main hazard that they face. When we look at these results and then look at the loss and damage reports, we receive, it also shows that the frequency of the floods and fires has increased over the past 5 years. And again, just before the tsunami 2004, Maldivian people that thought that they are very peaceful and no such big incidents would be faced until the 2004 tsunami came. Next, the Indian Ocean tsunami, of course, we all know that caused widespread destruction throughout Maldives and other countries as well, but only 50% of the participants actually stated that they view it as major hazard. So here, 20 years down the line, how people perceive that hazard has changed despite its impact. They are with hazards where there's a longer run period, although catastrophic and perception changes over the time. Next. Having understood the risk hazard perception in the country, we then looked at what are the mediums that people use to assess this information. Given that the internet penetration in the Maldives is 84%, Gwen. In Maldives, it's a very huge number. Also in 2024, we found out that lots of social media platforms are used by the population to assess risk information. This again is a significant change we compare it to 20 years ago when people actually depended on TV and radio messages. When we look at social media, Facebook, messaging app, and Vibers and other sources, it is the most common platform that people use, mainly because Maldives Meteorological Service and NDMA also uses their handles on these social media platforms. In order to make our risk communication more inclusive, we met the CSOs that represent people with special needs and had a conversation on how we could improve communications. These consultations were an eye-opening experience for us. We were told that we need to emphasize on captioning and audio formats for all risk communication contents to ensure accessibility for blind, visually impaired and other individuals with special needs. Similarly, the importance of providing voice messaging for visually impaired and creating inclusive printed signs, or also audio descriptions and pictograms were recommended as tools to assist children with autism. We have taken all this into consideration to develop future risk communication content. Next slide, please. Based on this study, we have launched a national risk awareness campaign called Hushiar with the support of our partner agencies, especially Maldivian Red Crescent, Maldives Meteorological Service, and Fire and Rescue Services. The aim is to increase the number of partners over the coming weeks and months, and as the campaign develops, through this campaign, we aim to influence the risk perception of the society and influence how the society would react to these hazards when they occur, or most cases to prevent them from occurring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan, for sharing with us what already you have been doing or implementing in Maldives, and also the analysis, I think, are very important, because that gives us also the understanding of the ever-evolving need to also improve, our communications to the communities. And what I have noted from your presentation is the importance of inclusivity, including children with autism. So in the Red Cross, we share the same. We make sure that we include, everyone when we communicate risk for all. So thank you very much again, Mr. Hassan. We have time to come back to all of you later in some of the perhaps follow-up questions from the crowd. So now our next panelist is from the Young People's Action Team of UNICEF East Asia and Pacific. She's based in Cambodia. So we have Ms. Dalen Sia. Hi, Dalen. She's here to talk about youth as agents of change and how their use of social media and media contributes to effective dissemination of information and early warning systems. So thank you, Dalen, for joining us today. So can you tell us, in your experience, how can young people use social media effectively to promote greater community engagement in disaster preparedness and risk communication, and also how the young people can actually inspire or engage the older people, how can they make best use of social media? Because in the older population, perhaps they still struggle, in the use of social media. So can you please tell us about your experience, and also how did you engage the government and other sectors in the community, in the risk communication work that you've been doing in Cambodia? Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Quinn, for the questions. And first of all, greeting to Mr. Hassan, his sons, Mr. Afat, Ms. Kina, Bong Suchit, and Ms. Gemma. And good morning to everyone. So as introduced, my name is Dalain, a member of Young People Action Team from UNICEF from Cambodia. So back to the questions, how can young people use social media effectively to promote greater community engagement in disseminate the early warning system and disaster preparedness? So I have a video to show all of you, like about 2 minutes long, to show the comparison what it's like to have social media and have no social media to disseminate the information about disaster risk reduction. So please kindly play the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, ours is recommendation number 2, which is utilizing technology and social media to communicate information regarding climate change, disaster risk reduction, preparedness, and early warning systems. Behind me, there's 2 groups in where we will just showcase to you the importance of technology and the consequences of not having technology with us. So this group over here will be showcasing the negative impacts of having no technology in the system when climate or natural disaster happens. technology. This can cause damage and even death. So the next scene we will see when there's technology existence.
Dad, I saw a Facebook page from the authorities that there is a typhoon that will be hitting our area. Okay, we should get ready and move to the shelter. Okay, Dad, let's go. Dad, remember to message Grandpa and family. Noted, son. Let's go.
So in the next scene, you can specifically see what happens when there's technology. We are able to be prepared. So that's just short scenarios on what we think the importance showcases the importance of technology.
So you can see, yes. So thank you very much. So as you can see, with technology, we get a more accessible to the information dissemination on what is going to happen, and we can have enough time to prepare yourself and our family in order to fight against what is going to happen. So in order to support for older generation or elderly people, so we know that even though this is in the digital era, some people, like older people, they are not familiar with technology. Even though my parents, they're not very have familiar with the typing or searching in the internet. So as we are young people, what we can do is to conduct some of training in our community, gather with older people to teach them how to use some specific app or website. Or it can be simple action that such as teach them how to message or teach them how to comment or sharing or joining the online community in order to get to know more information about what is going to happen next. So it can be one-on-one support as well. Even though you are with your family in your house or in your homes, you can teach them, oh, this is, if you want to search about disaster preparedness, you can go to the website in the UNDRR or something, so that you can familiar with it later on. So as in the next question as well, so how can the government and civil organization can leverage the use of social media in risk communication and better involve with young people in the action as well? So in the context of risk communication, the government and civil society organization have a very huge role to disseminate the information. But there are some ways that the government and civil organization can better involve in young people, because young people are the agent of change. They are the ones that get involved with the community itself. So the government can be partner with the youth-led organization or volunteer students in the school as well as in the community. So with that way, the government and the organization can work together with young people. We can reduce the number of death, injury, and property loss as well. So another point is to leverage the mobile alert system, because we know about 70% of the world population have own mobile phone. So this is the best way to alert people, the user, because most of the people in community have mobile alert system. So thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Great, thank you so much, Dalen. Your presentation shows the critical role of the young people, the youth, in today's world, especially in disseminating information, to the public, and not only that, how they also inspire the elderly population to also use social media. And if people are aware, I think the skit was very good, was very nicely made. If people are aware of how they can actually what to do, in the event of any upcoming disaster or crisis or risk, they're more relaxed. They know what to do. Their minds are clearer. In fact, instead of getting panic, they even held selfies earlier and to send to family members that they're okay and they're moving to the evacuation centers. So thank you very much. And by the way, 57 million of our social media users are from age group of below 26 years old. So we really have to engage them and be part of whatever we work. So this should call for the inclusivity. Thank you, Dalen, again. So our next panelist is Mr. Alfred Mark Rosete. Mark is the Disaster Risk Reduction and Early Warning System Program Lead, no? Of the People in Need. So he will share his experiences on People in Need's early warning system projects in the Philippines, and also the importance of community engagement in disaster preparedness and the use of technology to enhance early warning system and to contribute to the community improvement. So Mark, tell us how the People in Need Early Warning System project in the Philippines had improved the local community's capacity to respond to natural risks, and what specific outcomes have you observed since you have implemented the project? And also, can you also touch upon some of the challenges that you have come across, and how did you address that, especially in reaching the most vulnerable population? Now, Philippines is divided by bodies of water. We have 7,100 islands in the country. And so how, did you ensure that, we by using, through your project, we're able to really engage the people? Thanks. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you for this opportunity for us to share our work at People in Need and how we do early warning system together with community engagement. So please, I have a presentation. So basically, as People in Need, we're trying to implement in Mindanao, Philippines, the STREAM Early Warning System project. This is supported by the GSMA through the GSMA Innovation Fund for Anticipatory Humanitarian Action, the FCDO, and the UKAID through the UK government, and also in partnership with Smart Communications and the Department of Science and Technology through the Mindanao Pag-asa Regional Services Division. So our goal here is we try to actually create or co-implement or develop people-centered and localized early warning system for flooding. We wanted to provide or deliver fast, clear, concise messages directly at the community level, leveraging on the context and also digital innovation and digital technology. So we are targeting to onboard 52,000 individuals living in high-risk areas to receive this fast messaging. No? So there are still, in terms of early warning system, the whole country, there are still opportunities where we can improve local early warning systems and then utilizing what is existing and introducing the technology. So we believe that the use of digital technology, new innovations, such as connected sensors, Internet of Things, can help increase or improve disaster resilience at the community level. So in our part, we provided technology such as solar-powered sensors, automated weather stations. We also created platforms for local government to access real-time information about flooding. And upon reaching certain thresholds, it can directly send messages to the communities, location-based, basically. So that's how basically how the system works. So we are in partnership with Smart. They have provided us the system to do SMS broadcasting, and these platforms deliver actually the messages. So building upon the success of EWS 1294 in Cambodia, we try to bring the success from Cambodia into different parts of Asia. We are also doing this project in Nepal, and Laos, and here in the Philippines. So since we begin, the implementation of this early warning system actually way back in 2022. At the moment, we already have reached 49,000 individuals living in Mindanao in these flood-prone areas, which is 94% of the total 52,000 targets that we actually plan to provide the messages with. So based on our midline learning interventions with our partners, local governments, our partners in Caraga, Misamis Occidental, and BARM, and Zamboanga Peninsula have reported to actually gain confidence in utilizing these new innovations and platforms as a result of the project. Some of our community partners also have reported to have gained better understanding of the use of technology and risk communication into disaster preparedness and enhancing basically flood resilience. So these achievements that we so far achieved through the project are closely tied with the different community engagement and platforms and avenues that we try to provide. So collaboration, inclusion, and trying to involve people, especially vulnerable sectors, is the only way we can make actually resilience realized, especially at the local level. So apart from, on top of providing digital technologies, apart from introducing innovation, it is important that we always involve people in every stages of developing early warning system and to the whole DRRM spectrum as a whole. So thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark, for sharing the work of the people in need. No? We in the Red Cross can relate very much with you that in whatever we do, we have to engage people in every step of the way. Not only that, but also engaging other key partners, like what you have mentioned earlier. You have engaged SMART, which is the private sector, and also the local government, which is very important in the work that we do. Engaging also other partners. I think with that, we can have a lot of complementarity in each other's work. Okay, thank you again, Mark. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Kia Obang, the Program Officer of Internews Philippines, to provide key insights on the experiences of Internews in social media monitoring through local media platforms to address the issues of disinformation. This is actually the hard, very, very hard, It's hard to already disseminate right information, but if you have a lot of disinformation going on, it's more harder to make right communications to be sent across to people, and how to leverage the use of media and social media for disaster preparedness. So the question I would like to ask you, Kia, is how has your project tackling disinformation? Can you give some examples, especially in the Philippines, and how your project have progressed since you have implemented in 2019?
Okay, good morning. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Gwen. I'm Kia Abang, Program Officer for Internews Philippines, and it's really a great opportunity to share our experiences in addressing disinformation to create healthy information ecosystems here in the Philippines. So at Internews, we believe everyone deserves trustworthy news and information to make informed decisions about their lives and hold power to account. So we support independent media in 100 countries, from radio stations in refugee camps to hyperlocal news outlets to individual activists and reporters. In the next slides, this is our news strategy. We identified these 7 key elements that together define the health of any information ecosystem. So these elements underpin our theory of change, program design, and thought leadership. So to answer the question, Internews has been running projects focused in addressing disinformation here in the Philippines since 2019. In the next slide, this involves an array of proactive engagements that like fact-checking and myth-busting initiatives, as well as media and information literacy campaigns that promote critical thinking and informed judgment. We also have disinformation investigations, which play a vital role in building evidence. And this really helps us to limit the reach and impact of the false information. We also have algorithm accountability, as tech platforms must ensure the civic spaces remain free and safe from disinformation. It's also important for us in investing in trustworthy news and media supports independent journalism here in the Philippines and enabling accurate and responsible reporting. And lastly is policy advocacy. which is also a key in rebuilding trust in the media sector. So as Dr. Gwen asked for a specific project, I'd also like to share particularly our social media monitoring. In the next slide, we launched it, which is called totooba.info. So that is in Filipino, and that means, is it true? So we actually document this information through voluntary incident reporting. However, during recent elections here in the Philippines, it became very evident that volunteer-based monitoring was inadequate. And as a result, Internews assigned a team of 10 social media monitors to gather data from various regions in the Philippines. And this team monitored this information in multiple languages, ensuring comprehensive coverage beyond the national capital region in the Philippines. And we didn't stop there, and we improved and rebranded it to Digital Insights and Literacy, not just to address this information, but we're also seeing the emergence of the influence operations in the social media. So our platform was able to receive 23,442 reports, and we were able to identify 5,399 unique accounts involved in disinformation and influence operations. From that data, we were able to produce 33 monthly analysis, which were shared with our different stakeholders, especially for our media partners who use the analysis for their fact-checking and investigations, and even academic researchers to conduct their disinformation and influence operations studies here in the Philippines. We also have an official partnership with social platforms like Meta and TikTok. And from our database, this resulted into removal of hundreds of links and accounts with 300,000 followers spreading harmful content. So our approach in Internews, we combine proactive data collection and soft diplomacy to enhance platform accountability. I'd also like to share one of our projects during the time of the pandemic. We called it Rooted in Trust. In next slide, please. So this is actually a global project which aimed to counter COVID-19 mis and disinformation in 2010 to 2021. And in the Philippines, the project focused to creating effective communication channel among the public health agencies, humanitarian organizations, and local media to connect with the COVID-19 affected communities in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So we produce a bi-weekly rumor bulletin called Salig Bangsamoro, that means Trust Bangsamoro, which gathered rumors, this time not just online, but also offline, especially on the hard-to-reach villages. So the bulletin was actually used by our local partners to share accurate COVID-19 information with the communities in Lanao del Sur and Maguindanao. So the good thing is they didn't stop there, and they didn't just use our bulletin, but they also replicated and create their own bulletin called Sabangka, which means Rise Up, rumor bulletin, which is translated into languages. So they have community patrollers, which are the youth, conducted their learning groups and feedback sessions to further disseminate the information. And additionally, the project completed an information ecosystem assessment in the BARM. So to answer the how we could leverage or effectively leverage media and social media in the context of disaster preparedness and risk communication, it is really crucial to adopt a strategy that combines global perspectives with local actions. This involves integrating still the legacy media and digital platforms to ensure a comprehensive coverage and relevance. It is also important to provide mentorship on training on verification skills and investigative, not just in the media, but especially for the public. I think it's really about time for them to really have that digital literacy. And we could not highlight as well really the active monitoring and analysis and reporting, which are essential to stay ahead of the disinformation and respond promptly, knowing that there are also emergence of the AI content in the social media. And lastly, raising public awareness through social listening tools that can help public sentiment and concerns and enabling more targeted and effective communication strategies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kia. Yes, indeed, your work in monitoring is very important. Not only that, I saw also your countering disinformation, which help protects individuals from harm but also upholds the integrity of public discourse, in increasingly polarizing and manipulative environment. So I've taken note of the programs that you've been doing, a very good initiative, and of course how we use that to maintain trust of the public, and also especially during time of crisis. On COVID time, yes, there were a lot of disinformation. Thank you, Kia. Okay, to move forward, I would like to introduce our next panelist, which our next panelist is Mr. So Sok Hit, the Project Management Unit Manager of the National Committee for Disaster Management of Cambodia. So Mr. So will actually talk about or focus his discussion on the progress of early warning for all in Cambodia, including the work of preparing an operational plan to engage people. And that is actually a very difficult one, and also to strategies for greater inclusion in dissemination of early warning messages. Mr. So, I would like to ask you, how is the Cambodian government planning to enhance risk communication and community engagement to make sure that early warning messages under the Early Warning for All initiatives are inclusive, accessible, actionable for all, particularly, of course, people with disabilities?
Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you everyone for being here. And my name is Suchit So. I'm Senior Technical Officer and as well as PMU Manager for NCDM Cambodia. This is like a very hard question for us since we are just starting to moving forward our EW for All initiative in Cambodia. We was informed about like we are the focal person for the EW for All in 2013, which is like very new. And then we come up with the starting with how we can mobilize the stakeholders that engage on disaster risk management in Cambodia, regardless not just EW, but for disaster risk reduction, to those who have the interest in participating to moving forward EW for All in Cambodia. And then we come up with the idea of how we can moving this forward by engaging the roadmap. The roadmap is starting to develop, and then now we are come up with the final draft and soon to be approved. And the roadmap is really engage all the development partner, NGO, civil society, and as well as the private sectors engage in there, because they are also part of the effect of the disaster, and also they want to know what is going to happen that can be affect to their livelihood, to their business, and as well as to other. Regarding to the how we are addressed to the issue regarding to the communication and as well as the risk, this is in our way that we're moving forward for EW for All. Is we start first with having the coordination platform for EW for All, which is we try to engage all the parties like the development partner, NGO, the government, civil society, and as well as the private sector, those who are interested to participate, and as well as they know themselves that it is really affected due to EW for All. Come up with that, we will, through the platform that we are going to develop, we will also planning for having the coordination among the pillar, because each of pillar, they have the different diversity group that participate and interested in it, and really difficult to bring everyone to talk everything in just one platform. But we have another sub-platform that can be responsible. For example, platform number 1, what is their team supposed to do, and how they are moderate, and as well as how they are coordinated among the platform number 1. And come to the platform number 3 is very, very sensitivity about how we are controlled, how we are managed about information we are disseminated. We understand that information that we disseminated, to make sure all the people is access it's very difficult. But to have the people understand what to do within those information that you provide is more difficult than that. That is something that we really want to manage among our platform that we are going to develop, is to have the people have one center communication to the people that what we want our people to do to anticipate about this information. And geographical is also very important. Because we cannot just use our single word to all the geographical area. But we use our word to different geographical that they have different impact, different situation, and also different group of the people. So this is something that we are trying to do. For experience in the past, we use, like our friend from PIN is mentioned about EW for all. As well as 1294 is something that we are invest for many years in Cambodia, and it become a rollout modality that we are going to use for other countries. The start is really just convey the message from the ministry that is responsible to develop the warning. And the second, we start to think, the people just heard about the level of the warning that the ministry they disseminate is they cannot do anything. So we teach our local level, we call a Provincial Disaster Management Committee, to understand about how we are develop this second level message that can be informed to the entire group of the people that involved in the warning. Not just the committee, but also the partner that we are working, like the NGO. What NGO should do at this stage of the information? What the local government, like the district and commune, should do in this level of the information. Because all our information that we share to the people, it having a different level. Sometimes 15 days before what they're supposed to do, sometimes 5 days before supposed to do, and 3 hours before what they are supposed to do. So we need to have actionable information so that we can tell the people they are engaged with our information sharing. So that's all I want to share, and I hope that our early warning for our roadmap as well as our operational plan, with the engage our people, will provide the people information correctly and effectively. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. So. Indeed, the early warning for all for Cambodia is a long way to go. But if it's done, you are done with the plan and everything, hopefully, also with Maldives, we can actually use it as a prototype. No? In Asia Pacific, there are 10 societies that were selected working in the IFRC, together with the IFRC, on early warning for all initiatives, 5 from Pacific and 5 from Asia. So there are a lot of similarities when we in the region. So perhaps we can actually bank, on the works that you have done already, together with our Red Cross and Crescent counterparts in your respective national societies, and that can also be a template, of plan by the government, and also, the Red Cross can support that as well. Thank you very much, Mr. So. Okay, so in the panelists, as you can see, we have experts from the government, we have experts from the civil societies, and we have also from youth. This time, our next panelist brings with her the expertise coming from, the media. Our next panelist is Ms. Gemma Heyman. She's the Regional Director of Asia Pacific and Europe of BBC Media Action. So Gemma, thank you for joining us in today's panel discussion. So Gemma will provide us key insights on the experiences of BBC in disseminating early warning messages, particularly the importance of timely and clear messages in order to reach the most vulnerable communities. But Gemma, I want to ask you, in particular, because we heard already so much of what has been done, perhaps what have you learned? What have BBC learned in using media and social media in terms of disaster preparedness and dissemination for early warning messages? At the same time, while having you, it would be good to hear from you about your perspective on the pivotal role that the media plays, because media are so powerful. You have the platform, you have the reach. So I'm sure BBC can inspire, more media out there to, work with the government and civil societies in ensuring that early warning is for all. So over to you, Gemma.
Thank you so much. I'm really feeling the pressure now. And we were talking earlier, this really is an exercise in effective communication. I, for one, could talk about this across a whole conference. So I very much hope to be able to have the opportunity to connect with some of you later and to continue the conversation. Can we have the first slide, please? So BBC Media Action is part of the BBC, but we are a development organisation. We're the BBC's international charity. So we're not the news organisation of the BBC, but we do work to the BBC's editorial values and very much putting creativity and audiences really at the centre of everything that we do. We work across Asia Pacific and indeed Africa, Middle East and Europe. And we have a long history of working on disaster risk communication in the region. And it's such a pleasure to be here, so thank you so much for the invitation. It's also really great timing for us because we have just concluded a project called RICA, which is Risk-Informed Communication for Early Action, which was funded by USAID and which we delivered in support in partnership with UNDRR. And as part of that project, we have developed some resources, which I'll be drawing from today, and I'll show you later where you can get hold of them. So it's great timing. So 3 things we've learned, or some of the things that we've learned. Now, we would say this, media is fantastic. I'm a media professional. It's so versatile. It is not used to anywhere near its potential. And I think that would be my first big point to make here. Allied to that, early warning does not always prompt early action, even when it's relevant and timely. And that's something to really bear in mind and to look back and think, what else can media do? And looking at the early warning for all 4 pillars, it's so striking to me that media can really play a role in all 4 of the pillars. It can disseminate messages. It can help to prompt informed dialogue and to make sense of data and to connect the experts and the scientists with communities. It can shift how people think, how they feel, and how they act. It can surface and amplify indigenous knowledge, and that's such an important point. And it can hold stakeholders to account. And this point about early warning not always prompting early action, even when it's relevant and timely, is such an important one. And we saw from our work in this project in Somalia that people, when they had in a flooding situation last year, people had the information, it was disseminated on multiple channels, it was clear, it was concise, it was actionable. People didn't take action. And the reason they didn't take action was because of religious beliefs, because of other barriers such as their safety, fears around resourcing, and the fact that they didn't trust the information. Next slide, please. So this is one thing I wanted to, another big point I wanted to make is that communication is a process. It's not a one-way channel, and it's really, really important to plan, to think about what you want to do, informed by a really in-depth understanding of the media and communication environment, but also about the people and about the context that they're living in, and really think about what is it you want to achieve with this particular piece of content. And when it comes to doing, it's really important to think about how you're going to reach and how the content is going to resonate. And I just wanted to quickly give you a very quick example from my work in Cambodia. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. And this was a project we did on DRR and climate resilience. And we came up with a really creative format, a TV reality show, which we thought would resonate really highly with the Cambodian people because it had lots of role modeling in it, lots of storytelling and emotional stories. And basically, we brought together communities who were at risk of particular weather hazards and joined them together with others who had already taken action and with experts. And this still we have here is from a practice evacuation drill. And one of the things that we learned from pre-testing, which is really, really key, pre-test your content, is that people found that, yeah, they quite liked the content, but they found that it was quite difficult to follow. So we then inserted an animation to help make the technique much clearer. And then very quickly, I can't believe I've run out of time, having said that about effective communication, if you can just quickly go to the next slide. And this is a bit of a plug for the Pocket Guide. Characteristics of impactful communication. One of the key takeaways I got from yesterday was that risk knowledge is nothing unless the communication is effective, and that's such an important thing. And this genius acronym that one of my colleagues came up with on impactful communication, I think will help with that. And then last slide, please. you can find the pocket guide here. Sorry, we don't have a QR code yet. The pocket guide is available on our website, and you can also find it on Prevention Web. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Gemma. Very insightful. What I pick up from you is that it really should be people-centered. Whatever communication you're being, it's not enough, that you just send a message across. You have to make sure you have to be mindful, you understand who are the people that you're communicating with, who will benefit from your communication, how to get them engaged. A whole lot of things that we have to learn from the media. And of course, thank you for sharing us some of your checklists, reminders, or maybe some of the guides that you have shown earlier. I took a photo of the impactful slide, so I think we have to learn more on that. Thank you so much, Gemma. Now, this time, let's move into the role also of the audiences for this session. We have heard already from our panelists. So I would like you to take part of this discussion by joining the Mentimeter, survey that we want to do. Or Slido. Is it Slido? What are we using? Okay, we're using Slido. So can you please flash the QR code and, yeah. So, and enter the code. All right. So I have 3 questions that I want to ask from you. And then also for others, can you please, if you have questions, you can start writing them down because we have opportunity for Q&A after this. All right. Okay, so let's flash the questions. Are we ready? Okay, maybe we keep one slide for the question, no? And one slide for the QR because some. Okay, so let's start. Let's flash the questions. Okay. So you have so here. So the first question in the Menti is which approaches do you find most relevant in making early warning messages more inclusive and accessible? Let's see. So it's still moving, but I can see that simplified messaging tops, the most. So I think it resonates. We have heard that from our from our panelists earlier. Simplified messages is very, very important so people can understand. It's to their language. They can actually understand. They can resonate with it. And then next is the language localization, of course. No? It is very important that we communicate it in the language that they can understand, that they can relate. No? And then the next one is real-time updating. Real-time updating. I think some of our panelists have emphasized on the real-time updating. Speed, fast, the fastest we can send the information across, that is the most important. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of risk communication. I missed the green one, which is inclusive design. Sorry, disaster, I can't see. Inclusive design for disabilities. Yes, so this is also very, very important. In communicating, we can be inclusive if we actually consider also the need of other sectors in our population. People with disabilities are very important. And then visual aids, okay, the infographics are very important also. So those are the top 5 from the what we hear, okay, from the audiences. Maybe later you can have some linking questions to these questions here when we do the Q&A. No? We can go back. Maybe we can ask for more examples or maybe experiences that from our panelists in line with the result of our Menti. Let's go to the next one. Okay. So the next one is we want suggestions for improving risk communication and early warning systems using media and social media for vulnerable communities. Let's see. Still moving. So the most used words here are localized and inclusive. Okay, so we have heard that many times. You know, it is in the discussion earlier. Localized and inclusive are the what's this suggestions, you know, to improve our early warning system and messaging, the things that we have to consider. It should be localized communication and also inclusive, also simplified is coming out. So these are the keywords. We will also share, can we share this? We can share the results, no? Okay, so we can share the results to you so you can actually be reminded and go back to the slides. So yeah, it keeps moving. You can take a photo actually. Timely is coming out. Multi-directional. Okay. Context-based, yes, context-based. So also very important, no, in the things that we have to improve in terms of trust. I see trust coming out also. Community-based, community participation. Okay, so I think those are the localized, actually top the most, if you can see. So you see localized our communication. And that was also mentioned earlier. Next, let's go to the next one. In a short sentence, what are some of the key takeaways that for you in this session? So let's see, what are the key takeaways? Because we asked for a sentence, so it's a bit of taking time. Maybe should be like one word. Responding is off. So what happened? Okay. Okay. Impactful. Okay. Media is powerful way of communication. Extreme events are not always perceived accurately by people. Inclusive risk communication. Improve peer-to-peer education through relevant orientation of IT. In fact, peer-to-peer, as what we saw today, is not anymore of the same age group. Peer-to-peer can also be from a son to a father, no? So it's really about how we can help people orient with IT use. Communication is a process. Yes, it's not the magic that when you communicate, you can change things. We have to have patience. We have to find the right way of communicating with the people. Extreme event, we can address this information. Yes, it was already shared earlier by Ms. Obang. And then we must combat this information on all fronts. Yes, it also was given earlier. Every messages should be localized and easy to understand. As you can see, it's the localization and simplification. It came out 3 times. From the first question, second question, the third question. Okay. So, all right, are we done? I think we're done, okay? So let's have time. So for Q&A, I would like to hear, you know, from the crowd, questions that you would like to address to our panelists. Because they're here, we have to take, I would like you to take advantage of that. Also, if you have some insights to share. So the floor is now open for question. Or you can go back to the Menti and maybe ask our panelists to expound it a bit, you know, especially banking on their experiences. So, yes. Okay, I see a hand there.
Thank you. This is Mohammad Shahjahan Shaju. I am working with Bangladesh Re-Education Society and also looking about anticipatory action. And presently, I am a coordinator for anticipatory technical working group. Actually, I'll not ask any question, but I'm just sharing some fact and figure regarding the early warning and community-based early warning system. So here, mainly discuss about two broad channels. One is print and electronic media, and another is social media. So when we talk about social media, we should also discuss about pros and cons. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to share the information with the community people. I just give an example from Bangladesh. So in Bangla, digit 4, design is more or less same English digit 8. So when one community people or one Bangladeshi people write a message in combination between Bangla and English, it is called Banglish. Sometimes it will disseminate a wrong message with the community people. It's also same in the platform area, like in Bangladesh, flood forecasting and warning center, they have 61 water measuring station. Like one station called is Bahadurabad, which is around 100 kilometer, situated 100 kilometer in the lower stream. So it is not very meaningful for the people who are living in the upper stream. That means around 100 kilometer upper stream. So, but someone disseminating the early warning message by using the Bahadurabad station forecast. So that's why sometimes using always social media, we should also discuss about pros and cons. Otherwise, it will be create some panic. I found in Bangladesh during some of the cyclone season, government only issued signal number 4, but some people they are disseminating now signal number is 8. So that's why we should also discuss about pros and cons. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I think that is common issues and concern. In Philippines also we have a Tagalog and English. Sometimes there's no direct translation on some of the words. So it can be very confusing. So, but hopefully we can find some solutions. Yes. The lady in black standing.
Hello. Is it working? Hello, good afternoon. Is it almost afternoon? Anyway,
it's afternoon
I
already.
missed majority of the sessions because there are so many ongoing sessions that you have to, I don't know, I am fleeting from one room to another, but I saw risk communication. And I want to say this, in the Philippines, traditional and mainstream media or journalism is still very important, and it still finds its way in the reportage of DRRM. The role of media here in the Philippines, especially community media, as I represent the Center for Community Journalism and Development, is very important. But one of the things that we realize, majority of media practitioners would not be so familiar with the concepts and principles of DRRM. So a lot of capability building has to be inputted. They have to know more and of the many changing and varied policies, for example, on DRRM and CCA. I just would like to say here that we are there, we are moving towards making community media or community journalists be part of the equation to make sure that inclusivity, localized actions, or community-driven, community-led initiatives are part of their reportage. Almost always we focus on what disasters are happening when it is happening, not much on prevention and mitigation, particularly on what we can do, not only for preparedness to respond, but the whole gamut of all our prevention, mitigation, disaster preparedness, and of course, post-disaster, especially on recovery. I don't know if this, what I'm saying now is just a superfluous thing, but I hope it should be part of the discussion, not only of social media, but traditional and mainstream media in other countries as well. Thank you very much.
Can you please introduce yourself?
I'm very sorry. I am Adelina Sevilla Alvarez. I represent my organization, which is Center for Community Journalism and Development, CCJD, and I also represent the bigger network, which is the Disaster Risk Reduction Network Philippines.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think earlier our panelist from Maldives, Mr. Hassan, has actually gave example on the use of also traditional communication tools and platforms. The combination of both, whatever it will be best for the people, I think that is more important. And I think I want to pick up from what you said, that the media should actually understand the DRRM. So maybe we have to also work together more with our media partners. Okay, thank you. I saw a hand here earlier. Okay, so I get you first, and then the lady, and then the yellow, the man in yellow. Sorry, I don't know your name. So can you please introduce yourself first quickly, and then quickly give your question or your reflection.
Hello, namaste, and very good morning. This is Suraj Gautam, all the way from Nepal. So yeah, I really acknowledge the way social media is doing a lot of influence towards risk communication. I belong to a country where the elevation ranges from like 60 meters to 8,848.86 meters. So given the challenges of the topography and different other constraints and barriers, sometimes it's really difficult that we don't have such kind of access to information in the very remote areas. And often during the disaster time, such kind of infrastructures are often hit, and we do not get good communication. And in the given scenario, since we are focusing more on the social medias and different digital and electronic media, our indigenous way of communicating the risk information is also not being practiced the way it used to be. So on that note, I would be really happy to learn about some practices that are being done to improve the community engagement and the way that how we can also proceed with our previous indigenous means of ways, and also the ways how we can communicate the risk, not just through the electronic media, but also through other means. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So who from the panelists would like to answer that? But maybe I'll take the two more questions, and let's see. Maybe those are questions, if not comments, no? So we can answer together. Yes, Miss, the lady with using cell phone, yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that question.
Okay. Hello. Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Reina Manongsong. I'm the communication officer for the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. So my question is for Ms. Kia of Internews Philippines. So I have two actually. So the first one would be, has there been an instance where in your Totoo Ba info or the dial platform, has there been an instance where a government platform or an elected official's official public platform was flagged for a disinformation post or a misleading post? And if there was, what was the Internews response for that, or your established algorithm for corrective action? And then another one is, congratulations on your beautiful work in the Bangsamoro region, but are there plans to scale up your operations to also include the regions in the Luzon and the Visayas area? So that's it po. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we get this last, okay, I go to you.
My name is Siripa Mutsalo. I'm from Samoa, and it's great to be here. I'm from a country with a population of only about 200,000 people, and I work at a meteorological service, which utilizes social media as one of the tools to disseminate and push out our information, and something that we are very proud of. We've got about just over 50,000 followers and likes on our social media Facebook page, which is about roughly 25% of the population. So And it's nothing that, I mean, it's something that we've worked so hard for as well. It's been work, a lot of work has been put in through. So we've come from 10 years ago where we will get only like 2 likes on a warning message, and transition to recently more like 500 shares and more than 1,000 likes, up to 50,000 people reached in one post in the last 10 years. So it's indicative of how much people have grown to learn and appreciate our service we provide in the DRR, but at the same time have become more aware of the risks. But with the emergence of artificial intelligence at an age of so much disinformation and misinformation, the question to the panelists is, what are some of the challenges that you already anticipate with this rapidly developing technology in the face of severe hazards? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm sorry, because I saw a hand there earlier, but I did not see the person again, but he came back, so let's pick up this one. Okay, this will be the last question. So while our panelists are preparing for the answers.
Okay, this would be basically addressed to the whole panel. I'm Darwin Papa from the city of Iloilo. Actually, I kept hearing about disinformation and misinformation. And my question actually is focused on, first and foremost, how do we ensure, because we've seen already programs that we're doing, how do we ensure that those people consuming the information are actually consuming credible information? And at the same time, in case there would be programs that will be set up for that type of activity, how could we, do you have a sample on how to sustain those programs?
Okay, thank you very much. So we have 4 questions. One is on engaging indigenous people. So we can pick up 1 or 2 working with indigenous people on the risk communication. We can pick up 1 or 2 panelists. You can choose what question you want to answer. But for Kia, I think you have to answer the question earlier about scaling up, how you're going to expand it nationwide, and also there was another question. I'm sure you pick it up. And then on the social media side, what could be, the possible scare that we have to look into, especially it's rapidly, developing platform. How do we see that? No. So, and then the last question is actually on disinformation and also misinformation. So we have 5 minutes left. Okay. So who would like to answer first on the engagement with indigenous people? Yes, Mark.
All right, so thank you for the questions. Let me share this.
Let's do it very fast.
Yes, in our perspective and experience of doing this. So it was mentioned earlier by, I forgot the name of the gentleman, about how to address, this, providing risk information to the people. Basically, as what I emphasized earlier, the only way we can do this better, not just in the spectrum of early warning system, but in the whole disaster management programs that we are doing. It will tackle, actually, it will answer disinformation, it will answer, inclusion. And the only way we can do that is to make people the heart of this initiative. So they have to be involved in the processes. And in the case of the Philippines, apart from, in our case, apart from doing, introducing technologies, these are vulnerable, as you said earlier, to failures, especially in disaster situations. Even, for example, in our case, we're relying, for example, on SMS. But we know that when disaster strikes, mobile communication and then signals might be unreliable or lost at the moment. So it's about really strengthening community-based DRRM. That should be part of the whole way of doing things. This will address a lot of things. If people are the center of what we do, it addresses everything, this information. In our case, the people develop the messages that they think the most appropriate they should receive in a specific warning level. So we have yellow alerts, for example, red alerts, orange alerts. So the people designed, the messages based on the language that they understand, based on the messages that they wanted to see, that they feel will make more, actionable measures at the local level. And in the Philippines, we are rich in terms of, or there's a vibrant strategies or methods that communities are actually doing in the past as part of implementing community-based disaster management. So we are capitalizing on that. We have to capitalize and recognize digital technology should not meant to replace the already existing methods that communities are doing. These are only additional options for the local government, for disaster managers to handle much better disaster management.
Okay.
So we have to go back at the very
Yeah.
beginning of including people in this
Very well
work.
said, Mark. Thank you very much. So now let's move to the next question. Because the timekeeper kept raising the reminder. Okay, so I'm getting more tense. So thank you, Mark. But I think that is already extensive answer to the question. Let's move to Kia.
Okay, thank you for the questions for Internews. So for the first one, most of our data, we observe that we have political content. So it's really hard to actually, the core deducible element of disinformation and influence operation is really attribution and intent. So if there's particular politician, they are actually being tackled in the content, and we observe particular actors and accounts linked to politicians, but we cannot assure that they are necessarily connected with the politician. So that's it for the if there's a politician connected on the disinformation. But definitely we see an array of topics on politics. And for the question of scaling, actually the Salig Bangsamoro is, the dial is actually already a scale for the National Capital Region. And we're not only tackling topics on the politics, but also in climate and environment. We also have like scams and frauds. And as I've said, one of our challenges really is to know the intent and the attribution of who is really behind of all this disinformation. So it's really hard to, right now the challenge really for identifying this information is not just actually on the element of the topic and content, but also on how they cascade it in the social media. So we have like inauthentic behaviors like being recognized by Meta. They have investigations as well. And we also see like a scale-up information influence operations, which is an old communication strategy of trying to do a soft power or soft communication style to really influence and solve confusion on public. And that's actually something that we want to look out because we could not address each content. We could not, I know that when it comes to debunking such as fact-checking initiatives, it's one of the important aspect, but we also have to do like pre-bunking, and that's when digital literacy on youth and educators will be very important.
Kia, I think you have to answer very, very quick. How you intend to expand that nationwide, and also how to sustain this. Okay,
Yeah,
very, very quick.
Yeah, actually we have media partners who are really into doing alerts for the influence operations and disinformation. So right now, our focus is really have other media to be part of it to really sustain the awareness, because for the media in the Philippines, we also have like the foundational skills. We really have to let them know what, not just disinformation, because in public, we know that they only recognize fake news, but that's not necessarily the case right now, because we have like strategy that is really targeted to, especially right now that election is coming here in the Philippines. So we had a lot of things to do, and we have not just partners with media, but we'll also have like educators to really scale up the initiatives.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, the last question. Let's give it to our other panelists, please. The question, I think, is very important. What do you see in the future? What's the future of social media? How you see that? Is that something that we have to be afraid of? Is that something that we have to have a concern? or something bright out there that, we see, other developments that are coming that can really help us in our work. So quickly, for all the remaining panelists, Mr. Hassan, Dalen, we have Mr. So and Gemma. So can you please tell us about if you see anything about, the future of social media?
First of all, I think the communities should understand the concept of DRR while understanding the risks and the warning messages. So this is something that we also face, but we see the advancements of technologies has brought our island communities together.
Okay.
Before, in 2004 tsunami, we were so much dispersed and we didn't know few things that was happening in some part of the atolls. But the social media and the media for transferring risk information has brought us very closely. And of course, in the future, when AI is integrated into social media, we don't know how advanced it would be, and we should harness in bringing in this into our risk communication.
Thank you very much. Then we have
Thank you very
Dalen.
much. So in the future, in the next 5-10 years, or in the future, I would like to see social media has played an important role in disseminate or in spreading the awareness or the information that related to technology, especially it related to the children entertainment, because that when they watch this video or they get information from it, they get to entertain while learning from it as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dalen. We have Mr. So.
I think like we are talking about the top down mostly, really focus on how we reach the people, but the way that we can use the people on the ground to reach back to us using a social media really impress them, and then they will be engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So.
Thank you. So social media is a huge opportunity, and some of the same principles apply in terms of being able to reach people, but to do everything I was talking about with media, you can do that with social media. So it's a huge opportunity. And of course, the flip side is the additional challenge around mis and disinformation that we've spoken about. So again, coming back to this issue of trust, it's just making sure that even in social media content, you're featuring trusted figures, working with trusted media, thinking about digital media literacy and all of those other elements as well that can help address issues of mis and disinformation. But I think social media is a huge opportunity.
Thank you very much. So let's give all our panelists a big round of applause. This is indeed a very interesting and very important topic. I just want to share one thing, that did not come out in the discussion today, that I felt very important. In the Philippine Red Cross, we take risk communication very important as part of our work. One thing that we have thought about is we serve as the bridge between the science, the other bureau like Weather Bureau or other authorities, in disseminating information to the communities. So we're the bridge. Sometimes it's not enough to say wind speed of 160 kilometers per hour. It's not enough to say that, flood level will be like this. We have to be more, I think we have to find a way how to really communicate it properly to the people in a more descriptive way. Because when we say strong, moderate, and mild, my strong might be just mild for you. So we have different experiences in life. So what we do, we now describe the situation. We can say that a flood will come, the water level will be this high as forecasted, the rainfall will be this much. So this can be similar to a typhoon that happened 5 years ago. The typhoon name is like this, where the water level hit the roof of the people. So we kind of became the bridge, of science and the community to interpret information and really send the right message across to people. It is about trust when we say risk communication. So they should trust us enough for the information we have to give them. Well, that is what I want to add in already the very rich discussions that we have in terms of our role that we can play, in ensuring that it should be effective. So whether it is traditional media or emerging digital platform, our goal should be to build trust, inclusivity, and of course, to be an agent of the communities ensuring that every warning message that we give out is a call to action that can truly save lives. Okay? So thank you very much. I enjoyed moderating with all of you. Very nice crowd. Catherine, thank you for your message. Sasha, thank you for helping with all the organization. Thank you very much. And let us be a champion of early warning for all, that everybody must be covered with our risk communication and early warning. Thank you all of you, and good afternoon. Sorry, they kept reminding me of the time. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's have a photo, maybe.
take a look at the work that the DNR has done on mapping our natural resources as part of our exposure and vulnerability analysis in terms of disaster risk reduction and climate change related risks. The intersecting DNR biodiversity, forestry, and integrated water resource mandates provides opportunities to protect and hopefully increase the population of threatened species, conserve their habitat, and ensure ecological integrity to support the ecosystem services that we all need. This is done through strategic intervention and investment.
Today we move from what to how with the launch of a follow-up report on harnessing development financing for solutions to displacement in the context of disaster and climate change in Asia and the Pacific. Here in Philippines, ADB has provided finance to directly support internally displaced persons through livelihood assistance and maternal and child care services, which is a part of a broader emergency and early recovery program following tropical cyclones.
let me express our country's sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us in this ministerial engagement. As the first regional platform since the adoption of the political declaration of the Sendai Framework Midterm Review, our presence here today is a manifestation of our shared goals and revitalized commitment to regional cooperation and a collaboration to accelerate disaster risk reduction by 2030. Our initiatives and commitments to accelerate the disaster risk reduction agenda are wide-ranging and commendable. These highlight the urgency and importance of our collective efforts and shared goal of mitigating disaster and climate risks and winning the race to resilience for our communities and our ecosystems.
This is also a unit of water security in the Pacific. It's commonly used as a collection vessel for collecting water. Many people will use this in times of normal times, in peacetime, but certainly in times of drought, in times of disaster, you will see this everywhere. But here, we're not just talking about drought, we're talking about too much water and too little water, which is why for the countries represented here today have both problems. And in the Pacific, as Akmal mentioned, we have at least 75% of our disasters are hydrometeorological in nature. They involve either too much or too little water.
So here it's about bolstering the space data value chain and Yamang Kalawakan. Let's quickly, Yamang Kalawakan, a Filipino term, kind of a portmanteau. We invented it. It means literally space wealth or space riches, but figuratively, it refers to the collective resources of the country in terms of people, institutions, policies, environment. So this is a big focus now. It's an important component of this Copernicus program in the Philippines are the services. So there are three of them: the ground motion monitoring, land cover, forest and crop mapping services, and benthic habitat monitoring services.
Heat waves certainly lead to health impact like heat stroke and exhaustion, but their broader effects on human health are more profound. Let me highlight a few. First, heat waves can seriously worsen chronic conditions like cardiovascular and respiratory diseases.
If we talk about community-related impact, we should divide it into 7 sectors. One is like a health-related illness, which is also impacted at the community level, and another also food security, that's also impacted at the community level. Another we can say water scarcity, especially in the urban slum area, and also economical strength, because in the urban slum area, people also lost their livelihood, and also they lost their working hours due to the heat wave. And another also mental health, already my first speaker mentioned about the mental health issue. So due to the income loss and also due to the loss of the working hours, the people who are working in the community level and also in the urban area, mainly the rickshaw puller or van puller or slum people or street hawker who lost their working hours, so they are suffering mental health due to the heat wave seasons. And last one also community resilience and also social inequality. So due to the income loss among the marginalized people and also poor people, so there are some inequality also created within the community level.
This year alone, we witnessed signature events such as gloves. I'd want to speak of Thame, a tiny lake, hardly of the size of a swimming pool. This little pool, which was hardly like 9 kilometers upstream of a picturesque village in Thame, burst its banks, burst its moraine, and then swept away the entire community. Had it been in the middle of a night, we could have lost this entire settlement with people and everyone. We've also in the past have had bilateral discussions and MOUs, say for instance the 9-point MOU signed between our respective governments, between the government of China and government of Nepal, particularly looking at specific areas of, again, transboundary elements such as early warning systems between government of China and government of Nepal, as how could we collaborate further, especially in terms of, again, building up of government-to-government relationship, but also between academicians and science institutions, whereby we could inform about impacts much ahead in time to downstream communities to Nepal. For having led Nepal's NDRMA for nearly 5 years, what I've also seen is, unlike in the past where these incidents were mostly kind of considered to be limited only into the Nepali territory, I'd want to mention by a case that happened in 2021, the Melamchi disaster. This is again another a kind of a glof outburst. It was a prehistoric kind of glof that burst and led to a wiping of a nearly $500 million water transfer project, the headworks of which is under a 24-meter rubble that was very hard to imagine for us. The news and the assessments after the flood events have been carried widely for its damage and impacts that's been brought it down. But if you look into the time trajectory for the last 2 years, what has happened is these nearly 15 million of cubic meters of debris that came down to these mountains didn't stop there. It started flowing downstream to Bihar, to India, which one of those heavily embanked river systems in the world, the Kosi River, that had breached back in 2008. Now what has happened is the sediment and the debris through these Gulf lakes has now come down to Bihar and thus weakening the embankment systems even in Bihar. We've already witnessed the kind of impacts that it could bring into the floodplains within the Nepal-Bihar territories as well. This way we've been spending quite a huge amount of resources to again strengthen and protect this embankment. So what it used to be a localized impacts only into the mountains, this is definitely of a transboundary nature that transcends.
Welcome to the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction 2024. I'm Daphne Asanya Paez, and in this interview, we'll be talking about data-driven decision-making for risk-informed development and financing. And joining me is Christine Zimmer, the Chief Watershed Specialist of the Credit Valley Conservation Authority in Canada. She's recognized as an expert in integrated climate risk management and adaptation for watershed management and green infrastructure. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, first let's talk about your organization. Tell us about the Credit Valley Conservation Authority.
So the Credit Valley Conservation Authority is a watershed-based authority. We manage resources, the environment, on a watershed basis. We deal with flood forecasting and warning. We also regulate the floodplain, so preventing people from building in the floodplain to protect and reduce disaster risks for people. We also protect our drinking water and again, look at fisheries and our natural resources.
Okay, and you work in an urban area.
Well, the Credit River
Valley,
watershed is actually 1,000 square kilometers. And a lot of the urbanization starts along the lake and then goes up towards the headwaters, and that's more rural in nature. So we have a wide variety and diversity within the watershed, so it's a great living example and lab of different environmental interactions.
Wow. What brought you to the APMCDRR?
Well, I had the honor of being invited by the Philippines DNER and also the United Nations. So it's a great honor to be able to share and exchange information and ideas.
Okay, so speaking of the tool that you developed, this is used to forecast flood risks, you said?
So within the Credit River, we've had 12 extreme rainfall events, all exceeding Canada's infrastructure standards. And it really highlighted the need for us to look at how do we prioritize risk with consideration for our social vulnerable population. We had schools that had 4 feet of flooding in less than 20 minutes with no evacuation plans, people living in tents. We also had people getting ill from waterborne diseases. So it really highlighted for me the need for us to prioritize action in the ground to help our most vulnerable populations.
Okay, you said that you've had 12 floods affecting your communities, and it was unexpected or unforeseen, or?
Well, the extreme nature of the
Mm-hmm.
rainfall event was absolutely not something that we anticipated, and the frequency of these events happening. So these are extreme events that scientists say happen, have a 1% chance of happening in any given year, but they're happening more frequently. And actually, we had one extreme event in July and then another extreme event in August. And that goes back to, so the one in August was actually the most extreme event in 86 years of record.
Okay, so I was there when that happened. It was very unexpected, especially for me, because I'm Filipino and we're used to seeing floods, but seeing it in an advanced economy like Canada, and basically, the water doesn't choose where it goes. So how does your app or your tool address these threats now that's faced by many communities in your area?
And one of the challenges is that when the urban areas within the Credit Valley Conservation were built, some of them were built without flood control. So they're even more vulnerable to flooding and also erosion. So we had a rail line that was undermined by erosion and a passenger train with 1,000 patrons on it, which identified the need for us to work collectively together, both regional, local, and provincial levels of government, to make sure we prioritize efforts in the ground. So the tool really looks at where are our biggest risks with consideration for social vulnerable populations, and then where do we each have a role to play? And we look at it at a watershed scale, and then we go into the neighborhood and work with the community to build resiliency.
Okay, let's talk about nature-based green and gray infrastructure. What is that role in your in the work that you do?
Right. So wetlands play a significant role in soaking up water. They're like a sponge. And so they can reduce the flooding that goes down into our rivers and reduce. So we really want to protect those. We also want to protect forests. That also helps to reduce the runoff off the surface. There's also engineering techniques called green infrastructure. So you may have seen green roofs or ditches with gardens in them. Those again are helping to absorb and soak up the water so it doesn't run and create flooding. So those are the techniques we're trying to use in the urban centers because there's very little room to put in conventional gray infrastructure.
This is the same concept as sponge cities?
That's right. It's the same concept. And so the more we can mimic nature, the more resilient we are from a disaster perspective, but also an environmental perspective.
So in your few days here at the conference, I'm sure you've met many Asia-Pacific delegates.
Yes.
What are obviously flooding is a very common theme here. What were the lessons or the highlights from your talks?
I think one of the interesting things is that we're all coming to the same conclusion. We're all saying we have to take lessons from nature. We have to try and mimic nature in our urban settings to improve resiliency. The other key message is not forgetting our social vulnerable population. That's why we're here, right? They require more social services, more healthcare services and emergency management. Much more difficult for them to recuperate from a flood. And so I think one of the interesting takeaways for me is that we're all coming to the same conclusion and we can all exchange ideas on what worked, what didn't work, and how can we all build capacity.
One of the lessons I learned also here was that in many communities and in areas, there's still a need to build capacity on data.
Yes.
On building data about the capacities of the communities to absorb these threats that are facing.
Data is a critical component to not just environmental management, but disaster resiliency. It really directs us and allows us, after a flood, to understand it, what happened, what went wrong, why did something flood? But it also helps us direct the future, where we need to go, where we need to target our efforts. The trouble with data is that a lot of times we want instantaneous answers, and we have to take time to analyze it. A lot of times we also think that it's a nice to do, but not a have to do. But really it's a part of risk management. It informs our decision making so that we can make sure that our vulnerable populations are safe.
Okay. The technology that you developed, is that transferable to other countries?
Yes, it is. It's something that we're hoping with funding to allow other municipalities and communities to use. When we developed the tool, we didn't just develop it for the Credit River watershed. We actually engaged municipalities across Canada to understand what their data availability is, what information they have. We collected damage costs from them. So we've had quite a bit of interest in Canada and here in our discussions here in the Philippines about the tool. And so we hope to share it.
Oh, wonderful. Is this something that that can only be done by the government, or are you also looking for private partnerships?
Private partnerships are extremely important. We actually received funding from RBC, Nature Tech Foundation. The banking and financial institutions, the development community are all very interested because there's a legal risk and liability and reputational risk for them as well. They don't want to see flooded properties and infrastructure either. So private sector plays an important role in disaster mitigation.
Okay. Today's theme is gender inclusivity, and how do you think your work, especially in developing the tool, has addressed the needs of the vulnerable and those who need representation?
So the tool actually was conceived or inspired because after the 2013 flood, we sat down with the community, we sat down with public health, we sat down with social services and listened to their stories. And it touched me. It still touches me now when I think of the different impacts that people suffered during the flood. And so part of the tool is looking at the demographics and looking at social vulnerable populations. So women, single families, immigrants, low-income families, senior citizens, all are more vulnerable during a flood and evacuating, but also recuperating from that flood. And so the tool uses census data, and we overlay it on all of the mapping that we have so that it informs every decision we make.
Very interesting. We're seeing that a lot in the news now, especially even in the United States. The storms are more frequent and they're bigger, and it really does affect the most vulnerable, the elderly, the women, children. What are the lessons you think that we can all learn from regarding this?
I think one of the things that I have taken in for my own personal experience is that as engineers, we get very excited about infrastructure. We get into the data, and we need to recognize that what we do is for the social vulnerable populations, right? And so I think one of the things that has been most important and informative is when we work together. So when we have social services and public health telling emergency managers their story to help inform their preparedness planning, going into the community to understand what their risks are so that we can better improve our approaches, whether that's in outreach and communication or whether that's in green infrastructure to prevent the disaster. I think one of the things that we've learned is language is so critical. Many times we have said, oh, this was an extreme event, a 1% chance of happening, and then we had another storm event a month later. And so a lot of people thought, oh, 1% chance of happening, I don't need to do anything to reduce risk. And then it happened again. So understanding language, I think, is very important, and connecting with people on an emotional level so that we can change behaviors.
That reminds me of what happened in the Philippines. We used to have our storm warning signal was based on the strength of the storm, but now we have warning signals for flood risk. And this is given through the cell phones.
Yes.
Phone companies, and
Yes.
they warn people your
Yes.
area might be flooded because of, and it's not anymore so directly related to the strength of the storm, but basically the hazards in your locality.
That is a great example. One of the things that I think has been really transformative is social media. We have been getting a lot more flood complaints via social media than the phone call. And also videos, which is great for us to collect that data and to say, okay, yes, our models are predicting that this area is flooded, and we're seeing the video information to let us know that that is happening. So yes, absolutely. I think one of the other things that we're finding is because these events are so extreme, we can't go out into the field during these extreme events to monitor them physically. So we're using drones or we're using cameras to diagnose where there's extreme flooding.
Wow, so that's technology.
Technology has been a great tool for us.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay, let's just go back to one of the things that is mentioned here in your work. Your tool also supports public health target emergency planning.
Yes. One of the things that we found was low-income families were not throwing out food that had been contaminated by flooded waters, and they were getting waterborne illnesses. That really touched us. And so we worked with Health Canada and the University of Guelph to develop an aspect of the risk tool to allow us to identify where we might see pathogens so that we can, again, work with public health and outreach to try and engage people, also to give social support, shelters, replacement food, so that people don't have waterborne illnesses.
Where can we see this tool?
The tool is going to be released in early 2025, and we are hoping to develop training for people and practitioners. Again, we're hoping to get funding to help us provide support to practitioners to use the tool.
Is it mostly for policymakers and practitioners, or is it a public
Well, the nice part
mechanism?
about the tool is it's spatial. So, you could see your home and see what your flood risk is so that you can make an informed decision. So that's the nice part of the tool. The other nice part of the tool is that it's actually a financial tool. So it allows you to say, if I invest today, here's my payback tomorrow, right? And here's where I can reduce risk. So it's been a tool to help us explain risk to multiple stakeholders.
Wow, that's so interesting. I'd like to see that. So if you were to partner with, or to have a collaboration with other countries or communities in the Asia Pacific, how do they start?
Well, that's a good question. I think what I'd like to do is ask those communities in other countries, what are their risks? What are they seeing in the ground with respect to social vulnerable populations? What information and data do they have? The tool is built for municipalities that have data, but also those municipalities that don't have data. So we have different features. And so really getting to know and understand what data is available, we can then tailor the tool to help support them.
Okay, where are you at now? So you're going to release your tool, but you've just had a big flood in your locality. What does it look like in the next few years for your organization?
So we've been using the tool actually to help us identify where we need to prioritize cleanup, where we need to prioritize emergency planning and outreach and preventative measures. That's been our focus, but obviously we're hoping for, again, those partners that we mentioned, like RBC, the federal government, provincial government, to give us the support that we can extend the tool to others outside of our watershed.
Thank you, wow. And we're halfway through the conference. What else are you looking forward to?
I have to say, I've just been enjoying every day and every moment, and meeting the wonderful people in the Philippines. They've been so friendly and inviting and enthusiastic, and I think it's been such a great opportunity for me to learn from them. So I'm excited to hear more about risk communication and the different ways in which we can engage people.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Well, thank you so much, Christine Zimmer, Chief Watershed Specialist of the Credit Valley Conservation Authority. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was a wake-up call to the world. 230,000 people killed, $10 billion in damages, almost no early warning systems, EWS, in place. In response, the world established the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. Today, warning centers in the Asia Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia-Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS, but few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises, and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end inclusive coverage. Investing in EWS is a cost-effective method of protecting lives. Every US dollar invested in EWS saves up to $13 in disaster response and recovery. Comprehensive EWS can reduce disaster losses by 30 to 50%. Advanced EWS can reduce disaster-related deaths by up to 8-fold. It's not just about warnings, it's about risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, communication, preparedness to respond, anticipatory financing, and early actions. The Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative calls for universal coverage. And the Asia-Pacific can lead the way by scaling up EWS for all hazard. We know the solutions, now let's invest in them. Together, we can ensure every community is protected from the next disaster. Early warnings. for all.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for the in-depth examples of how the Philippines are using AI to support a variety applications in disaster management. So our next speaker is Dr. Lauriane Shadow. She's Assistant Director in Community Engagement at Earth Observatory of Singapore. So Lauriane, take it away.
Thanks, Ifan. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming. So this is going to be a very different presentation, a very different format, and I would like you to really reflect on AI for DRR as well. So basically, I have 3 main points. So just to give you a little bit of background, I really work at the intersection between science and community. I'm very fortunate to be in that space where we can really make a direct impact from research on the ground. So my perspective today, I know, is being shared by a lot of scientists that work with me at the Observatory of Singapore, but yeah, I'm phrasing it and framing it from my own personal experience throughout these years. So basically, I have 3 main points that I want to tell you, and at the same time, I want you to experience AI for DRR as well. So it's a session about AI, so I thought I would leverage AI as a tool for my presentation. So for each point that I'm going to make, I generated an image that, not yet, but that's okay. I generated an image that I wanted, to represent basically what I'm going to say, okay? So I really spent so many hours really trying to make this image as reflecting as possible. I totally failed. There were a lot of biases, misrepresentations, not at all what I wanted to say. But basically, I took this opportunity, instead of saying, okay, I failed, let's bring this opportunity to you and basically show you what I got. And you can actually experience by yourself when you see that image compared to what I'm saying, is that actually a true representation? Okay, so the experience is that. I'm going to be telling my 3 points, and each time there will be an image representing what I mean. So look at the image, listen to my voice, and see whether you can spot things that perhaps are biased, misrepresented. I spotted a few, I named a few on the slide, but yeah, basically experience it by yourself, okay? So here comes my first point. So there won't be much words. These are basically pretty much I have 3 slides with words, the other ones will be images. So I guess the first point, AI in open science presents an unprecedented opportunity for better hazard assessments, but we need more local data, and research needs to be conducted in collaboration with and as much as possible led by local scientists. So you can see here the need for local context. Okay, so here comes, and please look at that while I'm going to be reading what I mean, okay? So I guess the first point that I want to make, again, we all know live in a multiple hazard world. Some of the impacts being exacerbated by climate change. So AI in that sense, and we just heard that through Michael, right, presents huge opportunity for forecasting, identifying patterns, such things that are really right now, we need a lot of data, we need a lot of resources, we need a lot of scientists actually doing that. So AI gives us this opportunity of really being able to do that in a much more efficient way, okay? So the first point was really about we need more local data. We need those local data, and I think Ferry mentioned that, to really train the models, because otherwise really the outputs will be totally biased towards countries or places where we have more data, such as maybe the US or Europe. So in the context of Southeast Asia, already we're struggling on the science when we do the research, like we always want more data, right? But for AI, I think it's going to be very critical if we don't want the results to be totally biased. Together with the data, we also need to involve the local scientists. So this has been done like as much as possible, but there are still many gaps. If we don't do it with AI, the chasm is going to be even greater. Like research can be done in the States, and they can provide forecasts and things for the Philippines, but no Filipino scientists involved, right? We really don't want that. Obviously, ethically, it's not that great, but also those people in the US might not understand the local context. They might not know the uncertainties in the data. They were not on the ground to collect the data. I was a researcher myself before. These are huge, huge, huge experiences that you can bring when you actually interpret the data. So these are very important aspects, I think, when we move towards this open science AI sphere, to not forget the actual people on the ground and not just involve them like, oh, they will provide data, that's great, they can share, but also how can we involve them in the process as well. So just to share a little bit about what we have done at the observatory, we have a large climate program at the moment running, funded by the Ministry of Education. It's got a lot of research is going to be done across climate processes, climate and health, climate and finance, many, many different aspects. But across that, there are actually cross-cutting themes such as AI and community engagement, which I think are quite critical. Okay, I'm going to move on to my next. Okay, so here there are two biases I had spotted on this image. Basically, I hope that you have spotted many more, because this image is totally biased and misrepresents a lot of the things I wanted to say. Okay, the second point. AI and open data present an unprecedented opportunity for better risk assessments, but we actually need disaggregated data to enable risk assessments to be targeted and account for the intersectionality of people. I've heard many talks today actually across this whole week, about disaggregated data. I think we all know we need more. For AI, I guess that's even more critical when we move from the hazard space, where we can have the best forecast, the best predictions, but if you actually don't have any data on the ground that are not biased, again, the same thing as the first point. If we want data to not be biased, then we need the results to not be biased, we need people data. So here, my second image, I tried my best to represent as much as possible how what the points I want to make. So, for example, something that we did recently, and I think that was talked about yesterday in one of the sessions, we did a lot of research about climate cyclones that show, okay, cyclones are basically changing intensity, changing frequency, and their tracks are also changing. So this is really great, latest research, but we actually don't really have the data to how is this going to help people on the ground. So we're actually doing that. I think it's a huge opportunity for citizen science, because those data, we need them at a very high pace. Hazards keep changing, AI keeps changing. We need this data very fast. So how can we incentivize people really to provide those data? I think what is key is to think about how can they benefit from providing data. Yeah, 30 seconds. So all these things I leave you think about this. How can we actually show them that they can benefit? A lot is about education, incentives, I don't know, any kind, but I'm sure all of you can think about that as well. Okay, I'm going to go very fast to the last point. AI and open data present an unprecedented opportunity for preparedness, but we need to create solutions with the local communities as well, and using AI as a tool. This one is going to be very fast. So this is really based on my experience. I find this image very lovely. You can see the Singapore flag. So a bit biased also here, but basically the reason is that because Singapore is pushing quite strongly on AI. So we have a new college of data science at NTU, many things happening in Singapore about AI. In my current role, I get to work a lot with curriculum planners, so I guess my point here is going to be about education. For many years, I've been working on helping them with curriculum development. This is a huge task. I constantly need to update them with new case studies from the region, so we don't talk about the San Andreas Fault, but we talk about faults in the region, these kind of initiatives. This is a huge task. I think AI is a great opportunity to help us in that sphere, and we're actually already discussing how basically they will use the research that we produce, or curated research, to really tailor, to derive curricula for different students. So at the same time, they want us to basically give them the relevant science. They perhaps don't want the whole science. They would use AI to then extract what they need and really target each age group using AI. So I think it's a very nice, we're already discussing that. They're really trying to be at the forefront. Okay, so here are the two biases, and I'm sorry I'm running a bit late. So just to leave you here, thank you very much. These were my 3 main points. I hope you took some time to really reflect on the image, and when you use AI, maybe in the future, to really think about all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorian, for the very interesting AI-generated images. Brought it to the discussion. I think that's excellent. So our next speaker is Mr. Satoshi Nagoro. He's the COO and head of Global Business Group, SPECT Inc. in Japan. So Satoshi, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, my name is Satoshi Negoro from SPECT. This is an AI startup company in Japan. So I'd like to introduce the AI solution for disaster and crisis management. So can I switch to my PC? Yeah, this is SPECT Pro. Then we are providing this service in Japan, and we have so many customers. But on top of that, we launched the service in the Philippines from this month. So I'd like to show you the actual product. So this is the screen of the SPECT Pro. And this side. Then everything is in Japanese, so I translate to English so you can understand the meaning. Right? Okay? So we are using the social media as an information source. Then everybody has a smartphone now, and most of them using social media. So if something special happened in front, somebody must take a picture in the movie and post to social media. And we're using AI technology to collect such kind of information. For example, this one is a car bomb explodes in Pakistan. This is the very latest information, 1 minute ago. And this is 6 minutes ago, and part of the road collapsed in India. And the Shizuoka Prefecture, there's a fire, traffic accident, airline delay. So many information regarding the crisis is coming up to this. And for example, in Hokkaido, there's a car rollover accident. Then regarding this accident, it seems like 2 persons shot the picture and posted it. And we analyze the sentences, and we analyze the images, and we analyze the letters of the symbols, and we specify the very exact location. So you can, on the Google map, you can see the situation around the car accident. And on top of that, we can sort out based on your interests. For example, you are interested in only flood. And for example, in Saitama Prefecture in Japan. So everything is regarding the information about the flood in Saitama Prefecture. And not only the information itself, but you can plot such information on the map. Like this. So one of our customers is the local governments in Japan, so they are using SPECT Pro to make a critical decision during the disaster time. Then on top of the information on social media, so internet is not so fast now, but you can overlap the other information like rainfall information, and you can overlap the traffic information. So let's wait. Renew. So during I'm waiting, and we are overlapping the camera information. These cameras are installed by the Japanese government. We are connecting the over 15,000 cameras. So, unfortunately, the internet speed is not so fast. So you cannot see. But you can see the current situation of the river, and you can see the normal situation of the river, so you can compare the current and the normal time. Then, as I said, so we already launched the service in the Philippines. So it seems like a heavy rain in the Mindanao Island. So there's so many flood information like this. You can see. Yeah, so I don't have so much time today, so I go back to the slides. Yeah, so how it works is that there are so many posts on social media. So we are using AI to collect what is happening at where. And after that, this is very important, but the human verification teams working for 24 hours verify all the information before we deliver the information to customers. So the important point is the artificial intelligence and human intelligence. AI is very great and powerful technology, but it's not perfect. But the human intelligence is very flexible and great. So we need to multiply those two, and we give the only credible information. Regarding the question about the challenges, so many people raise the point of the credibility and the accuracy. So this is very important because during the disaster time, so they don't have any resource to check whether it is true or false. So we only deliver only credible information. This is very important. Then why we are relying on social media? So left side is the advantage. It's very speedy, and so many people are using it. So coverage is vast, and the visibility. So if we got the information for phone call, it's very difficult to know exactly what is happening. But you can get the photo and images, so it's very easy to see. And we can write on the people's smartphone. You don't need to install the camera everywhere, so no hardware investment is needed. But on the other hand, there are two big disadvantages. One is that the data is too huge, so it's very difficult to find only variable information. It's like find a pin in the haystack. And another one is, you know well, the fake news. So we are using technology to overcome those disadvantages. So one is the natural language analysis. So we analyze the sentences on the post and check the words, what kind of the words inside. And another one is the image analysis. This movie was posted on Twitter in Japan before, and machine learning AI is now detecting what kind of object inside the movie. So fire engine and smoke, 1.00 meaning the 100% matching with smoke, and fire. So our AI can understand that this is related to fire. So there are so many machine learning AIs now, but our expertise AI is focusing on the disasters and crises. So in this field, our AI is the strongest in the world, I believe. Then last slide is how to remove fake news. So I don't have a long time to explain that about the details, but we are doing so many things by AI. We analyze the sentences, and we analyze the credibility of the person who posted the information, and we analyze the images, whether it is posted before or not. So we multiply so many methods to check, and after that, as I said, so our verification team check everything before delivery. So we don't deliver the fake news. We never deliver fake news to the customers. So this is the Specti Pro. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Satoshi, for the excellent example and how AI can be used for all kinds of disaster information gatherings from social media or crowdsourced data. So if you have questions, please use Slido. So we are going forward to Q&A session. So yeah, please engage with our panelists. All right, so before we answer your questions, I have a few questions to the panelists. One question each, and 1 minute to answer the question. So to Ferry, what key actions should governments, decision makers, and stakeholders take to support production of quality open data that can also be utilized by AI? So you talk a lot about open science.
Yes. So actually, first, before I answer, I also refer to the recommendation. Most recommendations have a set of actions for specifically the governments and decision makers in the area of science and AI. I think it's a very multilateral, multi-layered action environment. We need policies, we need incentives, we need building the culture. Incentives are very important, especially here. We need investment in infrastructures. We cannot deal with AI and open science when we don't have internet connectivity everywhere. We need also investment in educating the human resource from scientists, innovators, but also those who provide services for them, also for policymakers to have a good understanding of these areas. And I think being very open for international collaboration, which is reciprocal from the government side, is very important.
Thank you very much. So I have a question for Michael. In your presentation, you mentioned that generative AI has a potential improving the warning, dissemination, communication. Can you please tell us how you think the generative AI can help with that? And what are the risks using generative AI? Are there some fake information in there?
Thank you for the question. One of the benefits in using generative AI is, for example, in the Philippines, we have over 100 local languages. Generative AI technologies also cover the translation of languages. So instead of we manually put put the warnings in different languages, we can use AI to speed up the process. Yes. And the dangers, we've seen ChatGPT, and people see that ChatGPT is prone to hallucination. So yeah, well, it makes up data. There is an initiative by the previous workers from OpenAI. They tried to manipulate they tried to inspect and manipulate AI models, just like what people from the neuroscience study the brain. They put an stimulus and they see how the model responds. Then they manipulate the nodes that are active in that kind of stimulus, so we can get the response that we intended.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So for Lauriane, my question is, for better preparedness, you mentioned that we need solutions that are co-created between scientists and local communities. I think that's very important. How can open science and AI help to make it happen?
So I guess during my presentation, I mentioned an example about the intersections of like scientists with curriculum planners and AI and open science. So I guess I gave this example to continue perhaps on the school aspect. Something that I think quite unique, I guess we're quite excited about it in the science area, is we never have enough resources to really collect or to really analyze all the data we have, even we always want more data. So the thing is really with AI, we can have this sense of scale, like there is so much we can do. And the idea of like localizing really or tailoring the output to the local context, I think very good. Like I mentioned in my talk about the curricula for different age groups that would take us years to basically do ourselves. So I guess another project that actually would be very good, and I'm actually exploring that, is another idea for co-creation is, for example, we always try to engage students in school about learning about their own hazards, really being engaged, not being like on the passive side. So where we could actually have students identify their hazards, they could feed that into a platform, AI, obviously, okay, here, please assume that all the biases, all the things that I've been mentioning during my talks have been addressed, then we can do that. Basically, this platform could then perhaps, if we give input to these AI algorithms to really help them move towards the next level, like once you know your hazards, you give us your local context, and then we can actually learn what the next step, what's the next level of preparedness. So that's one example. Can I just give another one, perhaps? Yeah, so the next one is actually something that some of my colleagues at the Earth Observatory have been really focusing on quite a lot, really about successes in disaster risk management. To the extent of having all sorts of awards, right? We always want to highlight also those success stories. Right now, as far as I know, it relies a lot on nominations or people actually knowing other people who are doing great stuff and sharing here. Actually, I heard so many great stories during this conference. But I'm sure there are so many more that we could actually, input and give to some sort of sharing through open science and really have to provide, people would provide those solutions, could provide the local context they were in, provide the performance of those solutions, and really AI perhaps trying, you know, to, when you ask for something to AI, perhaps giving, it could give you some tailored, you know, proposed solutions that obviously you need to vet and so on, but perhaps could generate ideas this way. So I guess perhaps two other examples.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's a good discussion to have. Satoshi, I have a very quick question for you. I mean, you in SPEC-T, you use different ways to reduce fake news. And you mentioned like human intelligence, image processing. How can you scale this up? Because this is labor intensive.
We can scale up it because of the, we don't need so much human labor. So we have, to check the information in Japan, so we have 3 or 4 persons in one time. And they are working in shift for 24 hours. So big part of the check is done by AI. And after that, human will do the final check. So we can scale it up.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Now we have a lot of questions coming from the audience. If you still have questions, scan the QR code. But first, we will go to the question that got voted by 11 people. How would AI work in areas with countries with low access to technology? What are the strategies to help communities maximize their efforts on AI? So, Farif, maybe first you want to give your thoughts, then Lauriane, very brief, 1 minute.
I think that's the very right time to ask this question and for everyone to answer it. We need infrastructures, we need knowledge, and it's not just about AI as a technology to be imported to the countries. We need the students, we need the young generation to have the knowledge to develop and to validate the products of AI. So we really need collaboration. We are at the point that science and technology and a lot of other factors have created a lot of divides. There is a risk that divides are not bridged, but also they are widening. So it's a very valid question. We just need to act on it. We need to do collaboration.
Thank you, Farif. Lauriane, quick answer.
Yeah. I mean, she said a lot already. Spending so much time, actually, so helping communities actually means understanding actually what they actually need, right? Like, it's not just like coming from a lane of this is what you actually should do. So I think a lot of to help them first, we should perhaps focus on what their priorities are. I heard that actually a lot also during that conference. We have many needs, perhaps, but what are the priorities, and really help them move towards that space, I would say. So technologies is, yeah, bring them the technology, but like, then what? What do they need? Do they actually need to understand more about the process? Do they need to learn more about the data? I don't, whatever, but what are the priorities, yeah.
Yes, thank you both for the excellent points. Then maybe okay, now we have one more. Do we know the impact of hardware of these servers of these IIS affecting the environment? And how would EVAS impact us in the long run? This is for both Michael and Satoshi. So maybe, do you want to go first, Satoshi?
Yes. Which question? So hardware?
The question about hardware impact, you know, AI model use big servers, a lot of computation resources. How does that impact the environment?
I'm not the expert about that area, so but it must be impact. And maybe we need the innovation in the electricity and the battery generation, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Michael, some comments?
For numerical weather prediction, AI models have lesser impacts than the numerical weather prediction models because numerical weather prediction models require very huge hardware, high-performance computing systems than the AI when you use it. In AI systems, you only need big computing resources when you train it, but it is reusable. Yeah. You only need to retrain that, and when there is a case that it cannot cover. Yeah.
Okay, that's a great point. So next question is for Satoshi. For SPEC-T Pro, what % of work does human intervention take? Is AI used only for extracting relevant topics from social media? So please.
Difficult to say the percentage, but as I said, the job done by human is very small. So main part is done by AI, and the human is doing the final check. So maybe
10% or
5%, I think.
Okay. So is AI used only for extracting relevant topics, or it's used for everything else? Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. Then our next question is, with the increasing privatization of AI products for DRR, how could we ensure that climate risk information remains a public good and equitably accessible? So that's an excellent question. So who wants to answer? Yeah, so Michael?
The World Meteorological Organization is planning to provide a network for open access of data. So the direction of the World Meteorological Organization is towards open. So it will be equitably accessible.
Yes, thanks. Any other comments and thoughts from the panel, Ferry?
Yes, I think we can also always remind ourselves that DRR is about empowering every individual to act wisely at the time of disaster. So having this climate and generally disaster risk data open and the knowledge open and understandable for the public is the first step for prevention of disasters that everyone should consider.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Oh, now we got a real question about cost. How much is subscription cost for SPEC-T? Is it free almost?
No. In Japan, so 1 month, so around $1,000. But we decided the new, different price in the Philippines, so 40,000 pesos per month. But this is equivalent to the hire the person, one person in the rural area.
Okay, thank you. So now we have one more question. How do we reconcile the ethical use of AI in building resilience when some say it is resource intensive from minerals, electronic chips, energy, land use? That's again related to, you know, the impact of AI on the environment, right? So, so any thoughts on, you know, how do we, you know, we train bigger models, use more data, or can we actually have an environmental mindset when we use AI? So anyone wants to answer that? So Ferry? Yeah.
I think it's a combination of all that you mentioned, yeah. Yeah, it's not one solution. So.
Yeah, I think everyone, when we use AI, we need to be mindful about the ethical use of AI. So I think that everyone here needs to contribute in order to reduce the environmental footprint. I think this is the last question. How would you approach the current data gap on modeling vulnerability that has received less attention than versus exposure and hazard among AI researchers?
To act on climate and
Michael,
emissions.
do you want to say
There is
something?
a significant potential for AI
in
to
terms of
assist
vulnerability,
in that area as well.
It changes frequently.
So, for example,
the development
we see
of the local
efforts around afforestation,
is very fast,
the use
so
of AI together with some of the new sensing
frequently.
technologies that I've talked about, so high-resolution satellite data,
to get
Internet of Things
data
sources, sensors providing information, significant potential to allow governments to establish baselines for forestry activity, very useful in terms of improving
So we
additionality in a
move
carbon
towards
market
forecasting, right,
sense,
with hazardous
and
metals
allowing
possible.
governments to
How can we
harness
also like
some of that
forecast
significant
vulnerability
revenue
in the
potential
future?
there,
So it's not just vulnerability
as well
now,
as
right?
providing
Because perhaps
sort
now
of
it's too late,
real-time
actually.
monitoring,
Perhaps you should just
reporting,
foresee, okay, what are
verification,
some
which is
future
really
vulnerabilities that
necessary
we can already
to give that action
move now to
integrity
address,
and transparency.
now before they actually
and we
become,
also see, you know, in sort of on my theme of
So I guess
investment,
this is
you
also
know,
like
there's,
looking forward,
there is a critical need for
thinking about
investments
what
in
could be
climate
future
action
vulnerabilities,
in Southeast Asia and in a number of other
Do you hear me?
regions.
Yes. So I
and we
also
see
want
quite a lot
to
of
refer to the
potential
data
for
gap
AI
from
to
different
assist
disciplines.
in
Areas
this
like
area
they
as
are
well,
that are very
through the use
multidisciplinary,
of,
and each of us, from
you know,
our
sort of
point of
payment
view, may
systems
think that we have a
technology
solution,
and
we have a
new,
technical solution for
distributed
that, but it's very
ledger,
important also
options,
to have the
you know,
perspective
for
and
enhanced
data from
transparency
different
to allow
disciplines to have this holistic
investors and
view on the
donors
issue.
to see where climate action is
Okay,
happening.
yes, thank you all for the comments and thanks
in
audience
climate
for the
space.
excellent
You mentioned
questions.
investment,
So
the
now
theme-
we are
many themes
moving
here,
to your
in
engagement
the
again.
conference touched
So please
on
scan the QR
importance
code.
of
What
investing
kind
in
of AI
DRR,
solutions do we
and not-
need
for it
for
not to be
disaster
seen as
risk
just an
reduction in
expense, it
Asia
actually is an
Pacific?
investment for the
Your
future.
input will
So
help us
you're saying
to
also
really
to
take
invest
home
through
the messages
artificial
from
intelligence,
your
and this could help.
engagement and also
Absolutely.
when
you know, we
developing
know
solutions that we're mindful
for every
the
dollar
needs,
spent on DRR, there are
from
multiples
variety of
in terms of return on it.
participants
We also
from
know
government,
that, for example, you know, even as much
in,
as
private
24
sectors,
hours
academia,
notice for some
civil
events like
society,
heat waves
so
can reduce the costs
earthquake
to the
prediction,
economy by
okay,
up to
it's
30%.
very big,
So
and
there are significant fiscal savings associated
collaboration,
with these investments,
forecasting,
and significant
infectious
potential
disease,
for
quality
AI coupled with
representation,
other new technologies to
transparency,
actually open
understanding
channels for
human
investment
risks,
to flow for
forecasting,
both
early
mitigation
warning,
and adaptation.
a lot of
It's
forecasting,
been
predictive
this is the
model
third
for
day of the
coming
conference.
disasters that's
Any
related
other
to
learnings that
early
you
warning.
know,
I
you've
can
come
see
across, in dealing with
risk and
other
damage
delegates in other
assessment,
countries here?
smart
I
agriculture.
think one of the things that's really struck me is actually just the commonality of the challenge that we're facing,
But,
you know, and
simple,
actually the commonality of the
localized
solutions.
forecast
you know,
and early warning.
investment,
Early
we've talked
warning.
about
I think
technology
those are
solutions,
really,
and then the
you know,
right policy
excellent
framework that enables those to
takeaway
deliver.
for us
So going back
in
to
terms
policy,
of thinking about AI
What
solutions.
should countries be doing now?
So
to
forecasting
prepare for
early
the
warning,
possibility of
flood warning.
investing in
so
AI
yeah, many
now
thank
or in the
you.
future?
Now we
I think
can
making
see our
sure
next
that
one.
they understand the
What are your
potential
key
of AI
takeaways
and that
from
they
this
have the right
session after
foundational
listening
frameworks in
to
place
the
to allow
panelists'
them to
presentations and
capitalise
also all the
on,
discussions and the
we talk about
Q&As?
governing in the age of AI.
So we want to
and
see
the
if
AI has
you
the
know we
potential to
have
really
a
transform the
objective.
way,
Have we
governments
accomplished the
deliver
objective
effective
of this
services. So
session?
getting those foundational pieces in place
You
is
feel
critical.
challenged the fast growth of AI.
So in your
a
work,
bunch of
what are
AI
you
is
looking
good,
forward
but
to,
in
in
moderation,
terms of,
AI
you know,
for
you're at the
DRR,
cusp of change and
towards AI and
transformation.
open science in all
What would you
countries.
like to see happen?
Important role of
not
AI
through
in
AI
aiding
or
DRR.
disaster
So
risk
AI
reduction?
definitely plays a central role.
I think for me, I really
proper
hope
use of AI in
that,
DRR, public
governments and
participation,
investors in
engagement,
the capital markets, policymakers,
intervention,
and private companies
AI versus
understand
human,
the potential
importance of
these
open
tools
data,
to
definitely
overcome
towards
many of the
AI and
barriers
open
that we've
science in
seen,
all countries,
to investment
quality
flowing where
data,
it's most
collaboration,
needed. And for
open
that to be
science
leveraged
with
really
AI.
to both reduce
AI is the
global
future.
emissions
AI
and
ethical
make
AI.
countries that are
So,
most vulnerable more
yes,
resilient.
so there
Thank you.
definitely,
That's,
I
learned a lot
think
today
we
about
are
leveraging artificial
achieving
intelligence
our
technology
goals
to enhance
for this
disaster risk
session.
reduction. Thank you so
And
much, Dr. Lindy Frisman.
now
of the, Tony
it's
Blair
time
Institute
to wrap
for
up.
Global
So
Change.
we have heard
This
about the
concludes
need for
this
open
interview.
science,
Thank you very much.
open data, open tools, open infrastructure, and the opportunity and challenges of AI in disaster management, the critical role of community engagement in co-creating solutions for disaster preparedness. We've also been reminded of the importance of addressing misinformation in crisis solutions and scaling AI, human intelligence collaborations. As we conclude, I encourage all of us to continue this dialogue and work together towards building solutions that are inclusive, transparent, and resilient. I would like to take the opportunity to give special thanks to Ms. Chinatsu Indo, Program Management Officer at UNDRR, Regional Office for Asia and Pacific, for putting together this insightful session. Big applause to Ms. Indo. She's up there. And also thanks to all of you for your participation. So applause for all of you. Let's give another round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for the excellent presentations and discussions. Thank you all for participating in this session. Thank you very much.
please take a look at the work that the DNR has done on mapping our natural resources as part of our exposure and vulnerability analysis in terms of disaster risk reduction and climate change related risks. The intersecting DNR biodiversity, forestry, and integrated water resource mandates provides opportunities to protect and hopefully increase the population of threatened species, conserve their habitat, and ensure ecological integrity to support the ecosystem services that we all need. This is done through strategic intervention and investment.
Today we move from what to how with the launch of a follow-up report on harnessing development financing for solutions to displacement in the context of disaster and climate change in Asia and the Pacific. Here in Philippines, ADB has provided finance to directly support internally displaced persons through livelihood assistance and maternal and child care services, which is a part of a broader emergency and early recovery program following tropical cyclones.
let me express our country's sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us in this ministerial engagement. As the first regional platform since the adoption of the political declaration of the Sendai Framework Midterm Review, our presence here today is a manifestation of our shared goals and revitalized commitment to regional cooperation and a collaboration to accelerate disaster risk reduction by 2030. Our initiatives and commitments to accelerate the disaster risk reduction agenda are wide-ranging and commendable. These highlight the urgency and importance of our collective efforts and shared goal of mitigating disaster and climate risks and winning the race to resilience for our communities and our ecosystems.
This is also a unit of water security in the Pacific. It's commonly used as a collection vessel for collecting water. Many people will use this in times of normal times, in peacetime, but certainly in times of drought, in times of disaster. You will see this everywhere. But here, we're not just talking about drought, we're talking about too much water and too little water, which is why for the countries represented here today have both problems. And in the Pacific, as Akmal mentioned, we have at least 75% of our disasters are hydrometeorological in nature. They involve either too much or too little water.
So here, it's about bolstering the space data value chain and Yamang Kalawakan. It's quickly, Yamang Kalawakan, a Filipino term, kind of a portmanteau. We invented it. It means literally space wealth or space riches, but figuratively, it refers to the collective resources of the country in terms of people, institutions, policies, environment. So this is a big focus now. It's an important component of this Copernicus program in the Philippines are the services. So there are three of them: the ground motion monitoring, land cover, forest and crop mapping services, and benthic habitat monitoring services.
Heat waves certainly lead to health impact like heat stroke and exhaustion, but their broader effects on human health are more profound. Let me highlight a few. First, heat waves can seriously worsen chronic conditions like cardiovascular and respiratory diseases.
If we talk about community-related impact, we should divide it into 7 sectors. One is like a health-related illness, which is also impacted at the community level, and another also food security. That's also impacted at the community level. Another, we can say water scarcity, especially in the urban slum area, and also economical strength, because in the urban slum area, people also lost their livelihood, and also they lost their working hours due to the heat wave. And another also mental health. Already my first speaker mentioned about the mental health issue. So due to the income loss and also due to the loss of the working hours, the people who are working in the community level and also in the urban area, mainly the rickshaw puller or van puller or slum people or street hawker who lost their working hours, so they are suffering mental health due to the heat wave seasons. And last one also community resilience and also social inequality. So due to the income loss among the marginalized people and also poor people, so there are some inequality also created within the community level.
This year alone, we witnessed signature events such as GLOVES. I'd want to speak of Thame, a tiny lake, hardly of the size of a swimming pool. This little pool, which was hardly like 9 kilometers upstream of a picturesque village in Thame, burst its banks, burst its moraine, and then swept away the entire community. Had it been in the middle of a night, we could have lost this entire settlement with people and everyone. We've also in the past have had bilateral discussions and MOUs, say for instance the 9-point MOU signed between our respective governments, between the government of China and government of Nepal, particularly looking at specific areas of, again, transboundary elements such as early warning systems between government of China and government of Nepal, as how could we collaborate further, especially in terms of, again, building up of government-to-government relationship, but also between academicians and science institutions, whereby we could inform about impacts much ahead in time to downstream communities to Nepal. For having led Nepal's NDRMA for nearly 5 years, what I've also seen is, unlike in the past where these incidents were mostly kind of considered to be limited only into the Nepali territory, I'd want to mention by a case that happened in 2021, the Melamchi disaster. This is again another a kind of a GLOF outburst. It was a prehistoric kind of GLOF that burst and led to a wiping of a nearly $500 million water transfer project, the headworks of which is under a 24-meter rubble that was very hard to imagine for us. The news and the assessments after the flood events have been carried widely for its damage and impacts that's been brought it down. But if you look into the time trajectory for the last 2 years, what has happened is these nearly 15 million of cubic meters of debris that came down to these mountains didn't stop there. It started flowing downstream to Bihar, to India, which is one of those heavily embanked river systems in the world, the Kosi River, that had breached back in 2008. Now what has happened is the sediment and the debris through these Gulf lakes has now come down to Bihar and thus weakening the embankment systems even in Bihar. We've already witnessed the kind of impacts that it could bring into the floodplains within the Nepal-Bihar territories as well. This way we've been spending quite a huge amount of resources to again strengthen and protect this embankment. So what it used to be a localized impacts only into the mountains, this is definitely of a transboundary nature that transcends not only the mountains, but also not only Nepal, but also in Bihar. So this is where the need to all these countries, all the way from China to Bangladesh, at least for the case of for Kosi and for the Ganges River Basin, is become so much pertinent.
Under the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, wherein we all agreed that we have to give importance at all sectors. So during the time that our weather forecast will be provided, there is already a risk assessment wherein they will tell us if flooding will occur. So there is already a pre-evacuation that will be implemented in the affected areas. So we're inside the camp or inside the evacuation center. We have this special place for women and children, and even breastfeeding areas. Nutrition is also given importance.
What we found was actually flexibility and adaptability of leaders was at the forefront. Being able to make and pivot decisions quickly on evolving situations. We know that disasters are becoming more complex. There's more political pressure, there's more social pressure to be able to make quick and rapid decisions. And so women at the leadership course that I just conducted felt that flexibility and adaptability of decisions was the most critical to help distinguish between operational or technical decisions.
As a woman leader who believes in inclusivity, so this is a subject matter that is very close to my heart and of course to my organization. So we cannot do the work alone. We need the participation of everyone to create a safe and resilient communities. In the Philippine Red Cross, what we do, first we capitalize on communication. Communication is very essential when we want to gain trust of the community.
The Asia-Pacific region, which is a home for us, is composed of 21 countries across 11 time zones. In this region, 75% of disaster-affected people live here. That means 3 in every 4 disaster-affected people live here.
are facing more and more challenges, and we cannot anymore continue business as usual. We have to integrate our approaches from development to humanitarian help in a holistic that takes into consideration all the dimensions from development to preparedness, to disaster risk reductions, to early warning systems, to anticipatory actions, and to recovery after disasters.
Combination of different disasters may create cascading, complex, and systematic disasters that could become catastrophic disasters that are devastating and having long-lasting effect on our society. In today's dynamically changing environment, I believe science, technology, and innovation, STI, has a significant role in identifying and preventing unprecedented disaster risks, and if these disasters would actually occur, STI may help in providing practical solutions for our society.
Localized disaster risk reduction approaches have proven to be very vital in enhancing anticipatory action and emergency response. The readiness of the community themselves in terms of quicker response time, as well as the well-capacitated response team, resources, and the emergency plans, which are already in place in our community, are already leading to potentially saving lives and reducing the scale of damages.
Additionally, the involvement of and engagement of the sectoral organizations who are considered the most vulnerable sectors, the community volunteers, including the OPD, the persons with disability, really contributed a lot in the success of the AA and ER implementation.
So the main aim was to close the financial protection gap against natural disasters, provide a rapid cash payout following a natural major disaster, and act as a form of direct budget support to the government to finance the immediate relief needs post-disaster. But not only that, to support national building resilience and climate change adaptation priorities for the economic sectors, SOEs and NGOs facing losses through the risk of disaster. We are conscious that our services is to ensure that the three A's are delivered to our customer. It is availability, affordability, and accessibility.
On behalf of Caritas Philippines, I welcome you also to this side event on moving from the margins to the mainstream, progress and gaps in effective inclusive disaster risk reduction in the Asia-Pacific. Our session aims to highlight different initiatives in including the vulnerable sectors in our respective societies, in the conceptualization, planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of DRR programs. As a region and in our respective countries, we are well aware of the need to blend well a shared framework that is regional and national on the one hand, and an implementation strategy that is localized from region to country, from country to community on the other hand. This is one of our main challenges, which at the same time is also our hope, as it gives us a path for effective implementation in the communities where our vulnerable sectors belong.
resilience and strengthening our capacity of adaptation is as important as continuing to act to prevent the causes of the increased challenges that we face as regards climate change. UNOC 3 will be a major political event to strengthen ocean protection, recognizing the central role in global climate dynamics.
As an archipelagic state surrounded by the ocean and consisting of thousands of very small islands with their local coastal communities, faced regularly with typhoons and with climate change impacts being more pronounced, it behooves the Philippines to be seized of the issues involving the ocean.
I'm always amazed when, when there's a cyclone and power infrastructure is hit, it's then people realize, oh, we should do something about it. And we have countries that have been doing something about it for a long time. I think Philippines, there's Mauritius, there are other countries who have continued to face cyclones in the power sector, have had to address this issue time and again, and they have lessons that others can learn from.
It's important to highlight, first of all, that among all infrastructure systems, this is one infrastructure system which is going the most rapid transition. The energy systems, the power systems, they will look very different from now in just a few years. So in order for us to be able to advance our work on resilience of power infrastructure systems, there are a few things I want to highlight. The first is that even without hardening the infrastructure systems, just within a few months, there are opportunities to build its resilience by simply enhancing preparedness of the power infrastructure sector, which is not something that can be taken for granted.
local leaders ensure that the local solutions for resilience are being implemented. So therefore, the work that you do inspires all.
Disaster Risk Reduction 2024. I'm Daphne Osanya Paez here in Manila, Philippines, and I am joined by Mr. Anil Pokhrel. He is the appointed as the first Chief Executive of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority of Nepal under the Ministry of Home Affairs. Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for making time for us.
Good afternoon, Daphne. Thanks for hosting me.
Okay, and I know that you're in a hurry. You're about to fly back to Nepal, and you were here for a few days. Would you like to tell us about the when the Sendai Gap was launched in March last year, or this year? Nepal already endorsed a new gender equality and disability and social inclusion strategic action plan in disaster risk reduction. It already integrates the Sendai Gap. Please share with us your motivation in developing it just after the release and the process, of course, of how you included stakeholders and undertaken by your institution.
It's so interesting that the Gender Action Plan, while it was being written, the government of Nepal had initiated a process to write this gender, social inclusion, and the disability inclusion strategy. And so it's come out also at nearly at the same time. We've also learned from the gap assessment as well. And so what we've done is, for the first time, we've looked into all the 4 priority pillars of the Sendai framework, and we looked at again how particularly we could integrate JETC considerations. The gender and the social inclusion has been there in Nepal. It's been one of 4 runners, especially in terms of really looking at political representation, the voices and the choices of women in particular, and also in social inclusion. What we felt was disasters creates disabilities. They also hit hard when there's an earthquake, when there's a flood, when there's a landslides. It's so difficult for them to really save themselves. So this particular element was really missing. And so, similar to the gap assessment, what we saw is the need for really integrating JETC considerations into all the 4 priority pillars. This was not easy to be done. So we ourselves had a very limited capacity within the office. Our NDRR MC counterpart in Nepal. We call it NDRRMA. So this office, my office, take the lead jointly with Ministry of Women, but also other relevant ministries and departments, a lot of experts into the team as well. We then charted out a thorough consultation process, a shared learning dialogue between various set of civil society actors, not only in Kathmandu, the capital city. We went down to provinces, to municipalities, had rounds of, again, consultations with various set of stakeholders. That led us to the drafting of this National ZC Strategy Action Plan. I'm also happy to say that this was endorsed in May. We got the English translated version right here before the launch of the marketplace. This was also unveiled by our Secretary General, Mr. Kamal Kishore, on the Nepal booth. And so it's out public, it's in English as well. So we're really happy and happy that, again, we've been recognized for this work along the sidelines of the gap assessment.
What are the key points of the GEDC plan, just in a nutshell, just so the others can learn from how fast and how effective you were in bringing out this plan?
If you look at the 4 priority pillars, let's start by an example of the risk, understanding risk. Risk assessments are usually not human-centric, in generally speaking. They really tend to leave apart the human dimensions of it, regardless of whether there's a woman, there's an elderly woman, there's a single mother, there's a mother who's going through maternity periods, or somebody's husband is out in the Middle East for labor migration. There's different set of vulnerabilities associated with that. So these dimensions, the vulnerability of a person with disability is not captured by a regular conventional risk assessment. And so what we're trying to do here is disaggregate data down to a household level through a national system whereby municipal governments contribute to that data sets. We then jointly with relevant ministries and agencies like Philwolix, we use that to churn out those into risk assessments, which will be used for early warning systems. So now a person's not speaking a mainstream language would then be able to target in that particular language. In our country, we speak more than 100 languages in different parts of the countries. So designing our messaging, designing our alerts would then be based on the choice of the language itself. For different kind of disabilities, persons with disabilities, somebody can't read, somebody can't hear. So how do you design? How do you use the power of AI? How do you use the power of technology? That's then we could design it for that particular household or for that particular person. This way of looking at of the considerations of gender, considerations of disabilities wasn't there until this National Strategy Action Plan came out. What we've done is we've categorized those 4 pillars, mainly around 8 priority strategic areas. And this looks into, it has identified 46 strategy action plans. From all the way from data collections to something as a longer term plan, such as SOC response or social protection. So these 46 action plans would be monitored over time by a committee set up within the National Disaster Reduction and Management Authority. But we aim to, again, localize it at the provincial and also at the local level.
Okay, of course, the purpose of all these plans are to be prepared, to act right away. And speaking of which, I know that recently there have been devastating floods and landslides in Kathmandu, and I assume that you mentioned the reason that you're going back quickly. What are the pressing needs that still have to be addressed, and what are your realizations from this unprecedented disaster?
So hell broke on those 3 days. We'd never experienced such an amount of rainfall happening in these mountains. This generally said, especially through the scientific communities, that the mountains would experience much larger climate change impacts. And it would take time for them. We'd realize it in another 10, 20, 30 years. What Nepal is already experiencing that. Like Philippines, again, a lot of, typhoons are coming in, and it's attributed to climate change. The same is the situation with countries like Nepal, especially the mountains. And so we received an unprecedented amount of rainfall, something as big as 350 millimeters of rain overnight. That really moved the mountains. There's debris flow, and that's wiped out all the communities, schools, bridges, more than 40 bridges, and the losses is more than $500 million. These are very initial estimates. Now, the challenge for us is, again, resettling these families, these settlements into a safer locations. These are the same areas that were hit hard by the 2015 earthquake. Now, we need to really rethink, again, where do we settle these families? We've lost nearly 267 people. And so this is at a situation where we've just finished the immediate relief and response period. We're now about to chart out a rehabilitation and a reconstruction recovery program. This is quite a bit of a challenge for us. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going back right away without even completing the official closing ceremony of this event. But in addition to that, again, what we've also learned is there's so much to be done, especially around early warning systems. We knew this system was coming at least 3 days in advance. We've sent out alerts, we've sent out commands to stop the vehicular traffic, but also to take some precautionary measures. That still wasn't enough. We didn't have some enforcing mechanisms as such. So what we realized is having alerts at least 3 days or 5 days in advance is just not enough. We need to use the power of communications, media, and general awareness raising so that these communities, these sectors such as the transport sector, do act on time so that such kind of large-scale disasters don't happen. So there's quite a huge interest and the need for investing into early warning systems that covers all kind of hazards, floods, landslides, lightning, forest fires, even earthquakes. So that's what we've really learned from the current disasters.
Okay, and looking forward, of course, some of the themes here in this conference was building back better, using technology, and just making communities safer. Are you already thinking that far in advance?
Nepal has been a showcase for quite a successful reconstruction and recovery program. We built around 900,000 private homes after the 2015 earthquake. These were owner-driven based, owner-led construction. These were built back better. But now what we're also looking at is we also need to build in safer locations where there aren't any flood risks. There are no other landslide risk. Perhaps that's an area that we could still learn from these two disasters. And so the challenge for us is to, again, find safer locations where we could have these families integrated into a settlement as such. So it's a big task for us. So how do you build back better in safer locations so that these settlements are not going to be wiped out in another disasters in another 5 years or 10 years time?
And of course, part now of your mission, of course, is also adapting the GEDSI in action. Are there foreseen issues that you're seeing in this unprecedented disaster?
Absolutely, and so the guidelines that we're coming up, especially when it comes to this reconstruction, our strategy action plan that I mentioned earlier does have specific areas for reconstruction and recovery as well. So when you're constructing or reconstructing a new house for a family that has persons with disabilities, we then need to help them design as per the needs of the person with disability living in that houses. We can't go and again retrofit that house for that person's disabilities needs. So it's also an opportunity for us to really integrate the GEDSI strategy actions when we're doing the reconstruction and recovery side of things.
Okay. As Chief Executive of Nepal's NDRRMA, what are your aspirations or ambitions to enhance disaster risk reduction in Nepal?
What we see is our risks are already high compared to a lot of other countries in the Asia-Pacific region. These risks are compounded even more by climate change. The kind of signature events that we've seen this year are clearly attributable to climate change impacts. So this is something that we cannot address it alone. We need the global community, especially the donors, to help us, with financial resources that's tangible, that's substantial, and we could have direct access to it. Without finances, we can't do it. But finances itself is not alone. There's a capacity gap and an institutional capacity gap. This is where we'd like to, again, reach out through UNDRR to really call for action, especially in building capacities and institutions in countries like high-risk countries that are affected both by disasters and climate change. That's the major issue that we will be confronting here within the UNDRR's APMCDRR, but also running up to the COP29 in Baku. That's a clear area of action for all of us, especially for high-risk countries, mountain countries like Nepal. But having said that, we also need clear priority areas. The reconstruction work that we just discussed about is one clear area. areas where we could also take a pathway where it's more green, climate resilient pathways. We could also look at integrating the JETSI consideration into the reconstruction and recovery. Our public schools could be more friendlier to children, to be more friendlier to children with disabilities, to friendlier to girl children. And so that's how we could really inbuilt into the design itself. We are at a massive financial crunch, and so this is where leaning towards the donors for additional financing is one thing, but we also need investments in areas such as early warning systems, SOC responsible social protection, anticipatory action, and also localizing some of these DRRM concepts at the local level.
Before I let you go, you're about to leave. What's your main takeaway from the conference on disaster risk reduction so far?
What we've seen is we're not alone. The whole global community is supporting us. They are behind us. What they've said in various bilateral and meetings over here is this is an area that perhaps cannot be addressed alone by countries like Nepal alone. This does require transboundary collaboration and cooperation and a global community to act for. This is what I take away from this APMCDRR happening in Manila, in this beautiful part of the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and I wish you well. Thank you, Mr. Anil Pokhrel.
Thank you so much.
And this concludes our conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Constrained, right? I mean, I don't think I've heard a single finance minister in the last couple of years saying, I have enough resources, my fiscal resources are sufficient. Quite the contrary, right? A lot of governments around the world, including here, they have a huge focus on fiscal consolidation, on being more careful how every dollar or every every pesos is being spent. So there's simply not enough public capital available to address all of these issues. So that's why we think that the private sector participation is not a nice to have, it's a must. And we'd like to explore with the panel here how can we bring in more private sector financing in the whole disaster risk reduction agenda. So just to introduce the panels, as I mentioned, we have really an amazing panel here. We have Ms. Sandra Wu, who's the chairperson and CEO of the Kokusai Kogyo, who's also a member of the United Nations Global Compact Board, as well as board member of the Global Compact Network Japan. We have Mr. Arup Chatterjee, who's ADB Principal Financial Sector Specialist. We also have Dr. Takahiro Ono, General Manager of Corporate Planning Department and Business Design Department of Tokyo Marine Holdings. And last but not least, we have Ms. Nicole New from Prudence Foundation, who is doing some very, very interesting work at the forefront of technology, private sector, and PE/VC ecosystem to bring in more financing for solutions to disaster risk reduction. So without further ado, I know we were quite tight on time, so we'll try to stick to the 1 hour. Let me start with Ms. Sandra Wu from Kokusai Kogyo. Ms. Wu, Given your experience as a chairperson, as also CEO of Kokusai Kogyo, and your involvement in the UN Global Compact, how do you see the role of the private sector leadership in driving the disaster risk reduction investments?
First of all, thank you, Radu, for your question, and thank you for having me here today. Well, as a CEO myself, as a business leader, I always think about how to lead my company to not just survive, but to thrive. And I always think about how to allocate our company's resources in the most effective way. And as a current board member of Global Compact and board member of ARISE, the private sector initiative under the UNDRR, this global agenda is always in the center of my heart. So your question to me, how to invest in DR and resilience, not just only to protect ourselves, but also to explore, the broader economic resilience. In my opinion, there's a three-way. First of all, invest in our own resilience as a business and as an organization, so we can protect our people, our asset, and continue to provide our products, goods, services to the community and society as a result of strengthening our business continuity. And also second is to invest in R&D, equipment, and also our people, so we can create and innovate the product and goods services provided to the community, and to help our society and community more resilient, and also help other business more easier to invest in their prevention or resilience. And third, to me, is always that is very important thing is invest to the challenge of the new era. We all know that now with private sector are in high demand. So we need to find a way to pursue not just only the economic result, but also we are tapped to tackle a lot of environmental and social issues as an ecosystem and through our core business and our core strength. So we really need to fundamentally change the way of doing business, change the way of producing or providing our services and goods, and even our business model. So, but having said that, our business investing in their own resilience, let me tell you, the answer is not enough. You just provide us the numbers, and this is the result of the stock take last year, right? So why? I think there's two reasons. First, the leader's mindset. Still a lot of CEOs, they are lack of the accurate understanding of the disaster risk. Or they are operating their business at a very short-sighted basis, not a long-term basis. Yes, there are significant improvement in the past 10 years since Sendai framework, but we have not reached everyone. And the secondly is the smaller companies. The many SMEs do not have the time, knowledge, or finance to prepare for the disaster that may or may not occur. So how to motivate this business to take the actions? First, actually, I think the best motivator is coming from private sector itself. So business actually can motivate the other businesses in their value chain and the partners. Some forward-thinking company, for example, you heard a lot about ARISE Philippines, they are doing an amazing job, and also Global Compact, are changing the other company through their supply chains operation. I can provide you some other cases, but if we have time later. But at the same time, government also has the huge opportunity to encourage the private sector. One concrete example is the public procurement guideline. Why not make the demonstrated business continuity planning a prerequisite for a bidding on public procurement project? For example, Tokyo government created a new socially responsible procurement guideline the last summer. It recommends the corporate to take action in the greenhouse reduction. It's just only a recommendation, not a requirement, but this is a good start. And also government can really put the policy in labor in place to send a very strong signal to the private sector to change to occur the whole social transformation so the private sector can really invest in the resilience. Of course, financial sector will also have a very strong influence. I would like to hear from my panelists.
Excellent, thank you, and I hope I'm pretty sure we have time for additional questions. Mr. Chatterjee, as an expert on insurance and development, I'd be very curious to see your perspective on how can the insurance industry play a role and contribute more to, bring more sustainable practices in order to incentivize disaster risk reduction financing. And if you can provide maybe a couple of examples from your experience, from your work, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question and also for inviting me to this panel. Insurance industry has more than 100 years of experience managing catastrophe risks and disaster risks. So they are well placed today to handle some of the challenges which climate change and disasters pose to governments, to businesses, and also to households. If we look at the insurance industry, their business relies on information. And that is where we need to educate, again, all the stakeholders, again, going back, governments, businesses, and households, in terms of taking risk-informed decisions, basically, in terms of how it affects their livelihoods, how it affects their productivity, how it will affect their incomes. You highlighted the importance of risk reduction. Risk reduction is very, very important. Only after risk reduction, whatever residual risk remains, only that can be transferred through insurance mechanisms. So insurance is not a panacea, it is part of the solution, and it is a part of the solution for risks which are, say, frequent in terms of medium frequency and medium severity risk. And therefore, insurance can be used in terms of incentivizing risk reduction. It can, by offering discounts in premium. It can be used as a tool for risk literacy. And finally, insurers are also investors in a lot of infrastructure projects. The life insurance companies bring long-term investments for building resilient infrastructure. So both the life insurance and the non-life insurers can play a role in resilient development.
Thank you. Maybe one very brief follow-up question before we move to Dr. Ono. So for instance, in terms of providing subsidies, right, or premium subsidies, especially in certain markets which are, very incipient, what do you see the role of the donor community, international organizations, and also governments, right? Because maybe the private sector will not enter very easily without some premium subsidies. If you have any opinions on that. Thank you.
Well, so yes, as I mentioned, the decision has to be risk-informed. The premium which is charged by the insurance industry should be risk-based. So otherwise, there will be no incentive for transfer of risk. The insurance companies are there to at least make profits and remain in business. So wherever there is a deficit in terms of what people can afford and pay and what the insurance industry should charge, that's where the insurance premium needs to be subsidized. Now, my personal opinion is that is fine. If it is a risk-based premium, the premium should be subsidized for the people who are most vulnerable and cannot afford to pay premium. But then there are costs other than risk-based premiums which insurance companies are looking for subsidizing, like the distribution cost. Should that be subsidized or not? That is where the debate should be in terms of ensuring insurance reaches the last mile.
Thank you. If I may move to Dr. Ono. We're all very familiar with Tokio Marine's leadership in the insurance field, right, and the disaster resilience. I'm wondering, how do you see the role of insurance companies evolving in disaster risk reduction financing? And also, what strategies would you say that are most effective in helping or supporting both businesses and individuals to adopt measures that will better price risk or prepare for risk, so that they're also better prepared to deal with these disasters that we're all facing? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for this great opportunity. My name is Takahiro Ono from Tokyo Marine. So the practical process of risk management involves the reducing risk through the risk control and the transfer the residual risk. So transferring risk without reducing risk will result in the higher insurance premiums. In other words, the decision must be made whether to use the fund for the insurance or for investment in risk mitigation. This is the program. So DRR finance, which is the theme of this session, is a part of risk control and has a trade-off relationship with transfer, in fact. And on the contrary, it also has a synergy relationship as well. So I'd like to emphasize on these synergy parts. I would like to show 2 case studies, possibly to mobilize the ex-ante investment to the private sectors. Okay, so please allow me to briefly introduce our company. We are established in 1879 as the first non-life insurance company in Japan. Currently, we do business in 46 countries. Please see the upper right corner showing our business lines in the circle red. And top is the fire insurance, which also covers risks such as flood, landslide, wind damage, snow, and so on, to the properties such as buildings, factories, private houses. And our portfolio is almost 20% of our total premium. The loss ratio of this increase is very, very increasing now, as you imagine. This loss ratio is a balance of the payout and the premium. And in recent years, due to the
importance of social protection for the
so in the situation, if this situation continues, we need to raise insurance premiums.
Thank you, sir.
But,
and financing
we think that,
of anticipatory action and
this
the power of
is not
social.
only the solution. In our new vision on the lower right, we have started to propose appropriate solutions proactively to mitigate the risk of the clients. Not only hedge these risks, but also avoid and reduce the damage by providing appropriate solution to mitigate the risk. Then provide insurance coverage with low and affordable price, and lower the risk, then lower the premium, trying to implement this win-win cycle. This is what we would like to realize, but we know that this is a challenge. So 3 years ago, we launched the DRR consortium, we call it CORE, which brings together 120 companies with product and service applicable to DRR solutions to exchange information and conduct research and development on the phase of mitigation, response, and recovery. We also launched a company called Tokyo Marine Resilience. You can see the left-hand side of the circle, the total on the bottom. Last year, hopefully this company became a vehicle providing solution to mitigate the risk in collaboration with consortium core member companies' technologies. Currently, we are still in the trial stage, and the service we provide are only partial, but we intend to enhance them while taking into account the need of our client and society. By doing this, we may convince the private sector clients to enhance their DRR investment very appropriate way. Our goal is to move from being just a provider of insurance coverage, but to become a comprehensive risk management provider. So I would like to introduce another case that we're supporting to publish an ISO to enhance ex-ante investment. This is a Japanese proposal from DBJ, Development Bank of Japan, we're supporting. As Sendai framework says, prior investment is cost effective than bear the expense after disaster, but this is very, very difficult to convince the client somehow. So this document contains requirements which can be used to assess the resilient level of the company, and by rating the company and according to the result, the loan interest rate go up and down. We are expecting this document support enhancement of ex-ante investment for private sector players. This activity have just begun in the ISO world, so if you are interested, please join us. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe in the Q&A, I will follow up on some of those numbers there because the multipliers there are also quite impressive. The reduction, again, it confirms the earlier hypothesis, right, and study that if you invest in disaster or is the risk reduction, it will pay off later big time. Let me move on to our last panelist. So Ms. Nicole New from the Prudence Foundations. You are representing a foundation of a big insurance conglomerate, right? And you are basically leading the corporate philanthropy arm. And we know about your very innovative program that you're helping startups, right, deal with the various technology or develop technology challenges, technology solutions to the various challenges in disaster risk reduction, and pairing them with finance providers, right, with investors, with PE, VCs. Can you tell us a little bit more about this and what are maybe some of the more promising initiatives that you have funded, help fund? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Radu. Thank you for having me here. Good afternoon, everyone. So as Radu said, Prudence Foundation, we are a corporate foundation of Prudential, and Prudential is one of the leading insurance companies, so very glad to be with my fellow insurers here. We operate in Asia and Africa. And as a foundation, we started 12 years ago. We founded as a Hong Kong-based charitable organization. And since then, we have been investing in disaster risk reduction. So before I go into the program that Radu has mentioned, maybe I just wanted to share with you in terms of from the foundation perspective how we have evolved in terms of our funding and in terms of our thinking and philosophy in disaster risk reduction. As with many foundations and corporations, we started with funding disaster relief. So when things occur, when disaster happened, that's where you need the money, and we make donation. And very soon we kind of pivot to look at exactly as to why invest in $1 invested in the disaster preparedness space will give you so much of returns in terms of like recovery. And so we started to look at how can we pivot our philanthropy strategy to support disaster preparedness space, and specifically looking into education sector. And that's where we started supporting education sector disaster risk resilience program since 2013. So it's more than 10 years now. And as we learn more, we work with NGO partners. And one of the great examples that I wanted to share in how we finance a transformative program in the Philippines is working with the Department of Education in the Philippines together with Save the Children, our NGO partner, to help and support the development of a disaster risk reduction management information system. Really looking at how technology can be scaled and capture data and use data in real time for you to do planning, for you to look at where is the hotspot, what are the gaps, what are the fundings needed. And so all the Safe School indicators looking into how we can support a transformating program. So I think in that perspective, the philanthropy funding and donor role has moved into providing the catalytic funding that's needed because government has so many budget constraints. And so the next program that I wanted to share more, which is also, hopefully would give a different perspective of the private sector investment, is that we also realized that, a couple of years ago, we looked at technology and how technology changed our lives and how technology can be so disruptive. Technology is being mainstream into many, many sectors, whether it's education sector, health sector, financial sector. You have mainstream technology there. But what about disaster? can we mainstream technology solutions into the disaster sectors? And that's where we started to look at the different various technology solutions to save lives either before, during, or after, which means, technologies that help with preparedness, response, or recovery. And to look into the technology to save life, we realized that, where do we start? Where are they? Where are these technologies? How do we know where they are? And so we created a program called the DTech Awards with the intent to just provide a platform, call for application, and just to understand what are the technology solutions out there. And as you can expect, most innovative ideas, most innovative thinking comes from the startup space. Startups, probably a lot of you would know, they are not just like, just at the conception stage or the idea stage. A lot of startups go through their, seed incubator, and some of them move into growth and acceleration. And so they have created a business model that provides solutions and make it into a business that can be sustainable. And all we needed is to surface all these solutions and connect them with the demand of these solutions, because a lot of private sector governments are looking at technology as the solutions for disaster risk reduction, as well as connect them with the supply of capital, because a lot of these companies need capital to grow. And a lot of investors, whether it's venture capitalists, social impact investors, are looking for deals, looking for possible solutions to really help them sustain and grow. And so with the DTech Award being quite successful last year, we had 110 applications across the board, different types of technologies, from high-tech to low-tech to very simple to deploy kind of solutions. And we moved that into a community-based, built a community that can connect each other and hopefully encourage more investment, more collaboration, and more scale up of those disaster tech solutions.
Thank you, Nicole. Maybe one brief follow-up question on the enabling environment, because I understand you're getting applications from all over the world, right? Is there anything that maybe you would like to share with the audience on in terms of where you see that the enabling environment is most conducive for these technology solutions to occur, and maybe what do those jurisdictions, countries have in common? Because sometimes we do see that there is a lot of concentration in, we know Silicon Valley, Singapore, London, right? But not in other jurisdictions. How can we maybe make it a bit more prevalent for maybe lower income countries also to benefit or to ride this wave of innovation? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think broadly in a startup sort of like, landscape, you kind of know like, okay, Silicon Valley, there's lots of startups and all that. But when we run these DTech Awards, one of the challenges that the startup face, specifically in the disaster risk reduction space, is that where is the market? Only when there is a market for disaster solution in a commercial market, not just from the government as the only adopter of disaster risk reduction, but really having a market and build a viable business solutions and a business model that this whole disaster tech sector can survive and can thrive. And so in order to build that market, firstly, I think we needed to really look at, what are the, can we sort of mainstream DRR in the whole landscape? In resilient building, in urban planning, there is a lot of space where you really need disaster risk reduction solution or climate adaptation solutions to be mainstream, to create that market signal. And only when you have the market signals that the solutions and all these providers will have a strong business case. Because when investors are investing, they look for financial returns. And without a market, how are you going to get financial returns? But having said, a lot of these innovative organizations, startups, they don't look at disaster risk reduction as just one stream of revenue. A lot of these technology are dual purposes or multi-purposes. I give you an example, drones. Drones have many usages, many business cases for drones. But drones are also very impactful and very effective when it comes to disaster, whether it's surveillance or whether it's, searching for life in a earthquake situation. And so a lot of these startups are looking at their solutions as multiple purposes that can be leveraged in the disaster situation as well. So I think one of the, so market demand and market signal for these solutions is very key. And sometimes these market demand and solutions needed government intervention. So conducive policy, incentives, subsidies, just like how government has subsidized renewable energies, if there is some sort of a policy environment to encourage or mainstream disaster risk reduction solutions, I think that would help a lot in putting more investment into the DRR space.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Nicole. I think, yeah, we're opening now the floor to questions from the audience. Let's take maybe a first batch of 3 questions and see where that takes us. If we have more time for other questions later, we'll do. But if not, let's start with maybe a batch of 3 questions. If you can please state your name, maybe the organization you're representing or you're affiliated with, and if the question is specifically targeted to one of the audience the panelists or to the entire panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the very informative session. My name is Akata. I represent the Pacific Insurance and Climate Adaptation Program. It's a program implemented by UNCDF, and we are present in more specific countries. So my question, sort of a statement first. In the Pacific, the biggest challenge that we have is on weather data, whether it be impact data for insurance modeling or weather data for trigger purposes. And it's great that you talk about subsidy because that helps to pull the risks. But what about weather data? Because that is a main challenge that we face in the Pacific, and just wondering whether if we're looking at infrastructural development to support the private sector and their role in DRR, whether this could be something that government can come in to support, or it should be donors or private sector, since they are offering these solutions in the market. And I'm talking about this because when we talk about weather data in the Pacific, automated weather stations to measure trigger points are not present in every region. And of course, we can use satellite data, but from our experience in the Pacific, there has been discrepancies. So ground station data is very important when we're looking at trigger points. And I think it's to all the panel, your perspectives on this, please.
Thank you. Can we take maybe 1 or 2 more questions and then we respond to them? Anyone else? Yes, please. The gentleman.
Yeah, I'm Yuichi Ono, Tohoku University, Japan. I'm a climatologist. And my question is, we heard $1 investment gains 2 or 4 with many numbers. Some cases, $1 investment, $7, €1, 5. There's so many numbers. And right now, it's based on the loss and damage, the investment, the return. As you have to use the loss and damage data. But those loss and damage data are so immature that after 2015, government started really doing the system to loss and damage statistics. But many of the countries are still, I think, the long way to achieve that. So without such good data, I think it's very difficult to assume. And even if you know the $1 investment coming to the $4, in $1 investment in what in DRR? Is that education? Is that public awareness? Is that the early warning system? Those we hear always $1 investment to gain something, but that's pretty vague. So I'd like to hear your expert opinion on that.
Thank you. Do we have a third question? If not, we can take these 2 and then please, the gentleman here.
Hi, my name is Duncan Simmons. I'm involved in trying to get finance into the Philippines for some ESG projects. I have heard about sustainability-linked bonds and contingent resilience bonds to try to get the bond market that is there to provide funding into this space. And I noticed some of the insurance, the loan model there sounds a little bit similar. I know that the World Bank has done some stuff on sustainability-linked bonds in Asia. I just wondered if you had a perspective on if you can see the growth of that developing in Asia.
Thank you. Shall we start maybe with the first question, and then we'll take them one at a time? Since it was addressed to the entire panel, Sandra, do you want to start? And then we'll, or if anyone wants to start. Maybe the financial sector. Okay, please, Arup, and then we can get that.
Let me start. The first question was on modeling. Of course, data is very, very crucial in terms of designing products, important for underwriting, important for claims administration, also important for risk reduction. So there is this Global Risk Modeling Alliance, which has been supported by the Insurance Development Forum. So that is one entity perhaps with whom donor agencies and governments and also multilaterals can work to ensure that we are able to supply risk modeling data for decision making, whether it is to the government, whether it is to the insurance companies or any other stakeholder. So possibly that is where we have to look at. Data is not free. We have to spend money for that. I do acknowledge that. And Pacific is a region where data is scarce. Coming to the second area in terms of what type of instruments can be used, you rightly said that the density of weather stations is not adequate. There are many islands. There might be some islands where those facilities may not exist. Remote sensing has its own challenges because of cloud cover and wind speeds and other things. So we have to look at a multiple set of approaches by flying drones, using weather stations, metadata, and also take assistance of space agencies like the JAXA or the European space agencies, who have a lot of experience in terms of not only collecting data but modeling data, and who are ready to share such data. And perhaps that is where some of the regional initiatives, fora, and also the multilateral development banks can help. The other question, which was on bonds, basically, yes, the ADB, the World Bank, and even others have been involved in the issuance of sustainability bonds, contingent bonds and all, which is good, but in many cases, the bonds have been helpful in terms of crowding in that private sector investment for resilient infrastructure and sustainable projects. But one of the challenges which we face is also the ready pipeline of the projects. So if the pipeline is not there in place, then of course the funds remain unused. So along with looking at capital market instruments, there has to be project preparation facilities where we look at preparation of pipelines. The final question in terms of reduction, the disaster risk reduction benefits which one can get, the benefits which one can get by investing in disaster risk reduction, well, it can be in different things, but mainly it has to be in terms of resilient infrastructure, because that's where once they are affected, the lifelines are affected, trade, supply chains and everything. So whether it's a flood protection infrastructure, rail, port, road, these are important. But most important, and I would conclude with the point is, of course, we also need to change behaviors, and that's where risk awareness and risk literacy is also very, very important. That also contributes to risk reduction without actually investing in that. Thank you.
Dr. Ono, would you like to come in? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ono. I think your comment or question is very, very difficult. We also have the difficulties to convince our client how much do we need to invest. Do you guarantee for the future safe or not? So we cannot guarantee for that. But maybe we can do some simulations in some kind of factory if that's inundated. But if there are no, the walls, there might be more high inundated. But that kind of simulation in the, locally we can do some calculation. But for globally, I think it's a challenging. That's my comment.
Yes, please.
Sandra. I want to pick up on that point, and from the business perspective, I think loss and damage, yes, I have to rely on the regulation, financial institute regulation or the institute or the government to know that. But as a business, we have to really make sure that our business is sustainable, and otherwise we're out of business. So we have to rely on ourselves. We have to work. We have to really move forward without waiting for the code or regulation coming out. But I would strongly request that government also need to invest in the resilience infrastructure, the very basic infrastructure. For example, because that we cannot, and the business we cannot make the public infrastructure resilient. For example, like water, road, communication, etc. We really need the government to invest in those infrastructure. But that will also motivate the private sector to invest together, or motivate the private sector to invest in their, in resilience themselves. So this is something that I would like to pick up.
Excellent. And maybe just to add a bit on that, I think one, the technology solutions, many of them are there, right? For instance, they're used in agriculture, right? Your point on drones, right? Drones can be very useful. Weather stations, remote sensors can also help inform farmers when to harvest, right? If you know that there's an 80% probability of a typhoon, category 5 typhoon to come in the next week, right? Maybe you can harvest now and avoid losses, right? So these are all there. The question is, yes, what is maybe the role of the government to roll those out, or to at least help an initial rollout, and then the private sector to come in, right? And Nicole, on the data, two of the questions were related to the data. Anything from your startups, because yeah, data is the new oil, right, today. Anything that you can share maybe, or have you seen anything that, any innovative work that your startups are doing to make data more user-friendly, faster processing, cleaner? We keep hearing there's a lot of data out there, but it's not clean, it's hard to use. The interoperability is not there, right? Anything that you can share would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't have specific example from our last batch of DTech solutions about the data that you're talking about, but I'm sure there are, because now you have the whole AI coming to the picture where it's all about data-driven technology. But I wanted to maybe share one example. In fact, one of our DTech startup finalists was showcasing their solutions in the marketplace, and they're from Philippines. And early warning system is one of the key themes in disaster risk reduction, and they were looking at a lot of sources. I think there are technologies in early warning system utilizing the satellites images and really translate that into what it means, and doing forecasting and and anticipatory action and so on and so forth. So one of the things that we came across using data is that when you have an imagery of satellite imagery, and some of these companies actually layered upon many data on that basic image. As in, for example, the geography, the population, where are they, the socioeconomic status of the population, where is the hospital, where is the school, where is the power station, and in the event of the typhoon hit, how much time do you need to evacuate, or how much time do you need to do, and what are the preparation. So layering all these data, they give you a very powerful image for you to do disaster risk reduction. And so what this company does is that they provide tiered subscription. And some of their clients, I think their main clients could be the insurance company, probably Tokio Marine, and really looking at loss and damages, preventing those loss and damages, and looking at essential service providers, essential hospital. If hospitals are down, it's going to impact a huge amount of population. So you need layering of this data for you to tell the whole picture, for you to be able to very effective in doing disaster risk reduction. So that's one example. But I wanted to maybe address, from the philanthropic, from a foundation. I think a lot of times foundation can be leveraged to provide seed fund or catalytic funding for some of the setup. If there is a gap, there's a need, and government is being stretched with a lot of different funding requests and priorities, there is always a side of the philanthropy where they come in. But the key thing to look at philanthropy is that there is transformative philanthropy, which means that it is catalytic to provide that long-term impact. a setup of, for example, the seed funding to set it all up for the government to take over, a bit like a build, operate, and transfer kind of model works. So you can tap philanthropy funding as well.
I just want to very quickly, briefly respond to that. I feel obligated to answer this one because we are a GIS company. We are exactly doing what you are mentioning now. So yes, we are working with the local government, central government, providing those not just imagery, but also the application services and solutions. But I want to emphasize one thing is, we cannot just do it overnight or one day. If we want to really do that, take it seriously, we have to do it immediately. And because we have to collect all the data and keep it, because historical data really can help, but it's not just one-time job. And also, we have to really make this a very trustable data as well. I will stop here because this is very serious things. And also, there's so many, the department, ministry in one country, they are doing work very silo. But if they work very silo, actually very costly. If you want to make it efficient, you have to really share the data. Of course, we can prepare the data in the normal day. But when the disaster occurred, the government need to have the central function to really share this information and data. I will stop here because this is a very serious issue.
Yeah, well, and it's a very exciting. I think we could keep going, but I know we have to wrap up in about 12 minutes. So maybe can we take one final question from the audience, and then we'll have some closing remarks from the panelists, and then we can wrap up. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Priscilla. I'm from Resilience Development Initiative based in Indonesia. So my question will be directed to you, Ms. Sandra. As you have mentioned that businesses can involve SMEs on managing their risk through the supply chain. However, in some studies and research that we have done, sometimes medium businesses can be reached from the big business supply chain. However, the micro and ultra micro are sometimes out of reach from these big corporations' supply chain. So how do you think these small businesses, micro and ultra micro businesses, can be reached? As in the Indonesia case, they are almost 80% of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I don't know whether I can give you a perfect answer or not, but this is step by step. I think the big company or forward-thinking company are doing their job and trying to change the other companies through their supply chain. You mentioned about the micro one. Maybe those micro entrepreneur or the small company, they are also work under those SME. So through those SME, once the SME change their mindset and taking the action, and they will be very powerful. They also, can spread out to those micro. Of course, this is only one solution. We need the whole society, the government or the other, or maybe NGO. We all work together to work it out. I will stop here, but I would like to exchange opinion with you after the section.
Thank you. So before closing the session, I would like to invite each of the panelists to maybe reflect, like literally 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, but max, on both the questions, but also what was shared in today's, and what would be maybe your key takeaways going forward on how to, again, bring more private sector involvement into this disaster risk reduction financing. Yes, let's start with...
Okay, 2 things. First, really is changing the mindset. I think still lots of CEOs tend to think they will not affected by the disaster risk. Or the disaster. So really have to change the mindset and take action. And the second point is the government do have the power to put the policy enabler in place, because that will send a very strong signal. For example, to apply the public procurement guideline by pairing with the legislation or the regulation with incentive. This is 2 things I would suggest.
Thank you.
I would like to quote from Ernest Hemingway's novel, The Sun Also Rises. So when the man there was asked, how did you go bankrupt? His response was, slowly and then suddenly. So that means if we do not take action now in the wake of these threats of climate change and disasters, then we will live to regret. And secondly, in terms of having insurance, that is something which needs to be seriously considered and also seriously understood and conveyed. Insurance is like a parachute. If the parachute doesn't open when you need it, you don't need it for the second time.
Thank you. Dr. Ono.
Okay, thank you. So in general, I think, as you mentioned that insurance companies' engagement are weaker than the bank or investment companies. So I would like to, I think the insurance companies also have to evolve and try to develop a new product by new mindset is very important. So that in order to get our client to introduce risk reduction measures, I think there are some steps of making them understand what is your risk. And then they understand their risk, they know the need for the measures to be taken. And there's so many measures, so knowing what measures are available and how much are they cost, and what means of financing are available, and make a decision. So there's so many steps to convince our client or public. So I think it's important to identify the maturity level of the maturity level and provide advice according to this level. And also that I think in any case, the flexible thinking that is not limited by the conventional regulatory framework and views are very, very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, anything from you?
Thank you. I think I just wanted to echo Sandra. I think the private sector, the mindset shift, really mainstreaming DRR. I feel that a lot of conversation within DRR is still, with the government sector or with the NGO sector. But by really mainstreaming DRR into the private sector, I think that we also create the market. We also create sustainability. We also create more financing to ensure we have a more resilient society.
Thank you. So I think we're actually very much on time. I'll just very, very briefly summarize some of these ideas, and then I think we can make the organizers happy that we finished within 60 minutes. I think a lot of excellent ideas were raised and discussed in this hour, which actually went by very fast. I didn't feel how an hour flew by, right? But clearly, as you said, the mainstream of the DRR, right, it's key, right? And it's the same thing as for sustainable finance, they're all part of the same broader umbrella, right? When sustainable finance or the first green bonds were issued 15, 17 years ago, right? They were some sort of exotic thing. Now they're becoming much more mainstream, right? Now there's a lot of sustainable finance taxonomies around the region, like ASEAN, there's like Philippines just launched its own. So we do see a lot of uptake, right, from the private sector. So that's key, right? The role of the insurance sector, I think that's also very, very important, right? And I really like Dr. Ono's point about moving from being just an insurance provider to being a risk management solutions provider, right? And of course, Arup's point about the umbrella, I think that will be extremely important to remember, right? Because if the umbrella doesn't work, sorry, not the umbrella, the parachute doesn't work, then you don't need it a second time, right? So I think we all need to make this work the first time, right? And of course, Sandra fully got your point on board about the number one, the change of mindset, but also how the government can play, a role and really be the enabler, right, for the private sector solutions to become more mainstream. So I think that, where all of us, I'm at least very inspired. I hope that all of you are here and when we go back to our day-to-day jobs, we can take a little bit of this wisdom that we got here and also don't forget to collaborate, right? To keep in touch, to work together, because again, these are challenges that none of us or none of our institutions alone can address, right? But at the same time, we're all impacted by them, to a smaller or bigger extent. So yeah, I hope that this served as a good platform to inspire you for the next round of work on this important topic. And yeah, I wish you all the best for the remainder of the conference. And thank you very much for being here and asking so many questions. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So I'm giving you a background of my community. I live in a coastal area in Eastern Samar, and it is surrounded by the Pacific Ocean and the Leyte Gulf. And every month, we are always visited by typhoons. But aside from that, we are experiencing unpredicted weather conditions. Just last summer, we experienced 40 to 45 degrees Celsius, and that's alarming for our region who always experience rainy season whole year in the past decade. This climate change that we face in our community contribute a lot of climate anxiety to the children and to my fellow youth, where it adds burden to their studies and everyday living. Sometimes, schools are forced to cancel classes because of too hot weather, and it gives a lot of stress to the student. They don't even have time to play outside and do the things they used to do. We feel that we are already living in the new normal, but it's not normal at all because of the struggles we face because of this continuing climate change. The question is, how can we lessen the impact of disaster? Yes, we can use early warning system, early warning information, and anticipatory. But its impact and significance depends on the action that we take. Did you know that when a disaster and climate change events happen, our children and youth rights on education, on food, on shelter and protection are endangered? But how can we lessen the vulnerabilities of our children and youth to this disaster? Yes, through empowerment of them. But we need to prepare and act early, right? And if we want to build a resilient, adaptive, and disaster-ready communities, we must recognize that anticipatory action works. Because if we can anticipate the impact of an upcoming disaster, especially typhoons, it's better to respond before it strikes. In Salcedo, my municipality, we have this anticipatory action project called BEREDI project. BEREDI stands for Building Resilient, Adaptive, and Disaster-Ready Project, which aims to protect the vulnerable households through a cash transfer program. Yes, because this project believes and recognizes that during a crisis, food is not the only needs of the people. The people needs also sanitation, medicine, hygiene, asset protection, and even livelihood. And money is an efficient way to meet these diverse needs, because with cash in hand, our families have the flexibility to decide how best to prepare for a disaster. BEREDI also capacitate the youth through their engagement on workshop, training related to DRR preparedness and response. Despite of being vulnerable of the youth and children to all kinds of hazards and disasters, the youth is already doing and engaged in advocacies and initiatives related to disaster risk reductions and climate actions. Just like basic life support workshop, just shown in the video, the typhoon and earthquake drills, mangrove reforestation, and sexual reproductive health and rights seminars. Those are just some of the youth-led and early action and anticipatory action that we do. Did you know that during typhoons, our coastline are prone to storm surge, just like what happened in Tacloban City? after the Typhoon Haiyan. They don't anticipate the storm surge. That's why the loss and damages was a nightmare. And if we anticipate storm surges, and if we protect our mangrove areas, maybe we can lessen the impact of storm surge. And did you know that during and after a disaster, our women, youth, and children are the most vulnerable in the evacuation area? Yes, evacuation area is not a safe space for our women during and after disaster. And if we can anticipate that this scenario will happen, maybe we can lessen the gender-based violence that can happen in the evacuation area. This is why it is important and critical to integrate gender-responsive and inclusive measures into the disaster risk reduction plans. Because in disaster preparedness affects every sector, and it requires a multi-sectoral approach. The youth, women, elderly persons with disability, and other vulnerable sectors must be included in planning and policy making. Gender equality, disability, and social inclusion, or GEDC, should also be integrated in our DRR plans and policies. Because this is what our community wants to happen. And this is our call for action. Because we believe that in disaster, no one should be left behind. And if we think and act early together, we can save more lives. Thank you. Just for the information of everybody, my NGO, the Plan International Asia Pacific, is launching a project titled Protection, Gender and Inclusion and Anticipatory Action. If you want to know about this project, just visit our booth, and it is located at the marketplace. That's all. Thank you, po.
Thanks so much, Rex, and thanks for highlighting the importance of gender-inclusive anticipatory action, which I've heard a couple of rounds here over the past few days at the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference. Now, thank you so much to our youth team, really inspiring stories for us to kind of springboard from, breathing some life, some youth life into our next kind of session that we have rolling forward. And what will we be discussing next, Raymond?
Next, we're going to look a bit more at institutionalization, again, from a government perspective. So how can we make sure that AA is not just a project, but really that it is integrated into the disaster risk management plans and policies of governments?
Exactly. So I would like to welcome to the floor and to the stage, I should more say, our next panel of speakers. So Dr. Yanti, Mr. Kindabong, Mr. Offa, and Mr. Idris. Can you kindly join us on the stage? But in the meantime, Raymond, do you want to maybe reflect back on those 10-year sticky notes that we have out there in the crowd?
Yeah. While our panelists get on the stage, please join us on the stage. I'll go around again. Anticipate action in 10 years. Did we have anyone else who wanted to say something? Yes, over here.
I'm Anna from FAO Pakistan. So in 10 years, my vision is that majority of Asia Pacific countries would already have their respective anticipatory action frameworks, and that solid examples of public-funded anticipatory action protocols are already available.
And I also saw there was one gentleman with his hand up over there. Was it you? Yes, there we go.
So my name is George. I come from Eastern Africa, working for IGAD. In 10 years, I would like to see more collaboration, more coordination from actors working on the anticipatory action. Currently, we know that disasters cooperate more than even the people themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. George. Appreciate that. And agree, coordination is also key. Oh, we've got one more at the back. We can squeeze in one more.
Sorry, where was that? Oh, there. Oh, sorry, it's over there.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name is James, and I am a co-owner of a startup for waste management. And this is my vision for 10 years for now. I wish that the loss and damages funds will be operationalized for early warning systems and incorporating with predictive analytics to prevent or preempt natural disasters in the Asia Pacific.
Thanks so much. Some really interesting 10-year visions. And it's just important for us to continuously reflect on that and where we want to go as a community. But I feel very lucky to be standing on this stage now with 4 very experienced government officials. And I'm pleased to invite Dr. Yanti, so thank you very much for joining us today, who's the Deputy Minister of System and Strategy for the National Disaster Management Authority in Indonesia. Mr. Ofa Fa'anunu, he's the manager of the Weather Ready Pacific for the Pacific Regional Environmental Program. We have Mr. Kandivong Langrath, who is the Deputy Director, General of the Social Welfare Department and Ministry of Labour and Social Welfare in Laos. And then, of course, we have Mr. Mohammed Adris, who is the Member for Disaster Risk Reduction with the National Disaster Management Authority of Pakistan. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here today and kicking off this conversation. So as Raymond was mentioning, we're going to be looking at mainstreaming anticipatory action or pathways for institutionalization. And Dr. Yanti, I would like to start with you if that's okay. We know that Indonesia is a bit of a powerhouse when it comes to disaster risk management, and you've been making some great, I think, strides when it comes to early warnings, looking at anticipatory action and how that can be integrated into your disaster risk management systems. I wanted to understand a little bit about what's going on, but also where you would like to go with this approach and how you see it moving in the future in the Indonesian government. So over to you, Dr. Yanti.
Thank you, Catherine, and also ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like to start 20 years ago, 2 decades that happened in the Indian Ocean tsunami, impacted mostly in Indonesia, in Aceh, when all the Indian Ocean impacted 250,000 people are missing and killed, and Indonesia have been impacted more than 127,000 people have been casualty and missing. That time was where we have the wake-up call for Indonesia, especially the readiness, the preparedness, the anticipatory that we'll be talking in this session. This is a very important session. We don't want to have another more impacted people. We don't want to have more loss of livelihood. We don't have to have more people loss of life in the future. So how can we really put this into our policy plan? How can the regulation actually as the umbrella? So 2004, the wake-up call was there, and now we're facing the future crisis. We're facing a systemic risk, where the risk is actually a cascading and collateral impact. We cannot just say one single risk. We're talking now about multi-hazard early warning system. We've been facing many disasters that happened in the country. I can share you that last year we've been facing more than 5,000 frequency of disaster. 95% is about hydrometeorological impact, might be also as a climate change. But disaster that can kill us is more in geological impact, which is earthquake and tsunami, where there's no yet now an early warning system for earthquake. So how can we really deal with this, and how I can really see that anticipatory action is very important. I would like to share you also the experience of the PDRR that have held in Indonesia, Bali, 2022. The outcome document impacted mentioning about sustainable resilience, combining all the climate change, disaster risk reduction, and SDGs. We cannot work alone. how anticipatory action actually related on that one. So with this, Indonesia had put this resiliency as a very local issue. That's why community is very important. Sustainable resilience is about people-centered. How to put people resilience. It's not about only how to cope with the disaster, readiness, early warning with the 4 pillars, but how to bounce back in their livelihood. Livelihood means 3A, asset, access, and activity. If one fisherman lost their activity as a fisherman, if a fisherman lost their boat, if a fisherman lost their access to market or access to resources of fish, then they have been impacted of the livelihood. So this is why importance on how to put the people center in reality of resilience. Indonesia and archipelagic state, we are a very wide range of islands, 70,000 more islands. We have 280 million people living in our archipelagic states, which is impacted with the tectonic plate of 3 tectonic plates always moving. That's why how we can really see that anticipatory is very important. We have been developing the risk map with the scale of 150,000. Some are already 1,500, especially for the villages to be ready. How can the people, the community ready and to understand how to be safe from the hazard itself. So we think the early warning system is one of the things that is really important, but it's not only the early warning system, but actually the behavior, the understanding, and the literacy for the next generation to generation. So Indonesia is taking place how put really into the plan until beyond 2030. We try to put all this global agenda, climate change, disaster risk reduction SDGs into President Decree until 2045. Why 2045? This is at least we try to reach the national resilience after 100 years of independence of Indonesia. So this is our target. We try to put this into the policy plan. We put anticipatory action into policy plan. We put every 5 years into the National Disaster Management Plan. And every 5 years is a mandatory that every province and local government district must have a disaster management plan that is embedded into the national plan and on the local plan. So this is how we can really see the umbrella as from the wake-up call 2004 until 2024, and moving forward 2025 until 2040, 2025 until 2045. Thank you, Catherine. I think that's...
Thank you so much, Dr. Yanti.
share.
Yeah, round of applause. Thank you very much for that insight there. And what I'm taking away from this as well is the importance of integration into policy and disaster risk management plans is important for mainstreaming and bringing anticipatory action to life. So thanks for really highlighting that in the architecture in Indonesia. Raymond, I might hand over to you to introduce our next speaker.
Yeah, we wanted to go to the Pacific and talk with Mr. Ofa a bit about either the Weather Ready Pacific project or what SPREP is doing in terms of making sure that all the different triggers that you might develop, how can you make sure that they are harmonized or institutionalized? What are the steps that you're taking or would like to see being taken to make sure that anticipation is mainstreamed?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to speak to this topic. I'm no longer a government official. I used to be director of the Tonga Meteorological Services until 3 months ago, and now I'm with SPREP, managing this Weather Ready Pacific. But I guess from talking from my previous experiences, and I've heard a lot of mention of traditional knowledge being mentioned in this room this afternoon. It's something that's part and parcel of our early warning systems in the Pacific Islands for a very long time. Before that's how we actually settled the Pacific, is by going there and staying there and experiencing all these harsh elements of nature. After a while, you learn to anticipate, and it becomes a part of the knowledge base of where we live. But nowadays, we've sort of, because we've stopped traveling from island to island using the stars and the developments that have happened, we've lost a lot of this resilience that we have in our knowledge of how do we anticipate things when they happen. That's the side of anticipation that we sort of have partially in the Pacific, not the modern, more funding-based anticipatory action that we are talking about here. But I'd like to, just from the background of meteorology, talk about as well on the importance of, now it's becoming very, very important that the forecasts are accurate. You all know that in the past, coming and up till now, when it rains, when it's not supposed to rain, you just throw your hand up, oh, the Met Service has done it again. Now, when there's no more room for these uncertainties. The uncertainties will still be there, but it has to be minimized in order for anticipatory action to be done properly. I've been sitting there imagining, because we haven't done this in the Tongan government, and many of the Pacific Islands still have not gone through to this anticipatory action, because impact-based forecasting has not been done yet. And this is why the Weather Ready Pacific program was established by the leaders of the Pacific Islands 3 years ago to put together a program that will enable the Pacific Islands to put in place all the necessary meteorological instruments, all the hardware, training of personnel, to upgrade the Met services to a point where we can participate with the rest of the world. At this point in time, we are still trying to put instruments in the ground. Our vast oceans, there's no instruments out there. So we are not qualified to talk about AA in the Pacific in terms of what we are doing here. Fiji has talked about where they are what they are piloting. They are a little bit more advanced than the rest of the Pacific. They have weather radar. How are you able to forecast when the cyclone is going to be near your island when you don't have a radar? Or how do you know that the rainfall amounts that will fall from the sky and will cause the floods that will kill people when you don't have a weather radar? So this is why this very important program was established to empower the national Met services in the Pacific. And we've been working together with WMO, UNDRR. As this is also the vehicle that will be used to roll out early warning for all in the Pacific. So there are a number of countries, 5 countries that were selected. And we're working together with WMO and UNDRR, doing the national consultations to establish their national roadmaps and strategies on how we are going to fill these gaps. And AA is part of these things. But that doesn't mean that our governments don't do any anticipatory action. We do have a lot of the governments in the region have emergency fund which we tap into when disasters happen, but it's usually normally reactive. In Tonga, we've only gone as far as, we've had some success in getting, issuing state of emergency at least 12 hours of daylight time before the arrival of a tropical cyclone. But this is done with a lot of anticipatory action and a lot of uncertainty. But we do it because of, especially when it becomes severe cyclones, category 3, 4, and 5. We give as much time as possible to, by issuing a state of emergency for people to move out of harm's way. Tsunami, the Tonga Trench is 200 kilometers away. Tsunami is a major threat for us. If you ever come to Tonga, you go and visit the biggest tsunami rocks in the world. It's there. You saw the volcanic eruption that happened from Hunga Tonga, Hunga Hapai, and but those are very, very close to us. Within 10 to 15 minutes of any event, the waves will already be on top of the islands. So instruments and observation systems are very critical. We look, we're already is still fundraising. We've got about $30 million US to start off. But eventually the target is close to $20 million US. Half of that is targeted for infrastructure. But we are getting there. We're trying to be part of the anticipatory action conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ofa. And I think you've made some really great points there about traditional knowledge, impact-based forecasting, but also connecting this whole conversation to the early warning for all. So thank you for really bringing us back full circle as to why we're here today and part of this fora as well. It's really important that we center our discussions as well in this important global initiative. So thank you very much, Ofa. So we're on to our next speaker now, Raymond, I believe.
Yeah, we want to go over to Lao PDR.
Lao PDR. So yes, Mr. Kintavong, you've been relatively, I think, busy with anticipatory action over the past few years, which has been great to see. You were noted as a newcomer a few years ago, but we've really seen Lao step into the anticipatory action arena with great confidence and some few activations that you now have under your belt there. I want to pass the floor to you about how you think about anticipatory action and what that means for the government and moving forward in Lao PDR for your disaster risk management system. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. First, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the casting. I'm from Laos, yeah. For the National Strategy on Disaster Risk Reduction 2021 to 2030, enhancing proactive measures in disaster management and investing anticipatory action. The Lao PDR Resilient Framework 2022-2025 underscore the importance of the anticipatory action and the enhanced community resilience, protect vulnerable population, and promote sustainable development. Effort are ongoing to the integrate anticipatory action with the existing social protection system. Lao PDR has development and the anticipatory action plan 2024 to 2025 with the technical support from FAO, and the technical working group has been established to support the implementation of this plan. Support by development partner, the government has been working to enhance the capacity of officials to the integrate anticipatory action into the getting elective the instrument and the program. And anticipatory action are central to Pillar 4 preparedness and Lisbon capacities with the focus on the improving leadiness and the operational capacity to the prepare community for the potential hazard potentially. Early warning system for on roadmap 2024 to 2027 of Lao PDR outline specific activity to mainstreaming anticipatory action to national disaster risk reduction action plan climate finance framework. Ensuring anticipatory measures are the integrate to the disaster preparedness effort. Anticipatory action are the integrate to into multi-hazard early warning system in Lao PDR, ensuring early warning the actionable and the leader to the preventing measure we ahead of the anticipated disaster. While Lao PDR has the taking the specific step toward integrating the anticipatory action into disaster risk reduction and Lisbon forward climate change remain include resort the climatation in institutional capacity gap, data evaluationally and technical constant in our country, but nevertheless, the country is the plan to continue integrating the anticipatory action into the legislative framework in the coming year. Yeah, for Lao PDR, I have the want to share with idea for something we for experience have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really interesting insight there as well. And bringing us back to, again, early warning for all, and seeing those national roadmaps that are also being developed help part the way forward and see that connection between anticipatory action and that approach as well. So thank you very much for your kind insights. Raymond, over to you.
Yeah, we wanted to go to Pakistan, or have the honor of having Mr. Mohammed Idris here from the National Disaster Management Authority. I mean, given, for example, the recent flooding that you had, right, 2022, how do you see steps taken towards institutionalizing anticipation in Pakistan, either at the government level? I also know there are efforts on the way to have a national anticipation framework. What are your thoughts on crucial steps?
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. I think you have been attending different sessions, and it's all knowledge sharing. We have also learned a lot from our colleagues from other government institutions and also not-for-profit, civil society, and NGOs. What we have learned in Pakistan, unfortunately, we have also learned it the hard way, as my colleague from Indonesia mentioned. In 2005 earthquake, we established institutional structures to deal with disaster management. then 2010, and unfortunately the last floods, they were so huge that, you know, we just sat down and started understanding how to, you know, what to do, how to mitigate risk, because we somehow have to live with all these hydrometeorological events. We cannot always cry for we are least emitters, but we have to do something ourselves. So what we did was we also worked on institutional systems. We also worked on policies, plans, and actual communities engagement or government departments engagements. On institutional side, we established a National Emergencies Operations Center. That is a hub of all technological-based forecasting, monitoring, and then on the basis of exposure analysis, on the basis of that, we have established, we have started working on anticipatory actions. And we learned from different development partners, thanks to them for their initiatives like FAO and WFP, German Red Cross, and World WHH. With their interventions, you know, the understanding for anticipatory actions kicked off. We started, we thought that unless and until the government takes the lead, it is very difficult to make a difference. And that is why we made it part of our policies and planning process. The National Disaster Management Plan 3 has dedicated interventions on anticipatory actions. Our policies are also National DRR policy. We are in the process of reforming our policies and legislative structures. Though we have a very strong law, and that empowers us to take actions or give directions on threatening disaster and disaster situations. So it gives us that legal power. But what we did was that we started learning how anticipatory action framework will work, what other jurisdictions or what other countries are doing. We learned from Philippines, from other countries in the region that have similar challenges like us. And thanks to the development partners or the UN organizations that helped us. Now what we did was that we have created an institutional structure first within at a national level. And it's called National Coordination Forum on Anticipatory Action. We had detailed dialogues, national dialogue, provincial dialogue, and that has become now our normal feature. We conduct this national dialogue on yearly basis, where we take a stock and have in retrospect we look at what we have done and how best we can do in future. So under this National Coordination Forum, we have then created 5 subgroups. And we are now engaging all, and it's being chaired by the National Disaster Management Authority. The 5 subgroups, thematic groups, are chaired with NDMA by FAO, WFP, WHH, and other humanitarian partners. These are on capacity building, triggers, on financing solutions, and other experience learning also. Now we have started training of and capacity building of not only at the national level of the stakeholders, primarily at the ground level of communities and the local government, the district government authorities on how to take these measures. We have also developed a national guideline for anticipatory action, and where we have delineated roles and responsibilities and specific actions that are required to be taken by, for example, communities, the government agencies at the local level, the responders, the meteorological agencies, the irrigation departments, the national level and provincial level. All these are suggestive actions to take. And I would like to share with you very interesting experiences. These further strengthened our resolve and our commitment to implement these anticipatory actions and its protocols and its frameworks, and further develop the framework at a national level. Then we are planning to develop it at the provincial level and then at the local level. I would like to quote two examples, and I normally do that. This is, we had a cyclone Biparjoy. I'm just trying to put across the argument of when the government takes the lead, then it is a sort of a whole of a nation approach, and then it makes real impact. So there was a cyclone Biparjoy, which was, we started, and for it you need to continuously strengthen your forecasting capabilities. We were monitoring this from development till its path, and then on the basis of our technological based common operating picture that we have developed, we marked the areas which are in the red zone. And then we evacuated over 83,000 people from those areas just 3-4 days before the landfall of the cyclone. And thanks God, it diverted its path a bit. But this time, we evacuated those 3-4 days before, established camps, sustained them, and when it was over, we brought them back. And we didn't lose a single life. Similar cyclone in the same area in 1999 had hit us, and we lost 6,200 people at that time. Then we have our eastern rivers, which are normally dry because we, under Indus Water Treaty System, we have with the Indian side, we have an understanding on that. So those fall in the Indian rights. So somehow, since these are relatively, they have less water, people have encroached in the river beds. And we had last year a significant forecast. Prompting on that, we evacuated 4.5 million people from those areas. And thanks God, we didn't lose human lives at least. There was property losses which was in there. So would just like to share our experience that the government needs to be steering such processes, and we request all the development partners to continuously support the government efforts, and all should be working for the benefit of the communities and people that are under their responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was great to hear the integration of your different departments also, but also then at the policy level, that was really great example. Also the lives that you were able to save, actually. Very perfect example of that. And now it is question time.
Exactly. Before, gentlemen, you leave the stage, we would like, as we were doing with our first panel, to understand any burning questions that you have about anticipatory action that you would like the room to discuss in our next segment. So, Dr. Yanti, is it okay that I pass the floor to you for your question to the group?
Okay. Actually, the challenge for us as an archipelagic state, and we have many islands also, like the Pacific. I think we have the similar cases, like also in the Philippines. We really want to have the community resilience. And how can we really see that the reliable, localized forecasting model, particularly at the local level, also on slow onset disasters, should be there and ensure the participatory action is timely and effective in saving life and reducing economic loss, including the livelihood. I think this is one of the important questions that we're facing, especially from the government, to understand the community level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yanti. I was just checking that at the table you got the question. Cool.
Okay.
You can go a little
okay,
slower.
slowly, because it's slow onset disaster. I forgot what I asked. Okay. As a government, we're facing a future crisis. Maybe it's a different one. And it's archipelagic state. We want to have the real resilience community in the future. How can we really see that anticipatory action is really timely and effective for saving life and reducing economic losses, including livelihood, due to the precise forecasting model, particularly on slow onset disaster. Because now we're also the scale of the, for example, meteorological projection, also how is the scale is really, it can be impacted for the community level and how they can really understand on sustainable resilience. I will add on it because it's climate change, disaster, and SDGs. Thank you.
Excellent question, and I really like that community resilience aspect. Thank you so much. Mr. Offa.
Thank you. Thank you. I mentioned earlier that the Pacific Islands are in the process of developing the AA strategies. And one of the issues that came up in one of the workshops that I attended in Tonga was how do we finance these payouts to people, especially people from developing countries and small island developing countries. Because the governments don't have this money to pay out. So one of the interesting things that we proposed from our side, because we know that our forecasts are not good enough at the moment, we cannot afford to do this no regret approach where you keep paying out when your forecast is wrong, because that will just cause more damage than what is going at the moment. But one of the strengths that we have in the Pacific is our diaspora, our people that live overseas, in Australia, New Zealand, the United States. Because the Pacific Islands live a very communal lifestyle, your family is extended family. It's not just mother and father and children, it's grandmothers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers and great-uncles and everybody. There's about 2,000 people in the family. So they are part of this, the family is overseas working. And they send back money to the families back home. When we talk about sustainable financing, these people are already sending money back on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. More so when the disaster comes. We wanted our strategy to sort of look into this and to see how we can maybe work with the diaspora to provide, when do you give the money? When a forecast is or a disaster comes. If we are able to provide that and give them that information, this is the time that you go to the Western Union and send your money to Tonga, because the cyclone will be here in 2 days. This is sort of the sustainable approaches that we are looking to do. But we also have a lot of other questions about the financial approaches that we should take. And that is probably one of the questions that I would have is, what other financing mechanisms that will be useful for small island developing states to roll out AA? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that is very good and relevant question on the financing part, of course. Then we'll go over to Mr. Idris for your question. What is your question to our technical experts?
Thank you. Money is a big problem, isn't it? money is a big problem. And while it's more relevant to that, and I have other questions, like what is anticipatory action? That is also a question. People have different answers for this. And one of the major problem is that government would understand it differently. In Pakistan, communities would understand it differently. The development partners understand it a bit differently. And in Sri Lanka, the government would be understanding it a bit differently. Their communities would be done. So there are questions like, what is anticipatory action? Is it DRR or it is response or what it is? But my question would be how, we always think of the community's resilience. How can we make communities sensitive to helping themselves, at least for this financing part of it? How can they create pool funds of their own? Communities would be spending money on different things, and I tell you, our communities have specific priorities and they can raise funds very quickly for those. For example, if a mosque is being built in the community, they all would gather together and they just build it. The government normally doesn't make or build such community infrastructure. But then why can't they do similar financing or budgeting of their own by pooling their resources for financing anticipatory actions? That would be my question. Thank you.
Yeah, what is the incentive for localized funds for AA? Right, very good question. Ben, we'll go over.
Thank you. But for me, the implementation of AA, we have a short time to the implementing, and we don't have to the notification for
Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction. Today's the end of day 3. The theme was leaving no one behind. We've had a number of panel discussions and meetings, and I'm here to give you a brief synopsis of some of the things that happened today. And we will proceed to some questions to our panel, to our guests this afternoon. So earlier at the second plenary, we had the Honorable Senator Lauren Legarda. She started by highlighting that inclusivity is not a choice but a necessity if we are to build resilient communities, gender-responsive disaster risk governance, which recognizes that women and girls are merely not victims but leaders and agents of change. And then Secretary Teodoro of the Department of National Defense emphasized that the importance of incorporating local experiences into current frameworks. He urged a shift in viewing local units not just as a political or democratic entities, but also as a key to fostering a sense of community and kinship that encourages collective action. There was a panel discussion that was focused on practical solutions to enhance disaster risk financing, ensuring that no one is left behind by establishing a gender-responsive and inclusive disaster risk governance. From the DSWD, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Undersecretary Cahipe underscored the efforts and programs of the Philippine government on social protection systems to address the needs of highly vulnerable sectors of communities during disasters. And there are a number of very important highlights. Most of them are, all of them actually are online in the APMCDRR Facebook page. You can watch the videos. In the meantime, let's move on to the Sendai Gap. Also mentioned today in the throughout the course of the discussions, to accelerate the implementation of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, it is crucial to ensure that climate resilience and disaster risk reduction efforts are inclusive and that they do not exacerbate inequalities. Development must be people-centered, gender-responsive, and accessible to all, promoting the rights and leadership of women, diverse gender identities, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, older persons, and other historically excluded groups. And today we are joined by two very important speakers and participants of this conference. We have Madhavi Ariya Bandhu from Sri Lanka of Duryog Nivaran, and Maria Holzberg, the Deputy Regional Director and Portfolio Lead for Humanitarian Action, Disaster Risk Reduction, and Climate Change of the UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Okay, let's maybe we can have a brief statement first from Ms. Maria and then from Ms. Madhavi.
Thank you so much for this overview, and I just want to say as part of our statement, or my statement, is recognizing and thanking the organizers for putting gender and inclusion at the center of this important conference, and for highlighting the gender action plan, which we are here to talk more about. And just a small background, the Gender Action Plan was officially launched in New York in March this year during the 68th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. And it was an action plan that's convened, it's coordinated through the UNDRR, UNFPA, and UN Women, and it serves as a vital technical document that was created through extensive consultation. So all member states who are participating here at APMCDRR have contributed to the language in the action plan. So it's rooted and grounded in what we think is going to be able to be advanced, as well as input from key stakeholders, and that stakeholder is one of them sitting here next to me.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Ms. Madhavi?
Good evening. In this conference, as Maria also mentioned, the issue of gender and social inclusion is taken as a very important pillar, key issue, and it is looked at from different angles. And I'm really pleased that the community angle, the community voice, there are many opportunities to bring out the issue of social inclusion, gendered impacts of disasters, issues of vulnerability and capacity are brought to the fore and discussed in detail, putting against the global frameworks such as the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, Sendai Gender Action Plan, so that we are able to look at the global guidance together with the community experiences and the aspirations and see how we can put the two things together. And another specific element of this conference is that in this whole conference, we are practicing what we call the gender observatory. So we are looking at the participation of the conference as well as the content of the entire conference in terms of gender and inclusion. So we are observing each session in terms of who are the speakers, panelists, participants, and how each session is looking at the gender and social inclusion issues to make an assessment how, as a conference, what is the commitment and what is the level of discussion on this important topic. So we are able to make a judgment where we are and what next we need to do in order to, and what improvements we need to make. So in that sense, I think this conference is giving opportunity to showcase the issues, as well as it's going to give us some very good markers and indicators as to where we are on the issue.
Thank you, Madhavi. let's go on with our questions. Very interesting topic. For Maria, why do member states need to support and use Gender Action Plan?
Thank you so much for the question. And basically, it is clear that we need to accelerate action in order to ensure that the Sendai framework is being fulfilled. And we are, we're determined, it is determined that an action plan is needed in order for us to advance these critical components. Which is why member states would need to support and use it. I will say that the Gender Action Plan and the components in it, there's nothing new in this plan. It is rooted in already existing action. It is action that already has been advanced by governments on different levels or in communities and by different stakeholders. However, the acceleration means that we need to put it all together into a roadmap. And just want to take a moment to recognize and thank the Philippines for hosting this conference, APMCDRR, because it is a nation recognized as a leader in Southeast Asia for its commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment. And just wanted to highlight, for instance, the Magna Carta of Women, or the Gender and Development, so the GAD budget, as well as the Gender Mainstreaming Monitoring System. These are examples that have formed components in the action plan that we want governments, member states across the region to adopt and use. So each country and each stakeholder, because we do have civil society and other key stakeholders that need to be part of this gender action plan.
Thank you for highlighting that the Philippines is leading in the gender equality conversation by supporting it with legislation and policies. A question for Madhavi. In your long years of working on issues of gender and women and girls at the local level, what do you see are the remaining challenges and gaps to gender transformative disaster risk reduction?
Thank you for highlighting this issue. I think there are very many challenges remaining. I would say we need to look at the disaster risk governance aspect, which the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction has also highlighted disaster risk governance. And we need to now look at how we can make disaster risk governance inclusive. So there I see two main challenges. What is the readiness of governance institutions at the national level as well as at the local level to incorporate the disaster risk information into the governance discussions to the local level development, community development, rural development, agriculture development, water resources management development, disaster preparedness. So in all those areas, that is one element. The second element is to what extent the local governance institutions are ready to engage with the dialogue with the communities who are living with risk, the at-risk communities. It could be flood, it could be drought, it could be landslides. So in order to have effective disaster risk governance, there should be dialogue between the communities living with risk and with the governance institutions. So that is one aspect. Secondly, to what extent the communities are ready to engage in that dialogue. And there we need to look at the inclusion aspect. In many communities, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, women are not ready to speak out, to express their views, to take position and participate in public roles. And the community is at large also not ready to accept women in those positions. So there need to be quite a lot of community mobilization to encourage women to participate, speaking out, what are their issues when it comes to risk and vulnerability, risk management, and make that risk communication coming from women and the acceptance of women communicating about risk and risk management and getting that into the governance level. And in risk governance, there's also another aspect, the professionals, the technicians, the scientists who are women. To what extent are they part of the governance institutions? So all those things actually are remaining issues for transformative, gender transformative risk reduction in our experience when we look at the communities who are in the Asia-Pacific region.
Thank you. I'm very interested to know, Maria, why was the Sendai Gap only developed around the same time as the Sendai midterm review and not early on?
Thanks for that very important question, and I have two answers for that. The first is that the Sendai midterm review is the stock-taking period. So this is where it was abundantly clear to the system, and I'm talking the full disaster risk reduction system, that working cohesively on gender responsive or gender transformative actions had not been done on a systematic level. So I before talk about how there's many examples of important work being advanced, but it had not been maybe done from a systematic perspective. And as Madhavi also mentioned, there's many gaps and challenges within the communities to ensure women in all their diversities, voices are being heard. So the midterm review was a good opportunity to actually spotlight that there was a need for an acceleration plan. And when you do a midterm review, that's also where you do a gap analysis, and it was clear there through that the gender is one of those components that needed to have particular attention, which is why the action plan was formalized. It's also recognizing the absolute need for a whole of society approach, meaning that we build on each of the key departments across the ecosystem of disaster risk reduction to work on this. But I will also say that as gender stakeholders and as members of the gender stakeholder group within the APMCDRR mechanism, it has always been recognized that it is important to advance gender measures. So there's always been actionable gender recommendations and guidelines that have been attached to every action plan that's been developed for advancing Sendai. It is now that we have something that is formalized and attached specifically and explicitly linked to the 4 priorities. So that's my answer.
Wow. Yeah, thank you. At the plenary session today, it was concluded by emphasizing the need for continued collaboration and partnerships at all levels. The integration of local, traditional, and indigenous knowledge alongside the active participation of women, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups was recognized as essential to building community resilience. My question, Madhavi, do you see the Sendai Action Gap accelerating progress on integrating gender in DRR?
Sendai Gap, the Gender Action Plan, of course, it has the potential to support accelerating, integrating gender into disaster risk reduction. And as Maria said, it doesn't really say anything new, but it brings the focus onto specific measures which need to be done in order to achieve gender responsive disaster risk reduction. But the way I see it, for it to actually realize the expected results, you also need to work on the awareness building, capacity building, support with the tools for disaggregated data collection, gender analysis, because when you interact with the officials at the national government as well as provincial and local governments, very often you find there are no persons at the governments who have the skills in order to do, for example, a gender analysis or to be able to apply the recommendations of a gender analysis to inform the policies or decisions which are required to, for example, to prepare a disaster preparedness plan or a last mile of an early warning system, how to deal with the specific vulnerabilities and the requirements of men, women, people of different genders, elderly persons, and people with disabilities. So for Sendai Gap to be successful, its implementation require support in these different areas. I mean, it has 9 key objectives. So you need to unpack the 9 key objectives, and different governments will require support at different levels. So as the gender stakeholder group of the Asia-Pacific Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, the various partners as well as the United Nations partners need to provide that support, information, awareness, resources, sometimes maybe financial support, so that the governments and the other stakeholders are able to take forward the recommendations of the gender.
Thank you. Throughout the day, there were some other highlights. Mr. Fasala of the People with Disabilities Solomon Islands discussed that charity and medical models of disability have long been replaced by social and human rights-based approaches to ensure inclusivity. However, barriers from attitude and stigma are existing challenges that must be addressed. And Mr. Smith of UNFPA highlighted the efforts of the organization to uphold the key objectives of the Sendai Framework Gender Action Plan to ensure access to sexual and reproductive health services, and also the prevention and response to gender-based violence in disaster context. And Ms. Ali of the National Technical Program Specialist Peace and Justice Network of Pakistan cited the progressive efforts in Pakistan to provide diverse perspectives in disaster response governance, including the enactment of the Transgender Rights Protection Act. It's been very enlightening to hear about the highlights also from your sector. I am also a stakeholder in this, not only because I'm a woman, but I'm a mother to 3 little women. So I'd like to know, what are your key takeaways from today, the end of day 3, before we end this briefing? Any key takeaways from your interaction?
My key takeaway is that it is a complex conversation to have, because when we are complex beings, we're not women, men, we in these different categories, because we fulfill so many different roles. We are caregivers. We may be caregivers of elderly. We may be caregivers of people living with disability or family members with disability, or we are people who have disability. And it is complex to be able to say, here's a plan, here's a roadmap for you to take forward, to advance, so that you become more resilient in the time of crisis. For member states, there needs to be a recognition of the intersectional components that we embody. That's my key takeaway, actually.
Thank you.
My key takeaway would be the conversation about the gender and inclusion has advanced, and we are including more and more groups who are marginalized for different reasons, socially, economically, and politically. But however, when you actually face the society, how to address these issues, you feel there is actually a huge aspect of resistance. Resistance to change anything the way we are working. institutionally, strategically, and attitudinally. So my takeaway would be, therefore, we also need to realize those bottlenecks and barriers. And specifically, I would say when it comes to gender and social inclusion, the attitudinal barriers, particularly in this region, are really strong. So one way to break those attitudinal barriers is more knowledge, more awareness, and also maybe policing and indicators and measuring. So we need a combination of both beyond what we are discussing in this conference and in other forums. We also need to focus on how do we break those barriers in very practical terms.
Well, thank you very much for enlightening us on implementing the Sendai Gap and for sharing your insights. It is very complex, but as you mentioned, the conversation has advanced, and thanks to your good work, it continues, the work continues. So thank you again, Madhavi Arya Bandu and Maria Holzberg, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. This concludes our press briefing. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our observations and learning with a much larger audience. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
level. And at times they will need some technical expertise, but it's largely that enabling function that they play. If you take that down a level to provincial governments, they also have to have good policy and programming. and they have to align with the higher levels. So there has to be consistency and strengthening and enhancement of what goes on at the higher levels. And again, provide the financial resources for planning and implementation. So I'm going to refer to policy for a little bit. I think policy can act as an enabler, a catalyst, or, you know, at times it can be the proverbial stick to mandate attention to disaster resilience. And we should be thinking about policy cascades. So the way that it goes, the way that it cascades, you know, through the system, and it's cascading both in terms of horizontal and vertical congruence. And so horizontal in the sense that if you have policy at the federal level, it has to align. So your Ministry of Environment, the policies for disaster resilience have to be consistent with the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Communities and the Ministry of Defense, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody's got to row in the same direction. In a similar fashion, the policy has to enable implementation down through vertical streams. So whatever you've got at the national or federal level has to be consistent at the provincial level, and then align with implementation at the local level. So you can think of policy in terms of, you know, cascading, but also enabling action at the local level, and I think that's important. Also, in my mind, the policy informs programs. So there are, you know, programs are designed specifically for disaster resilience, or they have hints of requirements for attention to disaster resilience. I'll give you an example from Canada. Our Federal Department of Infrastructure placed some requirements in their infrastructure funding program. So it's almost like a procurement mechanism that enables or requires attention to climate change. And so as local governments are applying for funds to be able to support new infrastructure projects, they have to do what they call a climate lens assessment. So every project has to have a full accounting for what the impacts are with respect to GHG emissions, and it also has to have a climate risk assessment done, because obviously that infrastructure is going to be around for many, many years, and so if the federal government is going to fund it, it has to demonstrate how it's going to be resilient to a different climate in the future, and so they require those types of risk assessments. So let me change gears here for a minute. I think this is consistent with some of the stuff that you were just speaking to. Basic levels of knowledge of disaster planning and preparedness, fundamental understanding of the concepts of it and climate change in general. The levels of knowledge have to improve, I think, across the board, all levels of government, and in fact, even a large portion of the workforce must be in tune with climate change and disaster risk. And so, as noted before, the pervasive nature of these problems that we face are such that it requires a whole of society response. And so, if there's going to be policy and program within government, everyone has to, you have to have a supportive workforce. And everyone is aware of the challenge that's in front of us, and without that, you're kind of rowing into the wind. It makes it significantly more challenging, and so you can offer basic training on climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction to staff. You can make courses available, or even better yet, make taking the courses a requirement, make it mandated. And you could even take this a step further to consider improving the competencies of key professions, and this is something that we're doing a lot of in Canada. We're designing programs that are specific to engineers and planners and ecologists to ensure that they are in tune with climate change and disaster risk reduction. And those are considerations of their everyday tasks. Every job is a climate job. Every job is a disaster risk reduction job. And that's the nature of this whole of society pervasive issue that we face. And you could even extend that, this is my closing comment, you could extend that to the private sector too. Over the last couple of days, I've heard, the private sector speaking up, and some of the chairs of the board and the executive talking about how they need their boards to be more knowledgeable on climate change and disaster risk. And so in fact, you would want to make sure that the board is also well educated, and this is going to be more important into the future as companies have to disclose physical risks related to changing climate and disasters into the future, and that will be a requirement, as we know, going forward for private sector companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Al, for for sharing your thoughts on that and the work that you do in Canada. But is your research paper something that we can access? We can have. Is it published already? I'm sure it was, no? So how can we access that? Is it something that anyone can just take a look at it?
Yeah, some of the reports that we have produced are on our webpage. So if you go
Great.
to climateriskinstitute.ca.
So what's the webpage?
climateriskinstitute.ca.
climateriskinstitute.ca.
Yep.
Great. So I think I want to invite you to check on that research document. Thank you all. So let's get the participants to participate this time. So let's do another Slido question. So please scan the QR code. And the question is, what do you see is the biggest challenge for local government in Asia and Pacific region in building capacity for DRR and climate change adaptation? So let's start. So what's the top of the four choices is lack of financial resources. I think this is a continuing challenge for everyone. So who would like to start first between Himya and Al to comment on this? I think, Himya, you have mentioned about this earlier. So
yes,
the participants seem to agree with what you have said.
No, I think it's the willingness to, invest in DRR and preparedness. Yes, of course, we have, lack of financial resources in every country, I think, but it's the political will and, at a policy level and, from the donors, from the international organizations, to actually be willing to invest, in disaster preparedness and response activities, especially focusing on, local level resilience and, focusing on communities. So most of the time, I think the financial resources go at a national level, where it's invested in either, some technical capacity building, event, or maybe a technical resource, but it doesn't, cascade or reflect at the community level. So I think it's more of managing the financial resources in a way that it has more impact, in the communities rather than, at international level.
Thank you. So that's indeed a very good insight. It's really managing the limited resources that we have to make it more impactful for the people. Al, what do you think? Do we agree with the participants' thoughts?
I agree, sure. But I'll restate something that I mentioned in my presentation. Again, I split this into the planning side, the disaster resilience planning, and the disaster resilience implementation. And so I think we've made decent progress in with the resources that we have on the planning side, right? Local governments have got plans developed, maybe for the most part. There are still places that have not got them developed and need that help. And there's supports, there's financial supports from resilience hubs, as an example, to be able to, help develop those resilience plans for communities. But then there's what is proposed in those plans to be implemented to protect the people and protect property and ecosystems. Now, at times, there's orders of magnitude more investment needed on the implementation side than there is on the planning side. And so with respect to that point, yeah, sure, we need more financial resources to be able to implement, mostly because we're so far behind. We've not kept up with the pace of change and the risks are so high. We haven't made the proper investments. Now we're at a place where we have to have significantly more, and yeah, those resources will be important.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think everyone, is facing this challenge. So it's really come up the top and you agree to it. Perhaps really it's managing the investment properly. We have to we have to invest the money where the need is most pressing. Thank you so much. So now let's go on for the Q&A. So we have around 10 minutes for the Q&A. So let's get some questions on the floor or insight or reflections.
Right.
Yes. So the mic is here. Please approach the mic and please introduce yourself. Then you state your question or your comments.
Mark Aguinaldo, PDRF, but also I want to ask this as a student of development management. So this is directed to Johnny. So you have mentioned the advantage of having a top-down policy direction on resilience building or with your mass planning, no? In your country. So given this, to what extent has your city that you're consulting with has localized the metrics in resilience building? And can you share also your experience in stakeholder consultations? And the second part of my question is if you also have external frameworks on resilience building or on measuring resilience that you're aligning to, can you point us to some references? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and great questions. The first question, what matrix did we use? We started, I think it's June 2023, about 15 months ago. We started this journey for the city of Tzu-Chi to compare what we did versus what frameworks that we could reference. And we discovered the UNDR, the 10 essentials, and the scorecard systems. I think there are about 154 indicators from the scorecard systems. And I got in touch with the authors, the two authors of the scorecard systems, Dale Sands and Peter Williams. They are very well known in this industry, I believe. So we started with that, but then we need to customize it. We need to customize it to local conditions. And the different countries have their own sets of unique problems. For the city of Tzu-Chi, flooding is like 90% of the common disasters. So we use that as a reference, but now we are in the process of utilizing it and create our own versions of indicators for the next generations of our own internal evaluations. And we want to copy this, replicate this experience to other parts of the world as well. So that's number one. Number two, speaking about engagement, we just talked about the mayor serves as the chief of the river, but we also ask what their residents you care most. About 15 years ago when we did the first survey, the residents said, we want a reliable sewage system. Not every time when there's flooding and the river got polluted. We want a reliable sewage system. So we spend a lot of money, hundreds of millions, just to put into what the residents concerned most. We also take into consideration what the communities, the residents that live on the river banks that constantly harassed by the disasters, but not only help to treat the problems, build high river banks and the blue-green infrastructures and clean the river banks and planted nature-based solutions, but also we help them economically, like Airbnb type of facilities and the parks. And in the past 3 years, I remember it's like we increased the tourism. That additional 2.6 million tourists came because we beautified the river banks. And that brought us, I think, in 3 years, 280 million Chinese yuan of additional revenues. So that is when we engage with the communities, we know what they concern. It's not only just help me to fix the problems, but economically, we also incentivize them and let them share the benefits as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Fantastic, how we turn problems into even resources for the community. That's good. And yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, and thank you very much for an excellent discussion. Congratulations to the panel and everybody here. I know everyone's tired, so I won't make this a very long question. I came in here thinking, I've been here for 3 days now, and I've been advocating mental health and psychosocial support which is what our organization does. When we enhance capacity and resources for local resilience, I would just like to ask you simply, is that something in your consideration? Thank you.
Okay, so who would like to?
Well, I think definitely for Maldivian Red Crescent, when we talk about local resilience, because like I mentioned, we have very remote islands, and one of the biggest challenges is providing psychosocial support, especially in times of emergencies or, even when there's a distress situation in the island. And we've noticed that one of the key priority areas for us, as well as some of the local stakeholders in the islands, is investing in mental health. Because when something happens, we do not have that capacity to actually address to the needs of the people when it comes to the psychosocial care and support. So we have, yes, we do not exclude it. In our emergency response trainings, we include psychosocial support as part of it. Our volunteers are also trained, along with emergency response and preparedness, in also providing psychosocial support. So at least for now, we are focusing on emergency psychosocial support, but we also need to focus more on the peacetime, mental well-being of the communities as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have hit the time. It's 6 p.m. now. So before we end, I would like to request, a one-liner takeaway from each of the panelists. No more than one line.
Okay, start with me. One line is do not hit and run when you are going to nurturing a community.
Great. Don't hit and run when you're going to nurturing a community. Thank you, Graciela. That's fantastic. Yes, Johnny?
Develop a resilience finance framework for your city. Money, no nothing.
No money, no nothing. We call it here no money, no honey in the Philippines. But that's good. So give it a try, a push on financing. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you very much. Please, let's give Johnny a big round of applause. And then Himia?
I would say invest in local communities and partnerships. That's it for resilience, nothing more.
Invest in local communities and partnership. Thank you, Himia. And Al?
I'll go back to my food analogy. I think that local level resilience is a soup made up of many different ingredients that will enable it.
Great. Thank you so much, Al. So, everyone, as we conclude, this session, together we can ensure that no community stands vulnerable. Instead, communities should stand resilient and prepared for the changes ahead of the time. So thank you very much, everyone. Such a pleasure to moderate this session. Next, we have the Women in DRR awarding at the plenary hall. No, not plenary hall. It's the main hall, where we had the dinner yesterday. So we want to invite you to be there. So thank you so much, everyone.
please take a look at the work that the DNR has done on mapping our natural resources as part of our exposure and vulnerability analysis in terms of disaster risk reduction and climate change related risks. The intersecting DNR biodiversity, forestry, and integrated water resource mandates provides opportunities to protect and hopefully increase the population of threatened species, conserve their habitat, and ensure ecological integrity to support the ecosystem services that we all need. This is done through strategic intervention and investment.
Today we move from what to how with the launch of a follow-up report on harnessing development financing for solutions to displacement in the context of disaster and climate change in Asia and the Pacific. Here in Philippines, ADB has provided finance to directly support internally displaced persons through livelihood assistance and maternal and child care services, which is a part of a broader emergency and early recovery program following tropical cyclones.
express our country's sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us in this ministerial engagement. As the first regional platform since the adoption of the political declaration of the Sendai Framework Midterm Review, our presence here today is a manifestation of our shared goals and revitalized commitment to regional cooperation and a collaboration to accelerate disaster risk reduction by 2030. Our initiatives and commitments to accelerate the disaster risk reduction agenda are wide-ranging and commendable. These highlight the urgency and importance of our collective efforts and shared goal of mitigating disaster and climate risks and winning the race to resilience for our communities and our ecosystems.
This is also a unit of water security in the Pacific. It's commonly used as a collection vessel for collecting water. Many people will use this in times of normal times, in peacetime, but certainly in times of drought, in times of disaster, you will see this everywhere. But here, we're not just talking about drought, we're talking about too much water and too little water, which is why for the countries represented here today have both problems. And in the Pacific, as Akmal mentioned, we have at least 75% of our disasters are hydrometeorological in nature. They involve either too much or too little water.
So here, it's about bolstering the space data value chain and Yamang Kalawakan. Let's quickly, Yamang Kalawakan, a Filipino term, of kind of a portmanteau. We invented it. It means literally space wealth or space riches, but figuratively, it refers to the collective resources of the country in terms of people, institutions, policies, environment. So this is a big focus now. It's an important component of this Copernicus program in the Philippines are the services. So there are three of them: the ground motion monitoring, land cover, forest and crop mapping services, and benthic habitat monitoring services.
The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was a wake-up call to the world. 230,000 people killed. $10 billion in damages. Almost no early warning systems, EWS, in place. In response, the world established the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. Today, warning centers in the Asia-Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia-Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS. But few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises, and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end inclusive coverage. Investing in EWS is a cost-effective method of protecting lives. Every US dollar invested in EWS saves up to $13 in disaster response and recovery. Comprehensive EWS can reduce disaster losses by 30 to 50%. Advanced EWS can reduce disaster-related deaths by up to 8-fold. It's not just about warnings, it's about risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, communication, preparedness to respond, anticipatory financing, and early actions. The Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative calls for universal coverage. And the Asia-Pacific can lead the way by scaling up EWS for all hazard. We know the solutions, now let's invest in them. Together, we can ensure every community is protected from the next disaster. Early warnings for all. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami was a wake-up call to the world. 230,000 people killed. $10 billion in damages. Almost no early warning systems, EWS, in place. In response, the world established the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System. Today, warning centers in the Asia-Pacific and beyond protect millions. Yet gaps remain. Many communities are still left unprotected. 2/3 of Asia-Pacific countries report having multi-hazard EWS. But few reach those most at risk, including in small island states, metropolises, and rural communities. We have the knowledge and technology, but we need investment to expand end-to-end inclusive coverage. Investing in EWS is a cost-effective method of protecting lives. Every US dollar invested in EWS saves up to $13 in disaster response and recovery. Comprehensive EWS can reduce disaster losses by 30 to 50%. Advanced EWS can reduce disaster-related deaths by up to 8-fold. It's not just about warnings, it's about risk knowledge, monitoring and forecasting, communication, preparedness to respond, anticipatory financing, and early actions. The Secretary-General's Early Warnings for All initiative calls for universal coverage. And the Asia-Pacific can lead the way by scaling up EWS for all hazard. We know the solutions, now let's invest in them. Together, we can ensure every community is protected from the next disaster. Early warnings for all.